1262, 10-4.
850 Stone, number 112.
10-4. 10-4. 10-4, 10-4. Delta 1, I just got an unconscious call, 313 South Brownlee Mill, sitting on the curb. Can you get up? Medic started. Talking.
Requesting info.
4925, sir. 10-4. 10-4.
Clear.
Can you ask him if it's reference to this call? I'm 10-4 on that. We'll give her a call here in a minute.
Okay. Delta 180, 10-4. 10-4.
$49.25, sir.
2925, clear. Clear.
Charlie 140 and Charlie 160 for a disturbance call. Estimated address will be 7400 Star Harbor. This is an open line disturbance.
But the thing with that war is that you're highly underestimating the number of people that have been killed. Far more people have been killed in that war than you talk about. You know, you like to talk about numbers like 1 million people. Well, they had much more than 1 million soldiers killed. But you have a lot of cities that have been knocked to the ground. They're demolition sites, literally demolition sites. Every single building is knocked to the ground. And a lot of people were killed in those buildings. And you'll hear a report. 2 people were... Biden did a horrible, horrible job. He should have prevented that war. He could have prevented that war. Putin would have never gone in. I'll tell you one thing. He would have never gone in. That war would never have taken place if I were president.
Mr. President, how would the United States, what would you be willing to do to support this European peacekeeping effort? Would there be...
Again, you're asking me the same question. How many times do you have to answer? You're talking about after we make peace. Let me make peace first. Once we make peace, I'll give you all the answers you want. But how many times can you ask the same question?
Is loosening of sanctions on Russia a potential option as part of an overall deal?
No. We have sanctions on Russia. No, I want to see if we make a deal first, but I think we will. I've had very good conversations with President Putin. I've had very good conversations with President Zelensky. And until 4 weeks ago, nobody had conversations with anybody. It wasn't even a consideration. Nobody thought you could make peace. I think you can.
But if Mr. Putin gets to keep the land that was claimed by force, if the Russians get to keep the territory that they claim by force, doesn't that send a dangerous message, let's say, to China about Taiwan?
You try and take it away, right? We're gonna do the best we can. We're gonna do the best we can to make the best deal we can for both sides. But for Ukraine, we're gonna try very hard to make a good deal so that they can get as much back as possible. We want to get as much back as possible.
Mr. President, just to bring this full circle.
We'll cut it out after maybe this question. Go ahead.
To bring this full circle,
Unless
back to a question.
You always like to finish on a good one.
Sir, they want you to negotiate with them instead of with President Putin.
Back to a question about
the peacekeepers. You have a lot of confidence in us because you assume there's going to be peace. You know, it's possible it doesn't work out. There is possibility. But I hope it does for the sake of humanity, because if you look at the pictures that I've looked at, you don't want to look at them. Go ahead.
I had a question back on these cuts to the federal workforce. You mentioned you're interested in doing another round of this email. When would you like to see that? What would be the deadline? And at this time, would it be mandatory?
I think Elon wants to, and I think it's a good idea because, you know, those people, as I said before, they're on the bubble. You got a lot of people that have not responded, so we're trying to figure out, do they exist? Who are they? And it's possible that a lot of those people will be actually fired. And if that happened, that's okay, because that's what we're trying to do. This country has gotten bloated and fat and disgusting and incompetently run. I think we had the worst president in the history of our country. He just left office. I think he's a disgrace, what he's done to our country by allowing millions of people to come into our country like that. and all of the other things, the inflation, which he caused because of energy and stupid spending, to spend hundreds of millions, trillions and trillions of dollars on the Green New Scam, a total scam.
Rich Prickett is in
I have
Sky
the best
5
energy
overhead
people, the
with
best
that
environmental
massive
people in the
rally
world
and
around
march
this
in
table.
downtown Los
And
Angeles.
they can't even believe he got away with it. And then in leaving office to send $20 billion here and $20 million there, and 10 million and 5 million, and they couldn't spend the money fast enough. And let's get it out before Trump gets in. Let's just get it out to anybody. And this is a disgrace to our nation. And in addition, in the towns and cities, we consider that a very important thing and a big accomplishment because it was going nowhere until this administration came in. We hadn't spoken to President Putin in 2 years. So we'll keep you advised. Before we begin the cabinet, I'd like to have Scott and a couple of people say a few things, but most importantly, where are you? This is a gentleman who's going places, the head of HUD, and he's going to say, you all know him, and you're going to say grace, and then we'll have our meeting, right? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let's pray. Father, we thank you for this awesome privilege, Father, to be in your presence. God, thank you that you've allowed us to see this day. The Bible says that your mercies are new every morning. And Father God, we give you the glory and the honor. Thank you, God, for President Trump. Father, for appointing us. Father God, thank you for anointing us to do this job. Father, we pray you'll give the president, the vice president wisdom, Father God, as they lead. Father, I pray for all of my colleagues that are here around the table and in this room. Lord God, we pray that we would lead with a righteous clarity. Father God, that as we serve the people of this country in every prospective agency, every job that we have, Father, we would humble ourselves before you. And we would lead in the manner that you've called us to lead and to serve. Father, the Bible says that blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. Well, Father, we today honor you. And in your rightful place, Father, thank you for giving us this opportunity to restore faith in this country and be a blessing to the people of America. And Lord God, today in our meeting, we pray that you will be glorified in our conversation. In Jesus' name, amen.
That was a very good job you did. You've done that before, haven't you? So Scott Turner's a terrific young guy. He's heading up HUD. He's going to make us all very proud, right?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Great job. In just over 1 month, illegal border crossings have plummeted by numbers that nobody's actually ever seen before. It's much more than 100%. And we've unleashed American energy at levels that will soon be reported. But we think we're going to get it going very quickly. We have incredible people on the energy front. I think we have really great people on every front. I'll let you know if they're not good, but I think they really are. And we're fighting every day to get the prices down. Inflation is stopping slowly, but part of the reason it's stopping is because of high interest rates and other problems that we inherited. But we have to get the prices down, not the inflation down, the prices of eggs and various other things. Eggs are a disaster. The Secretary of Agriculture is going to be showing you a chart that's actually mind-boggling what's happened, how low they were with us and how high they are now. But I think we can do something about it, Madam Secretary. I think you're going to do a fantastic job in that position. One of the most important initiatives is DOGE, and we have cut billions and billions and billions of dollars. We're looking to get it maybe to $1 trillion. If we can do that, we're going to start getting to be at a point where we can think in terms of balancing budgets, believe it or not, something you haven't heard in many, many years, decades actually. And it's big, whether it's this year or next year, I think we'll be very close to balancing budgets. And the DOGE is very important, and Elon is here to give you a summary of what's happening, some of the things they found, some of the horrible things they found, some of the theft and fraud, and we call it waste and abuse, but a lot of fraud, probably some fraud that we're not going to be able to prove is fraud, but when you hear the names and the places where this money's going, it's a disgrace. But we've requested that a lot of people, we want to make sure that the people are looking. So letters were sent out, and I think everyone at this table is very much behind it. And if they if they are, I'd want them to speak up. They're very much behind it. Letters were sent out to people just to find out if the people exist. Do they work? Who do they work for? Where are they? Where have they been working? Have they been working for other companies or other entities at all? Or being paid by the government, so they have two jobs, but they're supposed to have one? And the letter asks some simple questions like, what have you done lately?
Case number
And I
46.
can answer that because I can tell you everything I've done for the last long period of time, a lot more than a week. And in many cases, we haven't gotten responses. Usually that means that maybe that person doesn't exist or that person doesn't want to say they're working for another company while being paid by the United States government. So there's a lot of interesting things. It's very unique, but we have a very unique situation because we have a lot of people that were scamming our country. We have a lot of dishonest people. We have a lot of people that took advantage of a lot of different situations, and we're not going to let that happen. So I'm going to ask if it's possible to have Elon get up first and talk about Doge, because it seems to be of great interest to everyone. I will say that there is a large group of people in this country that have such admiration for what we're doing. I got elected with a tremendous vote, winning every swing state, winning the popular vote, winning the counties by thousands of counties. I think it was 2,800 to 500, 2,800 counties to 500 counties. Think of that. And so we have a mandate to do this, and this is part of the reason I got elected. I got elected based on taxes and based on many things in the border, but also based on balancing budgets and getting our country back into shape, and this is a big part of it. So Elon, if you could get up and explain where you are, how you're doing, and how much we're cutting, and it's an honor to have you. He's been a tremendously successful guy. He's really working so hard, and he's got businesses to run. And in many ways they say, how do you do this? And, he's sacrificing a lot. Across many long years. Getting a lot of praise, I'll tell you, but he's also getting hit. And we would expect that, and that's the way it works. So I'd like to have Elon Musk please say a few words.
Thank you, Mr. President. I actually just call myself a humble tech support here because this is actually, as crazy as it sounds, that is almost a literal description of the work that the Doge team is doing, is helping fix the government computer systems. Many of these systems are extremely old. They don't communicate. There are a lot of mistakes in the systems. The software doesn't work. So we are actually tech support. It's ironic, but it's true. The overall goal here for the team is to help address the enormous deficit. We simply cannot sustain as a country a $2 trillion deficit. The interest rates, just the interest on the national debt, now exceeds the Defense Department spending. We spend a lot on the Defense Department, but we're spending like over $1 trillion on interest. If this continues, the country will become de facto bankrupt. It's not an optional thing, it is an essential thing. That's the reason I'm here. And taking a lot of flack, and getting a lot of death threats, by the way. I mean, I'd like to stack them up. But if we don't do this, America will go bankrupt. That's why it has to be done. I'm confident at this point, not on wood, that we can actually find $1 trillion in savings. That would be roughly 15% of the $7 trillion budget. And obviously that can only be done with the support of everyone in this room. And I'd like to thank everyone for your support. Thank you very much. This can only be done with your support. So it's really, Doge is a support function for the President and for the agencies and departments to help achieve those savings and to effectively find 15% in reduction in fraud and waste. And we bring the receipts. So people say, like, well, is this real? Just go to doge.gov. We line item by line item, we specify each item. So, and I should say, we will make mistakes. We won't be perfect, but when we make a mistake, we'll fix it very quickly. So, for example, with USAID, one of the things we accidentally canceled very briefly was Ebola prevention. I think we all want Ebola prevention. So we restored the Ebola prevention immediately, and there was no interruption.
About a lot of things, but to me, the biggest numbers, the kind of numbers that are, and these people are coming in. Our Secretary of Commerce spent the weekend, he went down to Arizona to see what was happening with the biggest chip company in the world. And he said, Howard, you said, you've never seen anything like it. Do you want to just describe what you saw?
So they're investing $165 billion in 1,100 acres in Arizona, and they're building the highest tech chip manufacturing, semiconductors, and 4,000 employees. You know, American tradecraft, right? Technicians doing every kind of work. The classic foundation of America is building it. They had 14,000 people. They're expecting 40,000 people to build the rest of their plants and to employ 20,000 people for the rest of the time. This is all driven.
You never saw a site like that.
And this is all driven by your tariff policies. No chance this be happening without you.
It's going to be about 40% of the chip market from that one section, and this is the biggest chip maker. They have 99% of the market. They come from Taiwan, and unlike the CHIP Act, which was done by Biden, where they hand everybody billions of dollars, the thing they don't need is money. They got plenty of money. What they need is an incentive to come in, and the tariffs, they're building because of the tariffs. If without the tariffs, and I'd like to say they're building because of November 5th, the election, and the tariffs, but I'm going to be a little more blunt. They're building because of the tariffs, and November 5th gave them the tariffs. So it's amazing when you look. And these are not companies that go out and say, well, we're going to build, we have to go get our financing. Let's go. Like we would, in New York, everybody would look, you know, you'd get a building site, and then you'd look around for money, you'd look around for financing for 6 months, you'd get your financing. You'd build your building, the market would be good, you'd make money, the market would be bad, it wouldn't be so pretty, you'd have to negotiate, blah, blah, blah. This is different. These people have so much money, they don't know what to do. I asked Howard, did they finance it? No, they do it through cash. And they say that site, and they just started, you know, they just announced it like a month ago, and they've already started. He said, I've never seen a site like it, so big. So, you know, you're talking about essentially a $50 billion building. Now, if you build a warehouse for $50 million, that's a big warehouse, Scott. But a $50 billion building, that's a lot. They're building the electric, they've become a utility, and I'm giving them the right to become. They're going to build their own electric, they're going to build their own electricity, which they need tremendous amounts of electricity. They're going to build it themselves. Anything they have left over, they'll hook that into the grid. But the grid is old, and they're unreliable, and bad things can happen to grids. I said, if you want, you can hook into the grid, but that's a little bit risky. Or you can build your own electricity and become your own utility, and they, I think in all cases, are deciding to do that. So it's very exciting, and we have a lot of things going. We took over on January 20th. These are quarterly reports. We took over on January 20th. The tariffs haven't kicked in yet. I know that, and I don't want this to happen, but I know that China is doing very poorly right now. I just saw some reports coming out, and I don't want that to happen to China. I like the president a lot, President Xi. I don't want it to happen. I was actually saddened to hear it, but they are getting absolutely hammered in China. And, you know, they're sending boats, the biggest boats in the world, carrying cargo like nobody's ever seen before. These are the biggest boats in the world, the biggest cargo ships in the world. And they're coming, and th're turning around in the Pacific Ocean. They're doing a big U-turn and going back because they don't want the goods because 145% tariff. But at a certain point, I hope we're going to make a deal with China. We're talking to China, but their factories are closing all over China because we're not taking their product. We don't want their product unless they're going to be fair with us. And that includes intellectual property and other things. There are a lot of things far beyond just buy, sell. So we'll see what happens, but, you know, I was not, because somebody said, well, were you happy? I said, I am not happy. I want China to do well. I want every country to do well. But they have to treat us fairly also. So with that, I think we're going to maybe go around, and we have some letters where the secretaries and people around the table are making statements about how they're doing and what's happening, and I could start with Pete on the left because he's my least controversial person. They don't know how good he is. So we'll go around the table and you can hear it. And these are cabinet meetings where they're very open and transparent. And I can guarantee you Biden didn't do this. Go ahead, Pete.
Well, Mr. President, I think the controversial is we're over the target. And like so many things, Mr. President, you inherited a demoralized military that couldn't recruit, that was perceived as weak after what happened in Afghanistan and elsewhere because of Joe Biden. And what we have seen since your election and the inauguration has been nothing short of a recruiting renaissance. Decades, it hasn't been decades since we've seen this kind of recruiting in the Army, the Navy, the Marine Corps, the Air Force. The men and women of America want to join the United States military led by President Donald Trump.
And the police, by the way.
Absolutely.
And fire. I always mention the fire, but the police and fire. But the police and fire likewise are, I mean, they have waiting lists now, and 6 months ago was a disaster.
Truly historic. You can barely absorb the volume and retention as well. Men and women in the military who don't want to get out now that they have a real commander-in-chief. We're reinforcing standards. It's going to be fit, not fat, in our formations. We welcome back all the COVID. The folks that were forced out because of the COVID mandate, ripped wokeness out of the military, sir, DEI, trans, and it's Fort Benning and Fort Bragg again at the DOD. We're rebuilding the military, sir. The Golden Dome is well underway. F-47, reassuring allies and deterring enemies. We found nearly $6 billion in DOGE savings that we're going to reinvest, including $50 billion from the Biden administration focused on things like climate that have nothing to do with lethality and warfighting. And we will have, as you said, sir, the first $1 trillion budget that we plan to spend wisely on behalf of our warfighters. From day one, sir, we've gotten helped get 100% operational control of the border, coming alongside DHS and CBP. We've got 11,000 troops on the border who now, because of the new National Defense Area, can help detain illegals at the border and hand them over to CBP. It used to be if you saw camouflage on the border, they could hold binoculars, and that's it. And now we can detain and assist, and we're going to get 100% operational control of that border. Our NATO allies know they have to step up. The Houthis in the Middle East are feeling the weight of American power, and we're deterring communist China. So because of your leadership, sir, I believe we're making the military great again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I have the pleasure of running the Investment Accelerator, which gets to recruit these companies. And you've never seen anything like the companies committed to building in America. Technology companies have committed over $2.5 trillion to build in America based on your tariffs, right? Sovereign countries, all backing, the whole Middle East and all these countries backing their sovereign wealth funds. They all want to invest in America, and they're coming in again. Over $3 trillion committed. So just those two topics, you're at $5.5 trillion. And then you've got the whole pharma industry knows it's got to come home because America pays for all the drugs of the world. So the pharmaceuticals have to come home, right? Autos coming home, industrials coming home. So, you know, we've got to train, and your great Secretary of Labor together and Secretary of Education together, we're going to train the workforce to build America. It's unbelievable. We've got so much, as I travel around, the attention on the Trump Gold Card. I mean, it makes me very popular. Last night, I was out to dinner, and someone came up and said, can I buy 10? And how do I buy 10? And I'm like, it's pretty good. It's $50 million for dinner. So, you know, I was paying for my dinner. The External Revenue Service, right? You've got the tariffs and the hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars coming in to build the External Revenue Service. That our objective, of course, is to replace the Internal Revenue Service and let those outside countries trading with us, let them pay their fair share to America. And then, of course, you got rid of de minimis. And what happened is these foreign countries were sending in little packages for free and knocking out our mom and pop businesses across America. You put an end to it, and you're going to rebuild the mom and pop and the small business of America. You're their president, and I'm proud to support you.
It's very important. De minimis. It's a big deal. It's a big scam going on against our country, against really small businesses, and we put an end to it.
Please. So, CAFE standards, we have the fuel economy standards on vehicles that are going to go to 50 miles per gallon. We're going to rewrite those standards, bring it down to something that's far more reasonable. Elon's fine with that, I hope. but it's going to drive down. It's going to drive down the price of a car in America, making cars more affordable for families. Also, Biden had the social cost of credit when we build infrastructure, roads, and bridges, adding 3 to 5% on infrastructure costs. We've gotten rid of the social cost of carbon, driving down the cost to build roads and bridges across the country. We have what is called follow the law. So we have so many states and municipalities that don't follow the law. So whether it's DEI, discriminating against Americans, whether they give illegals driver's license, or they're sanctuary cities or states, if you don't follow the law, if you're giving license to illegals, if you're having DEI policies, we're not going to fund your projects. So you got to certify in your state or in your city to get road and bridge money or rail money that you're actually following the law, which includes the executive orders from you, Mr. President. We're cutting back funding. We send research money, Mr. President, to universities to do research on more equitable and sustainable transportation systems. Projects that'll use data and public opinion to inform policy and infrastructure and technology benefiting diverse communities, including women and gender non-conforming people. Just stupid wastes of money. We're pulling that money back from universities. We should do good research if we're doing research in universities. And then one last thing, air traffic control. We don't have enough air traffic controllers. We're about 3,000 short. We're working on an agreement with the union, so when controllers become retirement eligible, we're going to cut a deal to try to get them to stay longer, stay in the tower. And then we have a plan to put more butts in seats in Oklahoma City, so we can get more students through the academy and into towers as well. It's going to take us a while to do that, to train them up, but we're in the process before our 4 years are done. Well before that, we're going to be at full capacity.
Joe, do you want to tell about, I think we have to bring it up, we have very obsolete equipment for air traffic controllers. The equipment, the towers have horrible equipment. It's been renovated for years. The money they spent over the last 4 years, this Buttigieg did a horrible job. They wasted billions and billions of dollars hooking up wire equipment to non-wire equipment to satellite equipment, and you're not, a third grade student would know it doesn't work. They wasted tens of billions of dollars. But we want to put a brand new air traffic control system in. You might want to describe that, please.
You and I have talked about this. It's a state-of-the-art system, envy of the world, and it's. I mean, listen. Our system is safe, but you would have hoped someone would have seen that there's a problem with fixed-wing aircraft and helicopters coming in at DCA. Someone should have seen that before we lost almost 70 lives. It's our job to look and see that we have an aging infrastructure around air traffic control. And so if we don't build a brand new system, there's going to be failures and people will lose their lives. And so we need the help of Congress to help fund this, but it's going to be all brand new. And after you build a brand new system, we have the bedrock and the foundation to actually build on top of it. But no one has done this, Mr. President. There's Band-Aid fixes that have happened over the course of 20 years. You can't have a Band-Aid fix. It doesn't get done. It has to be brand new. The technology, it looks like it's out of a 1980s movie. Old computers, floppy disks. We're using copper wires, not fiber. So there are great solutions we have available that, by the way, everyone's sick of their delayed flights or their canceled flights. We have more capacity in the airspace, and if we rebuild this brand new system, what you'll have is more efficiency in the airspace, and it will be safer. So the economy will be stronger. We can have more flights and less delays. So I appreciate your support on that, Mr. President.
Rebuilding that is very important. You wouldn't have had the helicopter crashing into the plane at 400 feet up when it's supposed to be 200 feet. That would have bells and whistles would have been gone over, and you would have heard. The screaming equipment saying there's a problem coming up in 15 seconds. You got to do something about it right now, and it would have also sent the word right into the helicopter, because I guess you'll be doing the full report on that. But it was pretty obvious what happened. They were supposed to be at 200 feet. They were at 400 feet, and a terrible thing. And that wouldn't have happened if we had the right equipment. If we had the right equipment, you would have heard bells and whistles going off, and it would have alerted long before that would have happened. 2 minutes before, they would have had a lot of time. So we have to do this. We have no choice, and we're going to do it, and we're going to be very proud of it. They did old equipment in new equipment, and you can't hook in old equipment to new equipment because it's different. Some is satellite and some is ground. The satellite doesn't work. This man would know that better than anybody, but you can't hook up a satellite system to a ground wired system. And if you do, you're wasting a lot of money. They spend billions. This is Buttigieg. They spent billions and billions of dollars trying to patch a system together. They had hundreds of different contractors, and the contractors were all fighting with each other. We're going to have one great big contractor, like the great big beautiful bill, which is going along very well. I guess I like great big beautiful, but we're going to have one great big beautiful contractor, whether it's maybe Raytheon, maybe IBM, maybe it could be any one of 4 or 5 different groups, but you put one in charge. They're very big, very powerful monetarily, and they give you a guarantee, and they hook up everything. They do every single thing. So they're responsible for the digging of the ditches and the fiber and every single element. And it's one system that's hooked in. It's not all these hodgepodge systems that don't work together. And it's just a shame. I mean, it's basic construction, but it's complex stuff. And there are a few companies that do it unbelievably well, and we're going to have that. So good job, Sean. I know that's your big project.
Mr. President, no one has done it because it is complex. It's hard to do because as you're building a brand new system, you have planes taking off and landing. And so because it's complex, no one has done it, and you've given the directive and the support to make this happen. So
well, ours is going to be an all-new system. It's going to all hook up. It's going to be the same tower is going to have the same equipment, and all towers all over the country, all over the world actually, mostly, are going to be hooked in together. And when there's a problem, when planes are too close, you will hear a sound that's very ear-shattering, and I've heard it, and it's amazing. I mean, honestly, it's amazing. It's real genius stuff, and we didn't do that. What we did was just waste money. You could have just thrown it right out the window. What they did in this last 4 years was disgraceful. Whether it was the border or this, you can name 100 different things. The worst administration ever. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
And Mr. President.
Secretary?
Yeah, Mr. President, thank you. And I think one of the things that I want people to understand about the VA is we're part of the national security interests you have, and you've laid the groundwork for that with leadership and making sure that with the Secretary of Defense and myself, we take care of veterans on 2 ends, one when they come in and one when they serve and have earned the benefits that we have. And one of the things is if we're not doing our job on our end, then the recruitment and all goes down on the other end because we have a full spectrum. That's what leadership is about. What we found, and speaking the last 4 years, is we found an administration that wanted to throw money and people at problems, but they didn't want to put leadership in it. They just put money and people at it, and we saw wait times stay the same. We saw issues of suicide rates, death by suicide, not change. We saw a homelessness issue barely go down. We saw disability claims skyrocket. When you took place, over 250,000 back dislodged, which we're already bringing down almost 40,000 so far just in the last couple of months. But we've also put back what you, and I was in Congress when this happened, and I was glad to see it, the Mission Act is back front and center at the VA. We're actually doing community care. We're actually giving the veteran the choice that they've earned and they deserve, whether they can get their VA care inside our facilities or in the community. It's their choice. It's VA care. We're going to give them the highest quality care wherever they want to go. Also, we're expanding out options for treatments and others for those that are new. We're experimenting and looking at new counseling ideas, all new drug techniques that we can help with PTSD, TBI, the things that are affecting our veterans right now. But also we've taken the leadership to take people and bring them back into work where they're actually communicating. They're back in our offices. We put thousands of people back in. We're processing more claims daily than we were in the last little bit, hit 1 million before has ever happened, and we're actually bringing it down. And I've actually taken our deputy secretary, and he is actually having a strike force now to bring down that disability claim, plus our regular work that we're having done. We've also taken almost $300+ million and taken it out of contracts that we've all heard about so far. We were doing contracts for meeting notes and PowerPoints, and if our folks didn't know how to do meeting notes and PowerPoints, go online and learn yourself. We're not going to pay for it anymore. And we took $360 million and put it back into community care and also our health records management system that we have. We've opened 6 new facilities just in the last little bit for all the media who wants to talk about how we're hurting healthcare. We just opened 6 new facilities. By the way, thank you, you're welcome. As we go from there, we'll continue. We've also took $11.6 billion in ceiling values of contracts and terminated that we did not need, resulting in significant cost avoidance for the future, but also still maintaining the ability to take care of our patients and also our disability benefits. We've also gotten unity again. We did away with $14 million in DEI spending. We've ended gender dysphoria treatments. We phased that out. All directed the savings from that go to paralyzed veterans and amputees. We've also continued to work toward, as in anti-Semitism and also anti-Christian bias that we saw. The biggest thing though, Mr. President, I want to state, is you told me when you said for me to take this job, you said take care of my veterans. Well, we've done something in taking that step forward. The veteran is back first at the VA. The VA is not about itself anymore. We're not a self-feeding animal. It's about a service organization that takes care of one of the best that we have, and that's our veterans. And that one, Mr. President, we're just getting started.
Thank you, Doug. How are you doing with the suicide rates?
We're getting, it's tough, Mr. President. That's something that we're looking at. This is something that we've had $588 million that's been spent over the last 4 or 5 years to be prevention, and yet the numbers stay at 17 or 21, wherever you want to have it. We're now opening that back up, taking in nonprofits. We're bringing in others who have things that are actually looking at. I've worked with Secretary Kennedy and others on the idea of we're opening up the possibility of psychedelic treatment and others that give us an opportunity. We got to research it, make sure it's good, but it's opening up that possibility. And I think, again, veterans are understanding now that we're putting them first. When I go to these hospitals, they're actually coming up saying thanks. We're back in where we need to be, and we're seeing a workforce develop. So suicide is going to come down. It's also going to take some transition stuff that your secretary has been very helpful on. We've got to transfer them out of the military so they come to us better, but we're working on that.
Good, very good. Thank you. Jeremy, sir?
Mr. President, it may come as a surprise, but this has been the busiest 100 days.
In history. By the way, in history. You know, this is the biggest deal ever done. If you sold IBM, ExxonMobil, and 5 other companies together, it's peanuts compared to what we're doing. This is the biggest deal ever done financially in the history of the world. And I think we're doing great. You're going to see some big results. Go ahead.
And I'll just say something that Secretary Duffy said in his context, because it's complex, no one has done it. So this is something, a reordering of global trade that hasn't happened since the end of World War II. And it's long overdue because we've seen manufacturing offshore under the old global trading system. When the net result of the global trading system is that all the manufacturing goes to Asia and other places, that's a system you have to replace. That's what you're doing. They said you wouldn't be able to do global tariffs. You did it. They said everyone would retaliate. No one retaliated outside of China. They said no one would come to negotiate. We're talking to dozens of countries. They said no one would have offers. We have dozens of written offers. We have lots of countries in this week. This is like a break for me to come.
You have the list that you showed me with all the countries that want to negotiate. They all want to negotiate. They want to make a deal.
Don't zoom in on this. Yeah, this is like a tracker, right? We have all these columns of which countries have come in, when we started negotiations, who gave us an offer, are we in technical talks, and when do we expect to have deals done? Those are some weeks out, but we're working very quickly on this.
That's good. Thank you, Jameson. You're going to have a lot of fun for the next 3 weeks.
Fun. It will be fun.
Mr. President, the last 4 years, the world experienced a total lack of zero leadership under Biden, and then we had 100 days of your leadership with respect, with strength, starting with there'll be all hell to pay if you don't let our people go. Dozens, over 40 Americans have come home under your leadership. Far more terrorists are no longer threatening the homeland under your leadership, pulling all of these agencies together, including the evil individual responsible for the Abbey Gate bombing, and to sit with the 13 Gold Star families, and you showing that follow-up and that justice has been incredible. But pulling this great team together, Mr. President, everything from revitalizing shipyards to cyber to space, that takes this entire team working together. It's an honor to serve you in this administration, and I think the world is far better, far safer for it.
Thank you very much. The Abbey Gate is really important. This was a horrible thing. It destroyed the image frankly, of the Biden administration. What happened there was a disgrace. It should have never happened, and Pam is working very much on.
We're available. Thanks, my son.
$323, be around 505 Jackson, 505 Jackson for suspicious subject. It's going to be a male that was seen on the camera wearing a red polo shirt, red and white shorts, carrying a gallon of water, seen going from residence to residence. The recording party's not home at the time.
51, additional case number 51.
4165 West, you sorry for the minor. It's going to be at the on-board parking lot. Make contact with Rhea.
Yes, can't receive. We're available. Thanks, my son.
323.
I'm going to be heading back towards 4165 now.
$323, be around to 505 Jackson, 505 Jackson for suspicious subject. It's going to be a male that was seen on the camera wearing a red polo shirt, red and white shorts, carrying a gallon of water, seen going from residence to residence. The recording party's not home at the time.
Mag 11 arriving on south, any mileage 0.6.
Squad 49, truck well service. 951 clear, building fine.
Super understand, but like I said, it's about maybe 100 feet or to 6 inches wide. All the way back over here to where I'm at. Just about.
314, that's it. Be clear.
Delta 150, clear.
2.
Super understand, but like I said, it's about maybe 100 feet long.
3170. It's going to be a group of 12 religious people going door to door. Shall we clear?
Well, we're going to continue to have strings in the Ross 30. That's the point.
Tonight, police warning of a potential hidden danger in yards across the country. Small cameras covered in camouflage, hidden in the shrubs, and trained on possible targets.
I felt violated. It gave me the chills.
Homeowner George Nguyen telling our NBC News Los Angeles station he was shocked to find a camera covered in mesh and fake grass in his bushes one night while watering his plants.
I put my finger over the lens and took it over to the wall of my house and had it face the wall and contacted the police right away.
He says his Ring camera captured someone suspicious walking by his house before the hidden camera was found. Police in nearby Arcadia warning residents cameras like that one are likely being used to case out possible burglary targets.
Typically, residential burglars will use these types of devices to see when residents are leaving for work, coming home from work, when you leave to pick up your children from school, when you come back, and gives them time frames as to when they may target your home.
Resident Chris Seymour out walking his dog when he stumbled across this camera contraption.
For whatever reason, kind of grabbed it, looked at it. When I flipped it over, I could clearly see there was a camera lens on the box.
Just a few neighborhoods over, a similar device discovered pointed at a home where thieves tried to break in, and similar reports from across the country. A camera found in a carefully manicured lawn outside of New York City in Scarsdale, leaving this community rattled.
It's just terrible. Yeah, because people work hard for their stuff. It makes me hypervigilant, for sure.
But home safety experts say there are a few steps you can take to protect your property.
The number one way of protecting yourself against this is almost to fight fire with fire in a way. Set up your own cameras around your perimeter. And a lot of home security cameras nowadays have motion detection. So you'll be notified on your smartphone, right, if someone's in the area creeping around trying to set up a camera.
One family outside Boston, along with police, taking things a step further after discovering a hidden camera.
The fact they planted a camera to stalk us, it just, you know, the level of planning is unbelievable.
They say after they were burglarized once, caught on this video recording after the suspect tripped alarms, they contacted police, who later staked out their house while the family faked a vacation, leading to the arrest of 4 suspects. But for those less theatrical, experts say the best defense might just be being a good neighbor.
Get to know your neighbors, you know, look out for one another. If you notice something off, investigate it, and then get in touch with the police.
And Steve Patterson joins us now from Los
If you come down airline, turn on Williams like you're going towards Staples, it's going to be the one on the apartments. I'm across right now at the shopping center.
Alright, careful, I headed that way.
4913,
last one.
A collapse at a post office building in East Tampa has forced a package sorting facility to shut down. Surprisingly, when you look at that, no one was injured in the collapse that happened just last night east of the state fairgrounds. Fox 13's Evan Axelbank is live there now to show us more of that damage. Wow, Evan.
Well, yeah, Linda, what if people were working in this area of the building here that took the worst of the damage? Look at that. Look at those blinds flapping in the wind there. What if people were working in there? Thank goodness they weren't. Everybody is thankful that even though about 50 employees were inside at the time, none of them were injured. Employees are shocked this happened because the building is relatively new.
Video from inside shows water streaming into the corner of the building and parts of the structure resting on the mezzanine level.
Well, it's just a blessing that we didn't have anybody get injured.
The southeast corner of the Postal Service's East Tampa package sorting facility buckled at 9:20 Monday night, stunning workers and union heads who say there were around 50 people inside. The building is now closed for repairs.
I understand the building's approximately 5 years old, and so it's kind of odd that there would be a collapse. There was rain in the area last night, but it wasn't that heavy.
But the head of the Tampa area local suspects that water damage from previous storms or leaking pipes degraded the concrete that held the building together. The post office says experts are on hand to assess that. Right now, they do not expect significant overall delays in the area, but packages that are already inside have to be removed.
The delay, depending on when they can get in the building, based on the engineers, OSHA, all the folks that need to look at it to make sure that it's safe and not going to collapse any further to get in there.
Right now, postal employees who are normally working here will report to the Ybor City Distribution Center. Because there's no storefront at this building, including any mail drop boxes, postal customers were not on site.
I'm sure if the Postal Service thought that there was something going on with the building, they would have not had anyone in there, so this was a surprise to everybody. And again, we're just very lucky that nobody was injured.
Sorry, 135 traffic.
$41.35 location.
730, show me how to connect.
4165. Will you copy Nora Mary Lincoln 0338 and Robert David Sam 1430?
212. 3400 block Ocean Drive. Paul David Sam 8672.
4925 traffic.
49134.
Location.
$4155, clear.
And Berkeley.
Here's my key to Linda.
Yeah, keys arrived, Nancy.
Here's the right.
South City unit.
Well, it's next to that.
6937. I'll be clear 5A. 5A. One 645 Fenwick, 545 Fenwick. Make contact with Demetrius. It's going to be in reference to threats. I had a 120 arriving. Arriving. $326 check.
Thomas, you copy, Thomas? 23, I'm talking to the homeowner.
4155 location. And you always
Dispatch 96, arriving.
You said on the truck? Hey, Tomas, the road is going to get narrow, so we marked it. Okay. It's going to be 8145, 8145. Yeah, 81, can you clear my person? Notice that gentleman has been left for 2 injured canines. I'm en route with 3 injured canines.
Alright, I think Michael was trying to get a hold of you.
Okay. To everything is closed. How far?
117. You can show me clear.
Thomas, you copy, Thomas?
I told you
Yes, that's correct.
Table.
Table.
And you only speak Spanish.
3004, out at HQ.
You side of the truck? Hey, Tomas, the road is going to get narrow, so we marked it. Okay? Anything I want for the dispatch?
What is it at 20? Over there or what?
Yes.
49-7.
Yeah, ID 1881. Can you clear my person? 10-4. 10-4. It's going to be 20, and then it's going to go down to 19. Notice that gentleman has been left for 2 injured canines. I'm en route with 3 injured canines.
Alright, I think Michael was trying to get a hold of you.
Talking about nutrition and agriculture, you can't make America healthy again without your farmers and your ranchers as your partner. So ensuring that our food and those at the bottom end of the socioeconomic ladder really have access to nutritious foods as we're facing an obesity crisis and a chronic disease crisis, which I'm sure Secretary Kennedy will touch on. And the final thing I'll say is this morning, Secretary Noem and I, together, and I brought a picture because I think this is important, and it goes to why we're here. This is a South Dakota ranching family named the Bonds. They are a fifth generation ranching family. Charles Maude, in his 30s, bought the ranch from his granddad, I'm going to show the press, when he was 17 years old. Those beautiful children, Lyle and Kennedy, his wife Heather. Under the Biden administration, they had, of their several hundred-acre operation, they used about 20 acres and had a fence that had been there since 1910 when their family took over the ranching operation. There had never been really any problem that had been brought to their attention. Perhaps there was a minor dispute over, again, 20 acres. This family was indicted, prosecuted, threatened with jail time, told to find guardians for their children over a fence line dispute that the Biden DOJ pushed forward. So this morning, on the steps of the U.S. Department of Agriculture with Secretary Noem, who was their governor, as the governor of South Dakota, which is where these great people are from, all charges, criminal charges, were dropped, and really appreciate the Department of Justice. It was a really big day as we sent the signal that the over-criminalization and using government government, and you know this better than anyone because you were in the crosshairs for so long, that those days are over and the regulation through prosecution is no more. And so this family is one of many that we'll now be talking to ensure that never happens. Thank you.
Please, Scott.
Sir, it's been a momentous 100 days with you at the helm, and I view this 100 days as setting the table for peace deals, trade deals, tax deals. So the next 100 days will be harvesting. You've created negotiating leverage and leadership that are going to yield remarkable results. Energy costs have plummeted. Mortgage rates are down, food costs are moving lower, and American families are finding their financial footing again. I had a group in today. America, under your leadership, is on the verge of becoming an AI superpower. That our economy had become barbelled. We had high tech and finance on one side, natural resources led by energy, which the previous administration tried to kill on the other, and you're filling in between with precision manufacturing that we're going to be bringing back through good trade policies, good tax policies. Under the DOGE at Treasury and the IRS, cost, tech support, and efficiency have increased. We have the IRS revenues are up, and thanks to the young man sent over by DOGE, the IT update that began in 1990, which was begun before he was born, is going to be finished during your term. So trade, you couldn't make it up, trade, taxes, and deregulation, the one big beautiful bill under your leadership. Speaker Johnson and Leader Thune have done a great job, but they have you as a closer on many of their members. And I'll just close by saying economic security is national security is economic security, and it's never been better. We're rebuilding it, and as I said last week at the IMF and World Bank conferences, America first does not mean America alone. Under President Trump, it means leadership.
Well said.
Thank you. Are you busy enough? He's doing a great job. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, thank you, and thanks to the cabinet. So at the risk of insulting everybody else at the table, I believe that I am the youngest member sitting at the table. And, it occurred to me that from the time that I was born to the time that Donald J. Trump was inaugurated just a few months ago, we went from, again, 40 years, we went from the world's manufacturing superpower to one in which we depend on the People's Republic of China to make the things that we need. We went from the proudest military in the world to one in which we failed to meet our recruiting goals. And we went from one in which bipartisan border policy was the consensus of both Democrats and Republicans to one in which we allowed 20 million people to run roughshod illegally over the countryside, causing crime, causing a stress in the welfare system. And again, that happened over the lifetime of the youngest member of the cabinet. And what has happened in 100 days is that we've started to reverse every single one of those negative trends. And I think what it shows to me is that the president, and you sit in the Oval Office and you see these portraits of presidents past. And let's be honest, most of them have been placeholders. They've been people who have allowed their staff to sign executive orders with an auto pen instead of men of action. And the reason the media attacks this administration as chaotic is because the president is solving the problems the American people set about to solve. He's actually doing the things that he promised that he would do. And Mr. President, it's been an honor to be part of it for the past 100 days. And let me just make one other observation because it's interesting. I've seen the data, I've monitored it, I've looked at it, but the most underreported fact of the first 100 days is that we came in with a massive recruitment shortfall. And in 100 days of Secretary Hegseth and President Trump's leadership, we now have people breaking down the doors to join our military. To the media assembled here, it's a really interesting question Why has that happened? Completely aside from the fact that I think it's a good thing or I think that President Trump deserves political credit for it, why did we go from a military where people didn't want to serve to now all of a sudden they do want to serve? That's a story you guys should cover, but compared to that, how much time have you instead focused on the fact that we deported an MS-13 gang member with a valid deportation order, and why is it that the press is so focused on the fake BS rather than what's really going on in the country? I think that what we've shown, sir, is that you can do a lot. You can do a lot in 100 days, but you've also unfortunately revealed that too much of the American media hasn't learned the lessons of the past 40 years. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Pam?
President, your first 100 days has far exceeded that of any other presidency in this country, ever. Ever. Never seen anything like it. Thank you. Your directive to me was very simple: make America safe. And despite that, we've still been defending over 200 civil lawsuits filed against you. On top of everything else, I think I'm representing every one of you in this room in some capacity. I know you will not be arrested by the U.S. Marshals. Over 200 lawsuits, over 50 injunctions, and now we've got multiple cases in front of the Supreme Court, and we will succeed, and we are doing great in front of the Supreme Court, President, and we'll continue on with that. I was at DEA yesterday, and they said to me, you, Donald Trump, have taken the handcuffs off of DEA agents. And as a result of, since you have been in office, President Trump, your DOJ agencies have seized more than 22 million fentanyl pills, 3,400 kilos of fentanyl since you've been your last 100 days, which saved, are you ready for this, media? 258 million lives. Kids are dying every day because they're taking this junk laced with something else. They don't know what they're taking. They think they're buying a Tylenol or an Adderall and a Xanax, and it's laced with fentanyl, and they're dropping dead. And no longer because of you, what you've done. ATF, since you've been in office, President, along with DOJ agencies, seized 14,500 guns off the streets. Why aren't people reporting that? 651,000 rounds of ammo. That's up 151% from 2024. That's keeping America safe. We've rescinded death penalty. We are now seeking the death penalty on cases. I'm signing death warrants. We are going after terrorism. We are going after arsonists. Whether you're burning Teslas, we've arrested 9 people so far in 7 jurisdictions, no negotiations, 20 years in prison, or you're burning down the governor's mansion in Pennsylvania. We will be there to protect you. And I've been talking to Governor Shapiro, and he greatly appreciated you reaching out as well. ISIS terrorist, we got one in New York, right around the corner. We got an ISIS terrorist in New York. We have an October 7th task force. We just broke up a huge human trafficking ring by the Sinaloa cartel. 1,000 pounds of methamphetamine on our streets. Ton of fentanyl, 20,000 Molly pills. Those are the drug of choice among at clubs and bars for young kids. They were fake, but you know what they had in them? Fentanyl. That's 20,000 lives saved because of you, right there. We brought back 29 cartel members from Mexico at your direction, and one killed the Kiki Camareno, a DEA agent, in 1985, and many of us got to talk to his widow and his son, who is now a judge. And they started crying. They have tried to get that guy back forever, and thanks to so many of you in this room working together, they have justice. They were crying on the phone because of what you did, President Trump. Thank you. We're going after anti-Semitism. We're unleashing everything you told us. No more DEI, no more weaponization. We have rescinded, as I said, 200 policies. And I could go on all day long, but we are doing everything in our power to keep America safe at your direction.
Thank you.
Thank you, President.
You're really doing a great job. Thank you very much. Okay. Go.
Nice to see you, Mr. President. Well, first of all, I think what you've heard amongst this team is the leadership, because it's given us the latitude really to collaborate amongst each other, not only in this room as Jameson mentioned, we kind of get a break for a couple of hours here, but we stay in contact actually every other day that we're working for you. And I think what that says is I was speaking to, for instance, the Farm Bureau of Texas yesterday. I'm not the Ag Secretary, but it matters to the workforce. I'm working with the other secretaries, Letnick and McMahon, on education and the workforce investments that you've asked me to do. Because as you've come in and negotiated these great repatriation of these companies and the investments, we're going to need that workforce to build back this economy. And I couldn't see that more as I've kicked off my 50-state tour. We've been in 5 states so far. We'll finish off 50 states by the end of the year. And what we're talking to is the American workforce and these companies about what the market demand is. That's the difference, that we finally have made that connection. What do they need? How quick do they need it? And how fast can I get these either apprenticeships toward that million that we've put that lofty goal. We've already added 80,000 new apprenticeships already just since January. So at the Department of Labor, that tour is kicked off, and I couldn't be more honored to be on the ground and see my colleagues that we're passing in the skies, but we're on the ground together because we're all collaborating together. One of the things that we're talking about, illegal immigration, I have put states on notice. I warned all 50 governors that if they continue to reward illegal immigration by treating unemployment benefits as a handout, they're going to lose their federal funding as well. We can no longer continue to give unemployment insurance to illegal immigrants, and so I've let those governors, and I sent out that letter last week. We also eliminated discriminatory DEI offices within the department, specifically the Office of Federal Contract Compliance Programs. Most of our federal contracts were really just to focus on DEI enforcement. We were really punishing a lot of these companies. If they weren't complying, they weren't going to have a federal contract. We've let go of that program completely. $4.4 billion in unspent COVID funds came back to the Treasury from the CARES Act. Billions were collecting thus in these coffers, in the state coffers. We've asked for that money back to return to the Department of Treasury. We saved $250 million by canceling America Last, is what I call it, foreign handouts, including funding for things like transparency and accountability for Uzbekistan cotton industry. It doesn't make sense that we're funding, these foreign, and thank you to DOJ and to the government efficiency of what we have found with the fraud that we're seeing.
I mean, some of these things are so ridiculous you can't believe it.
No, I write them down and I read them more than once. Like this county. Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
It sounds like a comedy sketch.
That's right. And so again, with the executive order preparing Americans for high-paying, skilled trade jobs of the future, that's our goal. The trades is where we're being focused, but all companies, and we want to make sure we're on hand for that. And what I want to say is thank you to government efficiency, because you asked us, when this transitions out, will our departments and our agencies continue that government efficiency? And I think that we surpassed that in the Department of Labor. Out of our 14,000 federal employees, 3,000 have taken the DRP, and we offered it again. So over 21% have taken that offer. And we'll keep our critical workforce, MSHA, OSHA, and wage and hour, and make sure our workers stay safe. So with your leadership, Mr. President, I couldn't be more honored to serve. I know we were probably the last to know each other, but we're getting to know each other well. And the team that you have assembled is really an honor to serve with. So thank you, Mr. President.
You're doing great. Thank you very much. Chris?
Mr. President, you ran on unleashing American energy, and 100 days have shown the tremendous impacts that can arise from the unleashing you have enabled. I'll hit a few highlights. Number one, oil, gasoline, and diesel prices are the lowest they've been in years. How does that happen in 100 days? That's a messaging. Your message that we're pro-energy. We're not against energy, we're for it. That sends a message to the marketplace that supply is easier to grow now and supply will be coming. And that's already led to tremendous savings for American consumers across the country. And we need not only more affordable energy, but we need a lot more energy. One highlight I think a couple of us have touched on is AI. This is a new, emerging, critical industry that's very energy intensive. It is not acceptable for the United States to not be the leader in AI. We must win the AI race and lead in that, and that's going to take a lot more energy. If you had not won election, we would not have won the AI race. Full stop. Energy would not have been there to enable us to win. Reshoring of manufacturing. These trillions of dollars you led off with, it's going to come back to our country to make chips, to make steel, to make automobiles, to make artificial intelligence, to make all of these industries we've outsourced. That's only going to be possible with way more American energy. But we have that energy. We have those resources. We have those businesses. We have those capitalists. We just need to stop standing in the way of them and follow the lead you've set, which is to enable them, not to subsidize them, not to help them, to enable them to invest American money and create American jobs here. Regarding our balance of trade, the second largest export of the United States is liquefied natural gas. Second fastest. In the next few years, it'll be our largest export in our country. But yet, 18 months ago, the Biden administration had said, we're going to stop issuing permits for new LNG export terminals. That's just nuts. That's a great competitive advantage we have, huge balance of trade driver, a huge industry just coiled and ready to go. I just came back from Poland last night. They are thrilled that America's back in business again and that the rest of Europe can get off of Russian energy and can enable their own economic growth with secure, reliable, affordable energy from the United States. Also witnessed the signing ceremony for a deal between two large American businesses to build a huge nuclear power plant in northeastern Poland. The first of this design built in Europe. It'll be the first of many. I spoke to many other nations over there. They want to buy more American gas. They want to get American technology. They want to have a partnership with us. And they shared the message I delivered to Europe in my keynote remarks is that unleashing energy is the way you make your society safer, more prosperous, more free, and that these sort of over-the-top climate alarmism doesn't do anything to help the environment of our world, but it does impoverish people, it does reduce the security of your nation, and it makes you weaker. I think that's a constant message many of us around this table have brought to Europe. We want our friends in Europe standing up again and leaning in. A lot great is happening under your leadership. We're unleashing consumer products that Americans wanted to buy that Biden was making illegal. I'll be in Georgia on Friday at Renan's manufacturing plant. Tankless natural gas water heaters. Incredibly popular product. They almost became illegal. The return of common sense is incredibly welcome across this country, across the world. And back to Elon, that extra thing, we're going to deliver all of this with less people, less money, less burden on the U.S. taxpayers. Not smaller departments and smaller services, better, more thoughtful services done more efficiently and smarter. The way you'd have to run a business. We've got to get our fiscal house in order, and you and the people around this table are making it happen. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm honored to be here.
Please.
Yes, Mr. President, you are 100% correct. The border is 99.99% safe, under control. You have completely reversed the entire situation. In fact, the day before yesterday, I was down in El Paso, and those Border Patrol agents are so impacted by how you've changed things in a year. They have put up huge pictures that say, under the Biden administration, the mobs of people that were pushing through razor wire and trampling children, and the chaos and the violence that was happening at that same location, they have a picture there that says, this is what the Biden administration looks like, and this is what the Trump administration looks like. It's peaceful. People who do business between Mexico and America are coming through. They're doing it legally. They're following the law, and it's all because of what you've done and what you've empowered them to do. The recruitment for Border Patrol is through the roof. For ICE agents, they want to be a part of ICE because they recognize they actually get to do their job. I have the Coast Guard too. Coast Guard recruitment is up over 20% just in the last 60 days. Everybody wants to be a part of what the heritage is of this country. We've repositioned the entire Coast Guard fleet to focus on border and drug interdiction. As we've secured the border, the cartels have gone to the water and are going out in maritime waters to move their drugs into this country. The Coast Guard just in the last 2 months has taken into custody over 126 tons of cocaine, millions of doses of fentanyl. It's just amazing. And the aliens that they are deporting is incredible too. We've been working with all of them. The one thing that I want to point out is the fake news has been saying that Biden deported more people than you. And it's an absolute lie. And they're letting the Biden administration get away with manipulating and cooking the books. What they're counting for the Biden administration is every single person that came to that border that they processed and let into this country. they're allowing Biden to say that was a deportation just by processing somebody and letting them come into the country. It's absolutely false. It's not true at all. You have deported over 250 known terrorists. You've deported thousands of foreign terrorist organization members and gang members. Hundreds of thousands of people that were in this country illegally. We've collected $30 billion worth of tariffs through CBP, and we've also collected millions and millions, hundreds of millions of fines and penalties from people that have overstayed here in this country. So I just want to thank you. You've been a game changer. I want to thank Pete for his leadership at DOD and what they've done. I want to thank Marco for his diplomacy and getting us travel documents into these countries. Mexico has finally come to the table and now is going to take a lot more people that we're able to send back to that country. And the president of Mexico told me, sir, she turned around over 500,000 people in Mexico before they ever reached our border. We should be counting those as deportations because they never even made it to the border because she turned them around because you forced her to. So those are all people that never even came here because they got the message because you were so aggressive. So thank you for what you're doing. And every day we get to get up and do jobs that matter, and we appreciate that. Oh, yeah, Tom's a great messenger for us. He just, yeah, he's hardcore. Yeah, thank you.
He is hardcore.
Yeah, he is.
No question about it. Kelly?
Mr. President, it's such an honor to serve in this administration, and on behalf of Main Street America, for our 34 million small businesses that make up 99% of all businesses in this great nation, I have to tell you, under your leadership, Main Street is open for business and they're thriving and they're investing. The data that we have at the Small Business Administration, the loans that we're putting out, a record 26,000 loans in your first 100 days means that 2,000 small businesses each week are receiving that funding, that investment in the future. Small businesses create 2 out of every 3 new jobs in this country, and we've already seen under your leadership.
So the Russians gathered all the defectors and piled them like wood in the center of the village. Then
we saw startups increase by 54%, and we saw businesses under 5 people increase by 95%. So your leadership on the economy matters to every region of this great nation. I'll tell you on the manufacturing front, I'm not on a national manufacturing tour. We've met with 250 manufacturers, and as I walk through the factory floors, they all ask me to thank you for fighting for their jobs, for these industries, and for the people who are creating things from pharmaceuticals to aerospace, to food, and all of these essentials. This nation needs to be independent and strong. And to that end, I'm working with Congress with announcing tomorrow an upsizing of our manufacturing loans to make sure that that economic engine, because 98% of all manufacturers are small businesses. It's incredible to walk through these factories that are really creating what you had in your first administration, the blue-collar boom. It's now a new-collar boom because it's the intersection of technology and manufacturing and what they can create for our warfighters, for our aerospace, for pharmaceuticals with less than 300 to 500 employees, sometimes 100 employees. I was at a factory in Georgia on Monday that is creating machines to help with the Iron Dome in Israel. Less than 50 employees. This is the engine of our economy. It's the heartbeat of our communities. It's the small businesses that help elect you because they needed your economic agenda. So thank you, Mr. President. It's such an honor. Congratulations on an epic 100 days. I do have to thank Elon. I do want to note we just cut $3 billion in contracts because of Doge's work. That's $3 billion that hardworking families that won't have to work until April 15th to pay for the waste, fraud, and abuse that we continue to find in this government on behalf of taxpayers. So again, thank you, Elon.
Thank you. Great job, Kelly. Thank you very much. Elon, I love the double hat, by the way. He's the only one that can do that. Get away with it.
Well, Mr. President, you know, they say I wear a lot of hats. And as you can see, it's true. Even my hat has a hat. You know, the American people voted for secure borders, safe cities, and sensible spending. And that's what they've gotten. A tremendous amount has been accomplished in the first 100 days. As everyone has said, it's more than has been accomplished in any administration before, ever, period. This portends very well for what will happen for the rest of the administration. I think this could be the greatest administration since the founding of the country.
Well, we all want to thank you for your help too. You really have sacrificed a lot. Been treated very unfairly.
Well, they do like to burn my cars, which is not great. You know, it could be better.
But you have been treated unfairly. But the vast majority of people in this country really respect and appreciate you, and this whole room can say that very strongly. You've really been a tremendous help. You opened up a lot of eyes as to what could be done, and we just want to thank you very much. And you know, you're invited to stay as long as you want. At some point, I guess he wants to get back home to his cars and his. You've done an incredible job. $150 billion. Think of this.
Yeah. It's 160 now.
Yeah, 160. They said, oh, it could have been more. And a lot of stuff is being worked on. That number could be doubled and even tripled. A lot of things are being worked on that we don't count yet because it's not quite there. But you've done a fantastic job, and we appreciate it very much. You know,
thank you. And it's also an honor to work with your incredible academy. I just like to say thank you, everyone. It's great to work with you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. President, congratulations on this truly historic first 100 days of your administration, really only made possible by your focused leadership on delivering the mandate the American people gave you. You've empowered all of us to deliver that mandate, and I'm grateful to have the privilege of leading the intelligence community towards ending the weaponization, politicization of the intelligence community that's gone on for far too long. And building out what is truly a lean and agile and effective intelligence community that is helping you deliver that promise to the American people of safety, security, and freedom. So, Mr. President, I'd like to highlight just 3 of the areas where we are helping to support your leadership and your work in making America safe again and bringing about these changes. First of all, because of your designation of cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, I took immediate action with our National Counterterrorism Center to prioritize their focus on those terrorists and gang members who are trying to enter our country through legal or illegal means, and to seek out those who already are here in our country because of the Biden administration's 4 years of open borders. We've been working very closely with your great Attorney General's team at the DEA to get these known cartels into our systems, to be able to stop them at the border, and turning over names to Department of Homeland Security and the FBI to be able to find those who are already here in our country. Just the other day, we found 700 alien terrorists who have ties to MS-13, Tren de Aragua and the Sinaloa cartel. Just yesterday, our NCTC identified almost 600 individuals with ties to other terrorists who came through our borders illegally, claimed asylum, and under the Biden administration were paroled here within our borders. Secondly, Mr. President, like too many organizations in the federal government, the ODNI has become very bloated with too much waste and abuse going on within the organization. We've done a few immediate steps. We are doing more. The ODNI is 25% smaller and more lean today than it was when I walked in the door and when you took office. Secondly, we have just this morning actually shut down a human capital office. As soon as you issued the executive order to stop all DEI activities, we did that, shut down the DEI office. But we discovered this human capital office that was essentially a slush fund for DEI initiatives, hidden under the guise of human capital, that closed down this morning, saving taxpayers $150 million. We'll soon be announcing an additional $2.6 billion in savings with other programs and contracts that do nothing to ensure our national security interests. And lastly, we're working every day to hold the deep state accountable, to end the politicization, weaponization of the intelligence community. This past week, I sent 3 criminal referrals for illegal and unauthorized leaks to the media of classified intelligence for prosecution. We have 11 more that are under investigation. We've revoked, at your direction, 67 security clearances. And we continue the work of declassifying documents, as we have already around JFK assassination. We have more coming for the assassination of Bobby's father, Senator Kennedy, and MLK assassination. And we continue our extensive investigations around exposing the very serious issues we have related to election integrity, illegal abuses of FISA, Crossfire Hurricane, and others. Mr. President, under your leadership, we are working every day to bring about the transparency and accountability that the American people deserve. So thank you for the opportunity.
Great job. Thank you very much. Lee?
Mr. President, at the Biden EPA, the Green New Deal was raging. At the Biden EPA, we saw billions of tax dollars burning. At the Biden EPA, we saw industries suffocate. But at the Trump EPA, the Green New Deal is dead. At the Trump EPA, we know that we can both protect the environment and grow the economy. At 13 pages of accomplishments from our first 100 days in here, and in it, part of it is 100 environmental accomplishments at the Trump EPA. You don't have to take my word for it. We released it to the media this morning. Every single day that President Trump is in this office, there will be a major environmental accomplishment. Every single day of the Trump administration. At the Trump EPA, we're also launching what is the largest deregulatory action in the history of the country. We're going to be giving our director of the OMB a whole lot of work because we inherited a big mess from the Biden EPA. And working with Elon and Doge, I've canceled now $22 billion worth of grants. Now today is a special day for many reasons. The biggest reason why we're here is that this is the 100th day of the most consequential, historic first 100 days in the history of this country. Today, while we're here, the House of Representatives is voting on Congressional Review Act bills, considering the EPA waivers that were given to California's tailpipe emissions, where California set their own standards. But there should be one national standard, and right now, Congress on the House side is going to be voting on that today. On a personal note, while this is a bit outside of the EPA jurisdiction, today is my last day serving in the United States Army. And I first signed up towards the end of the 90s. And I've had a chance to see a lot of national security teams over the course of the last 27 years. There has never been a national security team ever assembled that had the backs of our warriors like this national security team right now. And we have never had a president who's so deeply committed towards ending foreign wars instead of starting new ones. There's a reason, Mr. Vice President, why everyone is racing to join our Department of Defense. We have a Secretary of Defense who, with all due respect to our great president, would probably rather be swimming with Navy SEALs right now, be running somewhere in the Middle East with our service members. And from our Secretary of Defense to our Secretary of State, our Vice President, and more. I just want to say thank you as a veteran of our military for assembling what is the greatest national security team that I have ever seen in my 27 years associated with the United States.
Has Pete signed off on his retirement leave? Is that... Thank you for your service, Lee.
So?
Well, Mr. President, I don't think I have ever worked so hard to try to fire myself. We're certainly making great strides in that. We've reduced the folks over at the Department of Education by 30% now. Through our group program, and so we've closed a lot of the district offices, consolidating, so there are a lot fewer people working a lot more efficiently in the Department of Education. The commissioners of education in every state, and I was at a meeting with them not too long ago for not only our states but our territories. They are thrilled with the opportunity now to be able to have more control of the education in their states, to get rid of a lot of the red tape and regulation that's kept them from doing what they're doing. So We're seeing, I think, great improvements. We'll see test scores. I believe it'll take a bit for them to be able to go up, but I think now that they're going to have the opportunity to put in their own programs, we'll see that grow. At the same time, we've been focused on higher education. For our universities, we have returned proper enforcement of Title IX protections to schools. We have stopped funding to Columbia, for instance, and some other schools for not only Title IX but Title VI infractions. And those are moving along. I think we brought them to the table. They're serious. We met what we said. They're going to make changes. They're making their campuses safer again. Anti-Semitism was just out of control in many of our universities. And so some tried to, in fact, Harvard is sued and they're saying that it's First Amendment infraction. No, it's civil rights, safety on our campuses for our young students, who are there. With Pam's help and the task force that we formed with HHS, with GSA, with other agencies, we're going to make sure that our campuses are safe. And so there's a lot of good work going on. I think one of the biggest things, you'll be very happy to hear this, Mr. Vogt, that we are putting back into place collecting on our student loans that have been delinquent since March of 2020. Been no effort to recollect on those loans. So as of May 5th, the letter goes out that the loan recollection is beginning again. So for those people who have borrowed money and who have not been paying, that's just not to be punitive. There are many ways that they can go online to understand how they can get back into the right payment structure, because when they're in default, they can't buy a house, they can't buy a car because their credit scores are down. So it's helpful to them as well as to get this money back into the country. I mean, $60 billion of increased student loan debt since 2020. And in total, we've got almost $1.7 trillion in student debt. So we're gonna start getting it back. And Scott and his team have been incredibly helpful. We appreciate that so very, very much. And, so a lot's going on in the department. And what I would really like, as I'm firing myself, I'd like for you to be known as the education president, because of the best in practice systems that we want to put in every state to incorporate AI, so that we are training these new entrepreneurs and business leaders in our country. We can't do it with the infrastructure we have in place today, so you have to be working on that at the same time. So we're going to be doing that. So thank you for your charge to elevate education so that we are providing for every student access to excellent education. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Linda. And what's going on with Harvard and some of these colleges that are taking vast amounts of money, who also have vast amounts, they've got $52 billion, and really scamming the public and hiring people like de Blasio and Lori Lightfoot, certainly two of the worst mayors in the history of our country, paying them a fortune of salary and having them teach our children how to manage cities and how to manage government. What's the word as of this morning on, let's say, Harvard?
Well, we're negotiating with them. When we went back to them to say we welcome them back to the negotiating table in response to the lawsuit. So Pam and her team are helping work with that, and I am, enjoying the fact not only am I firing myself, but I'm now being sued very regularly by different departments of education. But we're staying tough with them. The other thing that we're looking at also are the 117 violations of these big universities like Harvard and others who are not reporting as they're required to do by law the money that comes in and how much that is and where it comes from. And so that is
and students.
Yeah, and it's very
Where are these people coming from?
Yeah, sir, we pulled back their grants because Harvard isn't responding to us criminal activity by their students. And until they give us that list, they're not getting any more grants from Homeland
Good.
Security.
I think you should pull it back.
We did.
The students they have, the professors they have, the attitude they have is not American, and I think you should. A grant is a grant. We don't have to give grants, so we'll pull back the grant. All right, very good. Thank you very much. Bobby?
Mr. President, thank you for your extraordinary leadership over the past 100 days. We are already making America healthy again. We announced last week the ban on the 9 petroleum-based synthetic dyes, food dyes. Within 2 years, within 2 months, we're going to ban the worst 2 of them. I am working with Secretary Rollins on dietary guidelines, the dietary guidelines that the President Biden's administration gave us. 453 pages. They're basically unreadable. And they are the product of the same kind of politicized science that drove Fruit Loops to the top of food pyramid. And we're going to do real science, gold standard science. We're going to develop we have till December to do it, but we are working very, very fast together. We're going to get it done by the end of the summer in time to drive change, major dramatic changes in the school food, school lunch programs over the next school year. I'm working also with Secretary Rollins on the SNAP program and to get sodas and candy off of the food stamp program. 10% of food stamps go to SNAP. And I want to thank you for your courage. You are business-friendly. President probably the most business-friendly in our history, but you're also willing to stand up to very, very powerful businesses, and you've shown that again and again. Secretary Rollins had the soda industry come and knock on her door very loudly, and they said to her, well, the SNAP program is not supposed to be about nutrition. She pointed out to them that there is no nutrition in a soda. And they said, well, it's not supposed to be about nutrition. And she said to them, the name of the program is supplemental nutrition. It is about nutrition. And we should, we have 38% of our kids are diabetic or pre-diabetic, and we are paying at both ends. We're paying for the food-like substances that make them diabetic, and then we're paying bankrupt. We're spending $1 trillion a year on metabolic dysfunction. It's existential and it's not sustainable. We have, I visited Arizona, West Virginia, Utah, and Indiana in the last 2 weeks, who have all applied for SNAP waivers. We're encouraging, thanks to Brooke Rollins' leadership, all of the states to apply for those waivers. I also visited Utah, which is the first state to ban supplemental fluoride. Florida yesterday passed a bill to ban supplemental fluoride. I'm confident Governor DeSantis is going to sign that. We are working, Lee Zeldin and I are working together to change the federal fluoride regulations, to change the recommendations. We're looking at the science now. I want to point out that in August, the National Toxicity Program, which was armed with the NIH, did a meta-review of all the science on fluoride and found that there's a direct inverse correlation between fluoride exposure and low IQ in children. The more you get, the stupider you are. And we need smart kids in this country, and we need healthy kids, and thank you for your leadership. We're going to get there. We're reviewing the GRAS standards now we're revamping them to get 10,000 ingredients that are in our food. The Europeans only have 400 ingredients, we have 10,000. There are chemicals we know nothing about. And we are going to stop that process, and then we're going to go back and look at these chemicals and make the companies either get rid of them or we're going to label them. We've launched Operation Storage Speed. We're going full speed ahead to make sure that we have good, high-quality milk for children. We have launched the autism study at your direction. By September, we'll have some of the first answers. Within 6 months of that, we will have definitive answers, not only for autism, but for the etiology of a whole range of autoimmune diseases that have become epidemic in our children. We have ended HHS as the role as the vector, the principal vector in this country for child trafficking. And during the Biden administration, HHS became a collaborator in child trafficking and for sex and for slavery. And we have ended that, and we're very aggressively going out and trying to find these children, the 300,000 children that were lost by the Biden administration. And we have ended funding for gender mutilation, surgeries, and other kind of gender dysphoria practices. And thanks to Elon, we have saved $67 billion at our agency without compromising any of our critical programs. Mr. President, I want to thank you for your vision, for your leadership, for giving me the 100 busiest days of my life, and most exciting and most rewarding. And there's, over the next 100 days, we're going to do much, much more.
That's great. Thank you very much, President. Very good. Very important. Thank you. Doug, please.
Well, President Trump, on your first day in office, you wisely declared a national energy emergency. And this was essential because it was the signal that we're going to go 180 degrees from the disastrous and dangerous Biden policies that were based on a climate ideology that was the root cause of the inflation in this country. It was the root cause of wars abroad. It was the root cause of our manufacturing disappearing from our country. We can't have energy security. Without energy security, we can't have national security, and you understood that. But now with everything that's flowed from that, dozens of other EOs that you've done, America is back in the energy business. As Chris said, there's been a signal that's sent around the world. Capital is flowing, coming back in. The smart money is coming to this country. And now you've given us a chance to win the AI arms race against China. We know we're up against a formidable competitor. China opened up 94 gigawatts of coal in the last year. That's more than all of California and all of New York combined in the last year. We've had presidents in the past, the Biden administration, that were running away, again, under this climate ideology. You've embraced baseload power in this country. I'll never forget standing in the East Room with you, surrounded by the coal miners around this country, where you said, hey, big, beautiful coal. As we work to try to identify the balance sheet of America, our earliest estimate is that the coal resources in America, just on public lands, could be worth $8 trillion with a T. That was all going to be taken off our balance sheet if we weren't going to touch it. But now we're back in the business. I was 1,800 feet underground in a coal mine in Alabama a couple weeks ago. They do metallurgical coal. Without metallurgical coal, we can't produce steel. This is a plant. This is a plant that would have been in a mining operation that would have been shut down under the Biden administration. What we're doing here, back in the business, we're doing leasing. We're leasing for oil and gas. We're leasing for timber with Brooke Rollins. We're leasing for grazing. We're leasing for critical minerals, which is key. And when we lease the public lands appropriately and by the law to do that, we're bringing in revenue. We're bringing in jobs. We're helping strengthen America. And so we're treating our natural resources like the American balance sheet they are. And America's resources, the 700 million acres of surface that's public, the 700 million of subsurface, the 2.5 billion offshore, all contain what we need to have self-sufficient supply chains. And so in this, we're focused deeply on critical minerals. The Biden administration put us in a real predicament right now. The whole trade team, the whole cabinet, Susie's jumping in, leadership across everybody, the National Energy Dominance Council. But of the top 20 critical and rare earth minerals that we need for defense, that we need for industry, China's controlling 85% of the refining for that. So we are running at warp speed 7 days a week to try to put ourselves back in business in that way. So, and I want to just close out by saying a couple other things. One is the border. Few people realize that 41% of the southern border is in the Department of Interior. And then we've got a few more percent that come with Brooke and with the Forest Service. But that's been a risk area. Part of the reason everyone was pouring into our country, Biden wasn't enforcing the border laws. They definitely weren't enforcing it on public lands. And so again, using tying two presidents that had a great propensity for action, Theodore Roosevelt in 1907 created what was called the Roosevelt Reservation, 60-foot strip that go from Texas all the way to the Pacific Ocean, because he was worried in some future state there might be smuggling. I don't think he was anticipating human smuggling and fentanyl trafficking, but that has been largely unused. he gave us the authority to transfer that. And so working with Christi and working with Pete, we've transferred that to the DOD. So transferring land from the other agencies like Interior to the Department of Defense, then as Pete said, they can do the detain and assist with the military. And having been down at the border multiple times in recent week, I can confirm everything Christi said. The enthusiasm, the morale of that group is exactly 100% opposite of when Christi and I were down there as governors. I had Border Patrol people say that they were multi-generational service in that law enforcement that said, my wife and I are telling our children never to go into this thing, to go into Border Patrol. People this time were saying, I got a 17-year-old, as soon as they turn 18-year-old, they're signing up. My wife is thrilled. They're going into law enforcement. They're so proud to be serving with you. Everybody I've met, whether it's in a coal mine or at the border, law enforcement, the one thing they say on those trips is, please thank President Trump from all of us, the change that you're making. And I want to say especially this became very dear when we last week renamed a U.S. Wildlife Refuge in honor of Jocelyn Nungare. Jocelyn Nungare, of course, lost her life tragically to illegal Venezuelan gang members in this country in a horrific way. Her mother, Alexis, was at that ceremony. Her grandmother was there, and Jocelyn's great-grandmother was there. There are 3 other generations of that family there. They all want to pass on their thank you to, and we've secured her name forever as a sanctuary, and really is saying that every child, every 12-year-old, every child in America should be safe in their own communities, and you've dedicated a beautiful piece on the coast in honor of her. So, President Trump, in your first term, when I had a chance to work with you as governor, you were courageous. The thing that's empowering this amazing group of people around this table, and you've probably assembled the greatest cabinet ever, is that this time you're not just courageous, you're actually fearless. And it's your fearlessness to take on the issues that other presidents would not touch, whether it's the work that we're doing with successfully streamlining and right-sizing government, or whether it's taking on the issues at the border, or whether it's embracing the power we need to win the arms race. You're fearlessly doing that, and that creates it just all of us can sprint because you're running ahead. So thank you.
Thank you, Doug, and you are doing a great job. And with Chris, that's a pretty much unbeatable combination, I have to tell you. So thank you both very much. Thank you, Doug. It's great. Marco?
Well, it's not easy to go last after all these reports that have come here. First of all, so I better be good, and I'll be short as well. A couple things, Mr. President. I think you deserve a lot of credit for 2 things. The first is assembling this great team of people. Some of whom I've known for a long time, others who I've gotten to know during this period of time, but putting together a team, not just of talented individuals, but that work well together. It's something never going to be reported on in the media or fully seen, but it happens every single day. For the most part, I interact with almost everyone around this table at some level. And because of Secretary Kennedy, I'm afraid to eat anything. So,
at least in front of him. At least in front of him.
He said Tootsie Rolls are okay in moderation. But it's a great team. And here's the second, and I tell this to people all the time. This is incredibly rewarding service, and you hear it in everyone's voices. Traditionally, in the past, and it's one of the problems we got in as a country, is presidents would say, okay, let's go do something, and then they would have to do a study, and then a study on the study, and then a long internal deliberative process, and by the time you got to it, it was too late, or somebody had forgotten it. In this administration, it's moving. You know the direction because you know why you were elected. The American people elected you very clearly. And basically, it's measured, I used to say by days and weeks, now it's measured by hours and minutes. But action is happening. And that's what people want to see. And I'm going to talk about foreign policy in particular, because I'm not sure this is fully appreciated. This president inherited 30 years of foreign policy that was built around what was good for the world. In essence, the decisions we made as a government in trade and foreign policy was basically, is it good for the world? Is it good for the global community? And under President Trump, we're making a foreign policy now that's, was it good for America? I was appointed by you and confirmed by the Senate to be the head of the United States Department of State. Not the World Department of State, not the Global Department of State, the United States Department of State. And what that means is our foreign policy is guided by 3 things. Does it make America stronger? Does it make America safer? And does it make America richer? If something doesn't do one of those 3 things, and hopefully all 3 of those things, we're not doing it. Now, we went out and hired a consulting firm to help us organize ourselves. Luckily, they were free. They're called the Department of Government Efficiency. And they helped us do a couple things. Number one is our foreign aid. We were funding some crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. You tell me, how does a puppet show in some country around the world make us stronger, safer, and more prosperous? So we got rid of puppet shows and a bunch of other things. I'm sure there were very good puppet shows, and I'm sure that a bunch of charities in the world can go pay for it, but the American taxpayer should not. We've also, by the way, Mr. President, under your direction, reorganized the Department of State. We had offices within offices within offices that didn't even know they existed themselves, not to mention the rest of them. And so we've begun to reorganize that as a way to be able to empower our embassies and our ambassadors and our regional bureaus to do what many of them signed up to do. And we have a great team of ambassadors you've appointed. They're coming online every single day. Very talented people that are involved. Something else we got out of the business of, wasn't widely reported, maybe it was. We had an office in the Department of State whose job it was to censor Americans. And by the way, I'm not going to say who it is, I'll leave it up to them. There's at least one person at this table today who had a dossier in that building of social media posts to identify them as purveyors of disinformation. We have these dossiers. We are going to be turning those over to these individuals.
Me or Elon? We can follow up with the media story.
Well, we are going to turn over these dossiers to the individuals, and they'll decide whether they want to disclose it or not. But just think about the Department of State of the United States had set up an office to monitor the social media posts and commentary of American citizens to identify them as vectors of disinformation, when we know that the best way to combat disinformation is freedom of speech and transparency. And so that's what we're going to be in the business of doing. We're not going to have an office that does that. Beyond that, Mr. President, and this I'll move quickly because this has been a team effort, we have gone to countries all over the world and said, hey, you want good relations with the United States, you need to take back your people that are here illegally. And we've had historic cooperation. Beyond that, and I say this unapologetically, we are actively searching for other countries to take people from third countries. So we are actively, not just El Salvador, we are working with other countries to say, we want to send you some of the most despicable human beings to your countries. Will you do that as a favor to us? And the further away from America, the better, so they can't come back across the border. I'm not apologetic about it. We are doing that. The president was elected to keep America safe and to get rid of a bunch of perverts and pedophiles and child rapists out of our country. Here's something else we've done. We stopped giving student visas to people who are coming here to burn down our universities and take over libraries and harass people. Why are we giving student visas to people who are coming here to create disruption? And we've taken away the student visas of people that are coming here to do that. It's simple. If you're coming to America to start riots, we're not going to give you, we're going to take away your student visa. And by the way, every country in the world that I travel, 14 countries in 14 weeks, you know what they all say to me? Yes, that's what we would do too. So the only people who seem to disagree with us are a handful of federal judges and a bunch of crazy people who get paid to write and report. So anyway, we're getting rid of that. The last, but now here's some good news. You know, we're going to have the World Cup, the FIFA World Cup, the FIFA Club Cup, and then we're going to have the Olympics. So we have to have a Consular Affairs Bureau. We have very good, talented people there, but we are going to infuse technology, again, working with our consultants, to be able to, millions of people are coming into this country for this. And, but we've done it to improve customer service. So some of us who served in Congress recognize that about a year and a half ago, we had a meltdown under Biden. You couldn't get a passport. You got people calling, I have a cruise on Friday, my passport expires. In the month of March, we processed 2.78 million Americans, their passports. That is the historic, never in any, it's the largest single month processing of passports ever, and we think it's a good way to build the momentum to be able to do the visas. Two last points I want to make. We have a great team that we've built. I want to especially acknowledge Steve Woodcock. This is a person that doesn't have to be doing what he's doing. He has a very good life in Miami, my hometown as well. He has worked incredibly hard, has done it without any agenda, and we need to acknowledge him. I want to acknowledge Mr. Boulos as well, who did something really great last week. They told us this war between the Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda is an intractable. It can never happen. It will never happen. I sent Mr. Boulos, your envoy. A week later, I look on my schedule, the signing of a declaration of peace between the Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda. We signed it at the State Department last week. We hope it will lead now to a lasting, permanent peace that we hope to invite them back to Washington to sign. So two great, and we have a lot of good people working on our teams as well, but these are two great people. Mike Waltz alluded to this earlier, and this is the last point. In the first 100 days of the 47th presidency, 47 wrongfully detained Americans have been returned to the United States, thanks to your leadership and the diplomacy that was exercised to make that happen. 47 for the 47th president in the first 100 days. And that's all credit to you, Mr. President. Thank you for the honor to be able to serve alongside you, for you, and alongside all these excellent people.
Well, thank you very much, Marco. Really great job. So, you know, I've been involved in a lot of groups of people over the years, good groups, bad groups, all types of groups. But I have been involved in some incredible groups, but I've never been more proud and impressed, frankly. Impressed is maybe even more important, but I've never been more proud or impressed than I am with this group. This is an amazing group of people, and I hope some of those television cameras were blazing and it was on so people could watch this because, frankly, you know, no matter who you are, no matter where you come from, this is an impressive group of people. I sat around being somewhat competitive. I said, well, let's see, who did the best job, who did the worst job? And I determined that everybody is like the same and there was no worst job. Everybody was outstanding. Everybody did a job. You couldn't pick a winner. The only thing you can say is nobody did a bad job or even a fair job. You're outstanding. And so I want to just congratulate you all. This is really something. And, you know, we have a job to do. We've done a lot of work in these 100 days. We've established things that are going to start taking place in the next 100 days. I want to see what it's going to be like. I think we're going to have to do this in 100 days, Susie, and we're going to see some very big results from the things that we've done. But I just want to thank everybody. This is really very impressive, and I hope the people at home got to see some of it. Nobody's ever done public cabinet meetings. They were quiet for a reason, because they weren't impressive. And especially in the last administration, they were not impressive. But I just want to say that we're very proud of you, and I am in particular. Thank you all very much. Great job, and I think we're going to have some tremendous success for our country. And I don't know, it doesn't seem like a time to be asking questions. That was so impressive that to be taking questions, why did you do this? Why did you do that? It just doesn't seem to be appropriate. I guess we probably have to take a couple because that was the purpose. But if you'd like to ask some, I think they should be very respectful questions at this point. This was an amazing meeting. And so if you'd like to ask a couple, if you'd like to pinpoint them to some of the secretaries, et cetera, would be fine.
Secretary, that's a question. You brought up El Salvador in your remarks. Have you been in touch with El Salvador about returning Abrego Garcia? Has a formal request from this administration been made?
Well, I would never tell you that. And you know who else I'll never tell? A judge. Because the conduct of our foreign policy belongs to the President of the United States and the executive branch, not some judge. So we will conduct foreign policy appropriately if we need to. But I'll never discuss it, and no one will ever make us discuss it, because that's how foreign policy works.
Mr. President, yesterday you told ABC News, Mr. President, you told ABC News yesterday that you could get Abrego Garcia back if you wanted to. Do you think President Bukele would turn you down if you made that request?
I really don't know. I know that he's been a great friend of our country. He's gotten a lot less money than this would take from us if we were going to build these jails and do what he's doing. And they run a very professional operation. I don't know. I haven't spoken to him. I really leave that to the lawyers. And I take my advice from Pam and everybody that is very much involved. They know the laws, and we follow the laws exactly.
Mr. President.
Yeah,
During the transition, sir, you frequently took credit for the stock market highs. You said it was a reflection of how well you were doing in the polls, and then after you were elected, you said the stock market highs were a reflection of how well the transition's going and the American people's confidence in your incoming administration. Now, the stock market's not doing so well, and you're saying that's the Biden stock market, yet you are the president. Can you explain that?
I'm not taking credit or discredit for the stock market. I'm just saying that we inherited a mess, both at the borders. You could look at every single one of the people here, and no matter who it is, they're doing better, and they are far superior to what took place for 4 years before us. When you look at prisoners being allowed to come into our country at will, people from mental institutions, gang members, drug dealers. When you look at that, what they've done to our country, and also having to do with finance, look at what happened with inflation. We had the worst inflation probably in the history of our country. They say 48 years, but I would say in the history of our country, it ate away at people. And even though you saw a stock market going up somewhat, because in my case, I had the biggest stock market increase, 88% in the last term, in my last term. But I don't view the stock market as the end all, it's an indicator. But what the stock market really tells you, and when you look at the stock market in this case, is it says how bad a situation we inherited. I took place, this was a quarter that we looked at today, and we took, all of us together, we came in on January 20th. So this is Biden. And you could even say the next quarter is sort of Biden, because it doesn't just happen on a daily or an hourly basis. But we're turning it around. It's a big ship to turn around, and we're going to have the greatest country financially in the history of the world, I believe. I think we're going to do things that, and we had to do it. We reset the table. We were being ripped off by every single country, with just about, without exception. I'd have to really think hard for who hasn't taken advantage. And I don't even blame those countries. I blame the person that was sitting right here where I am for allowing it to happen, where our country was ripped off on trade, hundreds of billions of dollars. And now we're doing better than we've done in a long time. You know, we were losing $4 to $5 to even $6 billion a day on trade with Biden. And now we have it down to a very manageable number, and the tariffs, for the most part, haven't even kicked in yet. So that's the way. Stock markets, to me, are an indication. But the big indication is what's happening, and the people around the table know what's happening.
Is it true the Ukraine minerals deal is set to be signed in 24 hours or so? Is it true that the Ukraine minerals deal is about to be signed in the next 24 hours or so? There's some reports saying that. And if it's true, has the deal changed at all from the last time you heard about it?
Well, I'll ask Scott to answer the question because he's responsible for it.
Yeah, our side's ready to sign. Ukrainians decided last night to make some last-minute changes. We're sure that they will reconsider that, and we are ready to sign this afternoon if they are.
Can you talk about those last-minute changes? What was removed or put in its place?
Nothing's been removed. It's the same agreement that we agreed to on the weekend. No changes on our side.
Just to put that in perspective, when I came here, I said, how much money have we given to Ukraine? The real number is about $350 billion. It's unthinkable. And we had no security, we had no nothing. We were just pouring money there, unsecured money, putting it in banks, and anybody could have taken it out. You know, anybody over there was their decision. I've never seen anything like it. Europe, on the other hand, which is obviously that whole situation is much more important to Europe because we have an ocean in between. But Europe gave about $100 billion. It's a lot of money. It's a big sacrifice they made also. But they gave much less than we did. And their money is secured, totally secured, by deposits in banks. The deposits are largely Russian deposits. That's what Europe did, but their money is secured. So they gave $100 billion totally secured. We gave money like it's throwing it out the window. And it was done by Biden, and this is Biden's war. This isn't Trump's war. I'm trying to get out. And more than the money, they're losing about 5,000 young Russian and Ukrainian soldiers a week, mostly. There's some people also being killed in towns where missiles should not have been shot, small cities and towns. But we are trying to save the lives of about 5,000 young, mostly soldiers, that are losing their lives a week. I see satellite photos, probably off one of his satellites, come to think of it. But I see satellite photos every week of fields with arms and heads and legs scattered all over. It's a violent, violent, horrible situation. And more important than the money, I want to save the lives of people from other countries that are dying so stupidly, so needlessly, and they're dying. And I said, what are we doing? How did we get into this war? It would have never happened if I were president. Everybody knows, and it didn't happen for 4 years. Wasn't even thought of. I discussed it with President Putin a lot. Ukraine was the apple of his eye, but there was no way he was going to do anything. Zero chance. And I said, you know, we feel foolish. The Europeans are putting up money. It's totally secure. They get the money back. We're putting up much more money. We have absolutely nothing. And I didn't want to make a complicated deal. I didn't want to make a deal that couldn't be made because Ukraine doesn't have very much money. They're going through a very bad period of time. It's been brutal. But I felt very foolish being a judge, so I said, well, we want something for our efforts beyond what you would think would be acceptable. And we said rare earth. They have very good rare earth. As you know, we're looking for rare earth all the time. Rare earth is called rare for a reason. And they have a lot, and we made a deal where our money is secure, where we can start digging and doing what we have to do. It's also good for them because you'll have an American presence at the site, Chris. And the American presence will, I think, keep a lot of bad actors out of the country, or certainly out of the area where we're doing the digging. So we made a deal, and I assume they're going to honor the deal. And I put Scott in charge, and Scott's done it beautifully, but we haven't really seen the fruits of that deal yet. I suspect we will. Mr.
President, progress. You had set a 90-day deadline through an executive order for Secretaries Hegseth and Noem to review whether to recommend to you whether to invoke the Insurrection Act to send troops to the southern border. Is that something you're still considering?
Well, I'm talking to them, and it's not hard and fast, but I'm talking to them, and I will tell you that the border is the most secure it's ever been. We have never had anything like it. And when you said, Christy, before, it's 99.999, and I guess that means one person maybe, or two people. It's actually turned out to be 3 people came across the border versus hundreds of thousands of under Biden. And we're talking about people coming, look, people, they have souls, they have hearts, many of them are good, but we have a country that's under siege. We have a country that really is I think it's under attack. In many ways, worse than under attack, because there are no uniforms. You don't know who the attacker is, so you really don't. It's not like you're fighting an army. You're fighting people, you don't even know who they are. But 11,888 murderers, many of them murdered. You're fighting people, you don't even know who they are. But 11,888 murderers, many of them murdered. Repeated by judges from doing our job. And hopefully that situation is going to be solved, because I think nobody wants to have murderers and people from jail, and I mean for serious, serious crime. I remember the Biden people used to say, no, these are aliens that came into our country and they don't commit crime. I said, they don't commit crime, they commit worse crime. They make our criminals. Some of these people that they've allowed in through open border policies, the dumbest thing I've ever seen. You can look at some of these people and you say, this is not going to end well. But the people that they've allowed into our country are making our criminals look like the nicest people on earth. I will tell you, these are serious criminals. These are violent criminals. These are people that would kill you and wouldn't lose an ounce of sleep, and they wake up the next morning and they don't even remember it. This is a rough, tough group of people, and we've got to get them out of our country. And the law says, I believe, I hope, and I think Pam was very successful in ruling it. I would call them rogue judges. Somebody could criticize me for that. These are rogue judges. These are radical left, generally radical left, horrible judges. And we didn't lose all of these people. You know, we've lost a lot of people to death and to rape, all sorts of crimes committed by the people that poured into our country. And they came in totally unimpeded. Just come on in. And you see it every night. You'd see thousands and tens of thousands of people pouring into our country. We have no idea who they are. And to this day, we're looking for people. We have no idea. We hear that are so bad, they couldn't stay in any other country, but we're getting them out. And the group between Pete and Christy and Tom Holman and everybody working together, people that you would least suspect are reporting them, getting them, and the public is reporting them. The public is seeing. The public is calling and they're saying, I live in a house and next to me moved in a group of people violent, and would go and would find out and would say, yeah, you're right, they were really violent. And we have information on most of them. So I just think it's incredible what's taken place. But we right now have a very, very secure border. Right now we have the most secure border in the history of our country. So I don't think we have to worry about your question too much.
Mr. President, as Prime Minister of Canada ran against, not only against the Conservatives, but also against you. Yesterday, yesterday he spoke about American betrayal. Are you interested in rebuilding relations with Canada, and if so, how?
Well, I think we're going to have a great relationship. He called me up yesterday. He said, "Let's make a deal." You know, he was running for office. They both hated Trump, and it was the one that hated Trump, I think, the least that won. I actually think the conservative hated me much more than the so-called liberal. He's a pretty liberal guy. But no, I spoke to him yesterday. He couldn't have been nicer. And I congratulated him. You know, it was a very mixed signal because it's almost even, which makes it very complicated for the country. It's a pretty tight race. But he's a very nice gentleman, and he's going to come to the White House very shortly, within the next week or less.
Mr. President, when will you speak to President Xi in China?
That'll happen. Look, right now, and I told you before, they're having tremendous difficulty because their factories are not doing business. They made $1 trillion with Biden, $1 trillion, even $1.1 trillion with Biden selling this stuff. Much of it we don't need. You know, somebody said, "Oh, the shelves are going to be open." Well, maybe the children will have $2 instead of $30, you know, and maybe the $2 will cost a couple of bucks more than they would normally. But we're not talking about something that we have to go out of our way. They have ships that are loaded up with stuff, much of which, not all of it, but much of which we don't need. And we have to make a fair deal. We've been ripped off by every country in the world, but China, I would say, is the leading one, the leading candidate for the chief ripper offer. There has never been a country that's been ripped off more than the United States of America under some of the dumbest leadership, and it usually starts with the president. And you can go back, and I'm not just talking about Biden. It's been the worst. I mean, the trade deficits and everything else, he's been the worst. But he had no idea what he was doing. And I think somebody ought to look at the auto pen to find out who was really running this country, because it wasn't Biden. Because nobody could agree to what he agreed to. I mean, he put our country at risk, at tremendous risk, and fiscal risk, financial risk. So I think we have it very much. I really believe that the next 100 days is going to be even better than this. Look, I read an editorial yesterday from a group that normally wouldn't write that this is the most consequential presidency in history, in the history of our country. This is not a particular group that would write that kind of an editorial, but they see what we're doing and what we had to do. And I believe if this group, not just me, if this group wasn't here, I think our country was going to be in, if it was lucky, just serious trouble, but a lot worse than that. I think our country could have been a total disaster. Bad things were happening with our country, and we've stemmed the tide, we've turned it around, but we're going to really turn it around over the next 3 years, 3.5 years, we're going to turn it around, and then hopefully it'll be in such great shape. That's my goal, to put it in such great condition that it can't be destroyed.
Do you believe?
You mentioned this last night in your speech, but we're facing an unprecedented situation where there's a lot of abuses of nationwide injunctions, sort of seemingly designed to curtail your power. Specifically when it comes to deporting these illegal, violent aliens that came in under the previous administration. Have you spoken to your team about ways to mitigate this and continue to deliver for the American people on that aspect?
There are ways to mitigate it, and there's some very strong ways. There's one way that's been used by 3 very highly respected presidents, but we hope we don't have to go that route. But there is one way that has been used very successfully by 3 presidents, all highly respected. And hopefully we don't have to go that way, but there are ways of mitigating that. I want to thank you all very much. I thought this was an incredible cabinet meeting. I think there's probably has never been a cabinet meeting like this, and you've never seen it on tape, that I can tell you. And I want to just congratulate everybody at the table, but we have a lot of work to do, but we're off to a great start. Thank you very much, everybody.
Do you enjoy, Mr. President, leaving the White House back second time?
Thank you,
How's your
everybody.
life?
Thank you, everybody.
I'm working hard. I like my life. I'm working on it, but I like it because we're doing a lot of good for a lot of people. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
This is, sir.
Dispatch from Engine 9. I'll be clear. I do you was turning to stalking. 26 Johnson from Pop Wilson, en route to Key High School. Cover. Charlie 267, clear call.
At 11:20. 11:20.
Okay.
I'll be clear. ID was turned into DPS.
4175, we'll be pulling into the clear factors. Parking lot. Good.
Communications Officer 3.
4175, we'll be pulling into the clear factors. Parking lot.
23.
145, clear.
647. 10-4, you go ahead with first.
Clear vibration. Okay, 10-4.
Chief Dispatch. Can you copy? You have 2 calls. 10-4, you go ahead with first.
When you get a chance, give me a call. I've got a wounding zealot on the phone asking for you. Physical Children's Hospital, Victor Sam Young, 1443. 4110, clear.
It's going to be gray in color, closer to a yellow bus that's parked towards the highway. And looks like RP's going to be on scene in a white Toyota Tundra parked near the yellow bus. She's requesting animal control officers to check camera footage to see who left the dog there.
When you get a chance, give me a call. I've got a wounding zealot on the phone asking for you. Location. Raleigh 10-4.
Showing route to Avenue F, Garden House. Make contact with CSO Martinez regarding Flatiron employees switching escorts. 2765. We have those calls for service being worked at this moment. No ETA at this time.
Good. 2801B. 10-8 from yard, radio check. You got it.
Shorting route to Avenue F Garden House. Make contact with CSO Martinez regarding Flatiron employees switching escorts. 2765 Avenue F Garden House.
You're right, Kirby, thanks. 4165, we can start opening up the roadway. 10-4, I'll be in route. 4165, 10-4, open for roadway, 150 copy.
Their escorts.
Yeah.
Patrick, Mike Little, can somebody go home in the back gate? Because this time it's not going.
How you doing, Tony? 4910, last 4, please. Surely on the subject here first and business. Last 4 is 8305. 8305.
Compass gets 50, subject in custody at 1244. I'm going to get your case number. Can you carry this unit available? Number 24 pounds? Yeah, 63 is your case number.
Delta 265 arriving. 3435B is radio check and 10-8 from the yard. 610.
This is 29, 10-8 from the yard.
I don't know. I'm gonna get lost. The tourist side, and then the local side. And a little birdie told me that this island is a gold mine when it comes to cocaine, bricks of cocaine washing ashore. So I've rented this go-kart, and I'm going north as humanly possible to the area, the coast in which the drugs are found. And you might not believe this, but they're saying that drugs are found every day of the week. Over to the side. They're saying drugs. See that guy in the back? With the bike, there's a pretty good chance based on where I'm located, he's here looking for drugs right now. I'm all the way north, there's no tourists here, and I'm on the coast in which the drugs seem to wash ashore. So in today's video, I'm gonna dive real deep. Okay, if I can get a 4-seater. You're giving me a fast one, right? Okay.
Reverse.
Gotcha. Alright, when you started in neutral? Or does it matter?
No, you have to start it forward or reverse.
Okay.
Okay, you see this is now a quarter, so you're bring it backward.
Yes. Yes, everything good?
No, man,
Push it. Yeah. Oh, you already started?
Where are you going?
I don't know. I'm gonna get lost. No, man, I'm not a tourist. No, I don't know you are. Say hello.
Hello for the world, you don't know.
Yes.
We're outside right now with the man himself, Christmas list, and you don't know the man himself, Black, you know this, with a sample.
You got that Jamaican energy.
All kind of people out here too.
Some people. So my friend, sorry to interrupt. I don't hear it when it starts.
No, we don't.
Yes, it's just quiet.
Yeah.
All right.
And then you just keep it in a good shape.
That's what I was waiting for. I was waiting for the sound. Gotcha.
So how long you gonna be here?
1 or 2 days. But I'm not sure. For now, 1 day.
Well, there's a lot to see here in office.
I'm gonna head north.
Honest to God, me living here, I could tell you that there's a whole lot to see here. Girls, to start with.
But for me, that's not. Man, read my.
You can't, another top up for look on. You can't go against it. They're here.
Yeah.
That makes a lot to happen here.
Yeah, not me, man, not me. I'm here for a different purpose. But I'll see you again.
Tourist stuff?
No tourist stuff. No tourist stuff. Yeah. Nah, no girls. How can you read my hat? See, I'm not the average tourist. Say that you watch my content, yet think I came to this island to look for girls. So what's happening? Everything good? I appreciate that. If you folks see me in the street, do not hesitate to say what's up. If you want to take a picture, I'd be honored. Never hesitate. You say what's up? Simple, easy. Say, hey, that muscleless guy. I want you to hold on 1 sec and do me a big favor and check out my sponsor for today's video, Exter. I was approached about a month ago by a company that makes backpacks, travel gear, and such. And they said, hey, Chris, we love your content. We would like to sponsor a video. And I said, look, I'd love to work to the island to find out more about the drugs that are washed ashore.
I found it.
Do you hear about it locally? Do you know any people that have found drugs?
Yes, I know people.
How often does this happen?
This happens sometimes every 3 months, 4 months.
Yeah. What happens? How does their life change?
Oh, very.
But what do you mean? Like they get new clothes? What happens?
New clothes, they buy their things, like especially they don't have house, they buy their house, or buy if they have house, they buy a golf cart, something to move, something special so they could know that this, when they find something, they get something.
They get something in return.
And it's very good.
It's very good. I couldn't believe it. People are telling me every day drugs are coming ashore. I could not believe it. Yeah, it's normal.
I don't find it.
Yeah. But if you don't look, you're not going to find. Right? So you know.
You know, I know, but
you have a regular job.
Yes, I got a regular job.
But
fisherman, especially the fisherman.
Yeah.
Then yes.
But what do you think? I'm going to go north now. I'm going to go the north.
Yes.
That's why I got gas.
Okay.
I'm going to go as far as I can north to see if I can find people on the beach.
Yes, there's a lot.
There's a lot. What would you do if you had that money right now? What would you do?
I have a big plan for this year, so I will do it. But I don't get it.
So if you found it, you would consider yourself lucky.
Lucky, yes.
Lucky. Okay. Here, let me give you a little extra. There you go. That's for you. All right. Thank you, my friend. You heard it there first. He said if he found a pack, you'd consider himself lucky. I'm not too sure. Seems very dangerous. If people know that you have that packet at home, they're coming, guns a-blazing. Well, the hunt has officially begun. I'm gonna head as far as I possibly can. Some people have told me it's quite dangerous. Chris, don't go there, especially by yourself. You might disappear, but if you folks know me, you know I'm always willing to push the limit. So you know.
You know, I know, but
you have a regular job.
Yes, I got a regular job.
But
the fisherman, especially the fisherman.
Yeah.
Yes.
But what do you think? I'm gonna go north now. I'm gonna go the north.
North, yes.
That's why I got gas.
Okay.
I'm gonna go as far as I can north to see if I can find people on the beach.
Yes, there's a lot.
There's a lot. What would you do if you had that money right now? What would you do?
I have a big plan for this year, so I will do it. But I don't get it yet.
So if you found it, you would consider yourself lucky.
Lucky, yes.
Lucky. Okay. Here, let me give you a little extra. There you go. That's for you. All right. Thank you, my friend. You heard it there first. He said if he found a pack, he'd consider himself lucky. I'm not too sure. Seems very dangerous. If people know that you have that packet at home, they're coming, guns a-blazing. Yes, sir. Well, the hunt has officially begun. I'm gonna head as far as I possibly can. Some people have told me it's quite dangerous. Chris, don't go there, especially by yourself. You might disappear, but you folks know me. You know I'm always willing to push the limit. Just a little bit. There's a big iguana crossing the street right now. Look, 1, 2. Look, there's a lineup of them. Oh, there's Papa. Hey, come here. Let me eat you. Let me eat you. I didn't know they travel in packs like that. And it's iguana hunting and eating season here in Belize. And you folks might think I'm joking, but when I try to curry iguana in Trinidad, no, might have to break my diet for a bite of that. Oh, look, there's some big ones over there too. Wow, look, everywhere. You go mess with them a little bit. tons and tons and tons and tons.
615, 27 on blue. 2031 clear. -29.
Right up in the trees. Real quick. Oh, look at this monster. It's a big boy. To the left, we got an abandoned hotel. He said if I continue to go north, off the beaten path, anybody that I see by that beach will be there for one reason. Will be there because they're looking for drugs. I'm gonna take the chance, continue on this path as northernmost as I can, and see if I can't get anyone to talk. Stop for a quick drink. I'm gonna do it the Belizean way. They only had the plastic. Water. These must be the back streets or roads that they traverse. It's right beside the coast. I'm really hoping I can find some of these bandits that are going up and down the coast looking for this long lost cocaine. And I'm taking you folks off the beaten path all the way north, so you don't have to. For those that have come to this island and wondered, what would happen if I go all the way north? Well, I'm going to answer that question for you, assuming I don't run out of gas. Oh, when I put the gas in the city, I didn't realize that's like the only gas station on this whole island.
This is where the channels operate. So the current runs here a lot.
Yes.
But before reaching here, we have a channel out there.
Yeah. So there's a channel here.
But the channel push from here to here, right?
Yes.
But this is the area that the current pushes over, because not only the breeze or the wind pushing in.
Yes.
Is what pushing is the.
So where's it coming from? Mexico or from the boats, or it's dropped by the airplane?
From a boat.
From a boat.
From a boat. When the colonial, like when they like flip the boat or when they're chasing them.
Yeah, they drop it.
They drop it. They dash it.
But I mean, how often?
That's like right now.
Yeah.
Like right now, they have a lot of drugs in the sea right now.
Yeah.
Especially this month.
He's saying there's a lot of drugs in the sea right now. Yeah.
Again, like this month.
This month.
Is a month.
Yeah.
Like April.
Yes.
Like Israel, they pick month to do their stuff.
Yes.
They don't do it like how they want to do it.
Yeah.
Right. They have a season, right? But like right now, it depends on the wind when it comes in.
Yes.
See, like when it's north,
yes,
the north takes it out. Like right now,
it's coming in.
It's coming in.
But you said something to do with these trees right here.
Like right here.
This area.
Right here is a hot area.
Yeah.
From where, when you touch the beach, from after you leave.
Right, from way downtown.
From way downtown.
Yeah.
No. Yes, from way downtown. But once you jump on the beach.
Yes.
Coming here.
Yes.
Because you know the Pier Road, right?
Yeah.
Once you reach here.
Yeah.
You have a good opportunity to take profit.
Right. Give me an idea. How many do you think a week packages wash on the shore?
Depends on the season.
Guess. 1, 2, 100? How many?
Depends. Like, for example, it has a time. I have a season, right?
Yeah.
But if you come with bail, but like right now, I have a lot of people. Like for example, see like right here.
Yeah. So you think there's people in there?
Yes, I have people in there.
Right now?
Yes, I have.
And they're waiting for nighttime?
Exactly. They have their time where they do their stuff.
Yes.
But they dedicate themselves on the business.
Yes.
They do it.
Yeah.
Business.
But these are Belizeans or Mexicans?
They're Belizeans.
Belizeans. So he's saying there's specifically people hiding there in the bushes. They're waiting for nighttime?
They don't. Yeah, they mostly do it maybe in the morning.
Yes.
Or in nighttime.
They come out.
They will come out and then.
But I won't see them.
But you won't see them. You will walk and then you will see you, but you won't see them.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm telling you?
Right. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Do you know anybody that's found something themselves?
Black
In the years?
I know a lot of people.
You know a lot of people, you said,
I know a lot of people.
in the past.
Which have the potential heavily.
Yeah,
You understand me?
crazy. How many people do you think are in the bushes? Lots?
Well, they have, when things are happening,
Yeah.
they come.
Yes, I understand.
Happening,
Yeah.
they really don't come, but they are still about because they know this is an area that things
Yes, comes, right. Yeah. Now what would happen if I found something right now today? Right?
If you move smart,
Yeah.
you go with it good.
Yeah.
But if you don't know use your brain,
Yeah. You'll die.
if you don't know how to move on, they see you, like maybe they will see, if they see you pick up something,
Yeah. You're dead.
it depends how you move.
No, I read it. I read online how many people have died.
Yes.
Yes. They're small or they're big. What do they look like? Can draw me in the sand. Like how big is a packet?
101, I need his location now.
Now, if you found that, what would you get for this?
At first,
Yeah.
they will cost 25,000.
Sorry, how much? 18,000?
18,000.
Belize.
Believe.
So like 9,000 US. Yeah. Does it come in bigger or this is the size of the brick?
They have two, it weighs 2
This
kilos.
size of my hand. This is 2 kilo.
No, 2 pounds.
2 pounds. Yeah.
You got it?
Yes. And when they wash up, it's one piece or many pieces?
Depends.
Depends.
Sack,
Yeah.
you can find it kilo.
Wow.
It depends because when you dump it on the reef,
Yeah.
and then you reverse it, right?
Yes.
And it's scatter, right?
So just so I'm correct, right? Let's say police are chasing the boat. They might dump it out.
They will dump it out.
Or if there's a problem with the boat, it turns over. The drugs end up washing ashore.
Yeah, but they will usually
Yeah.
dash it out
Yes.
because they want to less weight, more speed. They can take
Right,
the
right,
boat,
right.
You get me?
Yes. Obviously, the man doesn't want to incriminate himself for any crime, and this is how they transport the drugs. Right here. So it's foam, so it floats. They said there's normally a tracking device hidden inside the foam as well as the packets or bricks of drugs. So rather than the cartels coming to shore and doing a hand-to-hand delivery, what they do is they've studied the currents and they drop the load in the water and it drifts ashore, and they're tracking it with GPS on both sides. So the cartel that drops the drugs and those that are intended to pick up the drugs. So this is exactly how a large shipment would be brought to Belize. Now you can see everything's been cut. It was all bundled up, and I'm sure the drugs were attached. And you can imagine people come in with swiftness, get the drugs off, and they leave. That's when it's a planned delivery. Now, the unplanned deliveries are when Coast Guard is chasing a boat with drugs. They want to lighten the load so they can go faster. They just start dumping out brick by brick by brick, throwing it in the water as they're driving. Get rid of the evidence as well. And those are the type of small packages that people are hunting for. You know, I just met some people not too far from here. He is up and down this beach looking for the packets. He's actually an addict, and the local dealers pay him in drugs to walk up and down. Now, if he does find a package, then he'll be rewarded with a little bonus. But this is it. This is what I came to look for. They also said that if the cocaine is damaged, like it gets wet, they'll then use the cocaine and break it down into crack cocaine. But if it remains dry, then it's going to be sold as cocaine. If it's a small shipment, it's going to remain here in San Pedro. Tourists, I presume, like to use cocaine. If it's a large shipment, then they'll get it on a boat and they'll move it elsewhere. I'm going to go try to talk to the gentleman now, so wish me luck. There was also a man on a motorcycle that had a gun on him. And he told me off camera that this is what he does. He'll come up and down every day. You got to imagine the danger aspects to this. You know, you get the cartel's drugs when you were not the intended receiver, and you practically have a death wish you know, these items are tracked, and this is a fairly small island. Word gets around if you start showing that you have money all of a sudden, and or somebody finds out you have these drugs in your house. I guarantee they're coming after those drugs with guns out. I'm seeing more of the netting, the same nettings that's used to wrap the drugs.
William Georgetown 8965 returns to a maroon 2005 Buick.
And they told me I could get in trouble for even being here. There's no reason for me to be here, so if police see me, they would think I'm doing the same thing as the other people, like searching for drugs. So they said, be careful not to get caught by the cartel. Be careful not to get caught by like any of these pirates that are hiding in the bushes, and don't get caught by the police. You can see people are on and off this beach. So I don't want to push my luck. I don't want to hang around too long. I'm here on your island, and I'm learning that these drugs are pushing ashore quite often.
Yeah,
anybody that you know has found something in the past?
Lots of people, man.
When you say lots of people, what are you talking about, lots of people?
You got business people, you got fishermen, you got regular folks, man, you got even like government officials. They find this thing. This is like a plus. This is a way for us to like better our lives.
Right.
You know what? Financially, we don't have it. We're not the best in the country that is making a lot of money, but I mean with a little plus, then shit that comes in handy. That's like a lotto for anyone and everyone.
But when you say a little plus, give me an idea. If somebody finds a packet, how much money are they making?
Looking like 10 grand.
10 grand Belizean.
Yeah.
It's like 5,000 US. What's the most you heard somebody find at one time?
Like a whole boat.
How much is that worth? How much are they getting from that?
15 million, 20 million.
Holy f***. It's a lot of money.
Yeah.
Change their life? Change their life for the
big
good?
Time, yeah, big time. I mean, they had to leave the country for a little bit, but then they're living good. They live down south, because when it comes to this, everyone is connected here in Belize. This is like family. This is a small country, bro. Everyone knows everyone.
Right. What about you yourself? If you got a jackpot like that, you'd leave right away?
Bro, I have to leave, because that's the cartel drugs. Cartel, they run this. This is just a door, you know. Government is plugged in. Everyone is plugged in, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So if you cross the wrong paths, shit, you'll be on the wrong side of the plate.
Yeah, dead.
Yeah.
Not gonna make it. Have you heard anybody, or you know anybody that's happened to?
Bro, there's tons of people, and it's just unfortunate, you know. Maybe I know one or two, but that's not for me to say, you know. That's not within my realm.
Right. But just so I understand, and for the people watching understand, there are people outside every day, and their full-time job is looking for packets on the beach.
Yeah, man. I mean, shoot, that's something that's big in this neighborhood, you know.
Yeah.
That's what some people live off that shit. Some people, you know, they gotta do it, because then there's no other way for them to make a living and stuff like that. It's kind of hard in Belize, you know. Belizeans live on a miracle a day. I mean, shit, we get some shitty wages in our country, so any little extra that can help a family helps a family big time.
And who would have thought? There's no way the tourists know what's happening.
I
The
mean,
tourists go. The tourists have nothing to do with this, right?
No.
No interference.
No interference, no nothing. The crime world and the street world will never intervene when it comes to tourists and stuff like that.
Right. Makes sense.
We don't do that, you know. We don't fuck with the bread. The bread is what keeps us living. We need our bread.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for a little inside scoop, man. My hunt continues on. I want to find people to learn more about the business of finding drugs here in San Pedro. Thank you, my friend.
Yeah, man.
Tonight in my sleep, I'm going to be bouncing. And I hope you guys appreciate me going deep and doing a deep dive. You know, I'm not like the other folks. I'm ready to get my hands a little bit dirty in order to show you guys the kind of stories I think that are interesting, not only to watch, but for me to create. I love what I do. That's why I do what I do. I'm on a mission. I hear on this coast that the drugs wash ashore.
Yeah, sometimes.
How often do you hear about this?
Just one time, me and my brother.
Yeah.
And me and my friend.
Yeah.
A week ago, we found a pack of drugs.
You found it?
We found it and we carried it to the police station.
Yeah. How is the police station's this way?
Yes, it's close.
It's closed or close? It's close.
Close.
Circa. Close. Okay, so you did a good thing. That's very good. But this happens all the time?
Not all the time. Not all the time.
No, sometimes. That's incredible. And you found it and you did a good job. So how far down is a police station? Yeah. And it will say police, I guess?
Yes.
All right. I hope you guys have a good day, all right? Thank you for your time. Remember, Christmas list. All right. You hear that? Even the young boy found a pack of drugs and brought it to the police station. Like, it just seems so highly improbable for me. But I mean, I guess I'm proven to be wrong. Oh my goodness. Oh. Now the question is, when that boy brought the drugs to the police station, what happened to the drugs from there? They're telling me that this coast right here, everyday drugs wash ashore.
You're talking about drugs?
Yeah, like cocaine. The coast.
It's more up to.
Yeah. How many people do you know that have found drugs? Even the little boy I just talked to say he found drugs 2 seconds ago, 2 moments ago. It's something that happens all the time here?
Well, no, that doesn't happen all the time because the drugs hard to find. Who find out is lucky that they're lucky.
Yeah, you're the second person to tell me it's luck.
It's only lucky people find those stuff. Like me, I never find.
But do you think it's lucky?
Yeah, I think it's lucky.
But if you find it, something bad could happen as well.
Yeah, it's dangerous too.
So it might not be lucky.
Yeah, they could kill you too.
Yeah.
By the way,
Could kill you.
Run away with it.
But it's something that happens on this island.
Yeah, stuff like that happen on the island too.
Yeah.
Killings, they get dangerous sometimes.
Yeah. All right, man. I'm gonna go. The police station is this way. Oh, this right here. I wouldn't even have known. I would have driven right past it. Okay, thank you.
And are we going to go in the town?
Yeah.
I want to go.
You wanna go to town, like San Pedro? Let's go, my friend. Let's go.
Yeah, this is the police station.
Yeah, wow.
Sometimes it's closed.
It looks closed. Yeah.
Because you know those guys, some of them live there, you know. Some of them sleep there.
Yeah.
Some of them. They go to town.
When the boy said he found drugs, he brought it to the police. I think the police go sell the drugs. You gotta make money. Everybody gotta eat.
I never find drugs before my home.
But if you don't look, you're not gonna find.
I got a friend.
Yeah.
I'm gonna find drugs.
Yeah.
But he doesn't give me nothing. Like he's greedy.
What would you do?
If I find drugs and I know I have a close friend like that.
Yeah.
Just shoot him with something.
How did the man? Which way did I go? This way or this way?
Yeah, you can go this way.
Right. How did the man's life change? Did he buy a new house?
Yeah,
did he buy a
he
So it happens. And this is the police station. I never would have thought.
I think so because retail drugs business 24/7. 24/7 drugs business.
So I should go check out Set 1.
Yeah, if you go back there and talk to some of those guys that are taking the drugs.
Yeah.
They will take you and show the back areas
that you won't see.
Taking the drugs.
Yeah.
They got girls, ladies taking drugs.
Yeah.
People like that. It's messed up.
Yeah. And that's the drugs they're using is crack, cocaine.
Crack. I don't know. Back there. Crack cocaine. They got guys taking it right back there.
Yeah.
They're taking it. San Juan. Want to go back there and ask those guys?
Yeah.
They will take it to there.
What is this? A nice.
That's conch shell I make. That's a dish I make out of a conch shell.
I can see the conch shell, but what kind of dish? What kind of dish?
It's a dish. It's for like a ceviche dish, guacamole, salsa, ice cream.
Okay.
Yo.
What's your name?
I'm Donovan, man.
Nice to meet you.
Donovan Clark.
Nice to meet you,
Google
Donovan.
map me Donovan Coconuts on the Google map.
All right, all right.
Hey, Christmas this up in the house.
I'm here.
Check this out, man. This is complimentary for you, Mr. Chris.
You sure I feel bad taking anything?
No, man. If you want to leave a tip from my boy, it's up to you, my boy.
That's the problem. I give my money all tips away.
No, don't worry about that, man. You're good, man. This is for you in the house, man.
I appreciate
I always
that.
watch your videos.
Thank you, thank
the
you.
last video I saw was Baptist.
Okay.
Baptist.
There's new.
R.I.P. Baptist.
Lots of new ones since then.
I always subscribe to your videos, man.
Yeah, man. Thank you. Thank you. I'm trying to. Tell me.
Hey, welcome to Christmas List on YouTube.
Yeah.
Donovan, man.
Amazing.
He's a great guy on YouTube, man. Everyone loves you, man.
Thank you, my friend. I appreciate that.
Yeah, man. Where's the bad man?
It's too early, and I'm driving the golf cart.
I saw you with Alan and Key Cocker, my buddy Alan.
Yeah.
The long hair in
A couple years ago, yeah.
Yeah, I saw you. Yeah, I saw a video.
I was there a couple days ago. I didn't see him.
I think he was your guide.
Yeah, I found him.
Showed you around on the
Yeah,
island.
yeah.
I got puppies. Come around.
How do I come around?
Right here. Welcome to my little. Hey, Miss Sue. Welcome to my little shop, man.
All right.
I got puppies.
What's happening, puppy?
That's Minnie her.
Baby.
This is my one. This is Cash. She's sleeping.
Little baby. Ah, baby. Doggy.
She had an 8. Hey, no.
It's all right.
Look at the lane, man. Show the people the lane. How busy the lane is.
This lane.
Yeah, show them.
Lots of
Hey,
golf
down.
carts. Lots of golf carts. So One Love, Coconut Stop.
Show them me on the picture. Check out me on the side.
Oh, that's you. That's you. It looks like you. Let me see. That is you. You're missing the red bandana.
Oh man, yeah, man. I didn't have dreadlocks at the time.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
I'm always with the red bandana.
You gotta invite the world to come visit you here in San Pedro.
People, when you come to Belize, you gotta come and see Donovan Coconuts. Google map me. Donovan Coconuts, the best rum drinks on the island. 5 different rum in it, and you better believe it.
Man, Donovan had some crazy, positive, good energy. If you guys find yourself in San Pedro, want to hang out with a cool man, drink some rum, coconut, I suggest Donovan and his coconuts.
107.
Start 1 adult female en route to Senate Court 26.2.
Delta 12.
Go ahead.
The elderly male was released to his grandson that's back at the property at Kansas. Let me touch.
2042, standing from the yard.
I'll be ready at 24/7. 159 favor. 491 last 4 to production. 44.
Yeah.
66. 99165. Also, you could call the ER and 33. No, one male.
It looks like it's a possible abduction of the bubble.
Mr. President, thank you, and thanks to the cabinet. So, at the risk of insulting everybody else at the table, I believe that I am the youngest member sitting at the table. And, it occurred to me that from the time that I was born to the time that Donald J. Trump was inaugurated just a few months ago, we went from, again, 40 years, we went from the world's manufacturing superpower to one in which we depend on the People's Republic of China to make the things that we need. We went from the proudest military in the world to one in which we failed to meet our recruiting goals. And we went from one in which bipartisan border policy was the consensus of both Democrats and Republicans to one in which we allowed 20 million people to run roughshod illegally over the countryside, causing crime, causing a stress on the welfare system. And again, that happened over the lifetime of the youngest member of the cabinet. And what has happened in 100 days is that we've started to reverse every single one of those negative trends. And I think what it shows to me is that the president, and you sit in the Oval Office and you see these portraits of presidents past, and let's be honest, most of them have been placeholders. They've been people who've allowed their staff to sign executive orders with an auto pen instead of men of action. And the reason the media attacks this administration as chaotic is because the president is solving the problems the American people set about to solve. He's actually doing the things that he promised that he would do. And Mr. President, it's been an honor to be part of it for the past 100 days. And let me just make one other observation because it's interesting. I've seen the data, I've monitored it, I've looked at it, but the most underreported fact of the first 100 days is that we came in with a massive recruitment shortfall, and in 100 days of Secretary Hegseth and President Trump's leadership, we now have people breaking down the doors to join our military. To the media assembled here, it's a really interesting question. Why has that happened? Completely aside from the fact that I think it's a good thing or I think that President Trump deserves political credit for it, why did we go from a military where people didn't want to serve to now all of a sudden they do want to serve? That's a story you guys should cover, but compared to that, how much time have you instead focused on the fact that we deported an MS-13 gang member with a valid deportation order, and why is it that the press is so focused on the fake BS rather than what's really going on in the country? I think that what we've shown, sir, is that you can do a lot. You can do a lot in 100 days, but you've also unfortunately revealed that too much of the American media hasn't learned the lessons of the past 40 years. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily.
Over. G30. Over.
As far as what we're seeing right now with that bright green embedded with the red, that does look to be some a little bit of that slightly tighter rotation. So that's going to be heading into far eastern and northeastern parts of Hill County, which is why we've been saying over the last several minutes that we've been on air, western parts of Ellis County, you will want to go ahead and start paying attention to the radar, making sure you have a place to go if that warning does get extended and expanded to include western parts of Ellis County at this point. Allie, do you have anything to add from over there?
I do. And literally in that last radar turn, it appears that boundary may have overtaken that rotation that we saw. And the National Weather Service agrees the rotation has weakened some, so they don't expect at this point to increase that tornado warning time or add it into Ellis County. So right now, this is just a damaging wind threat, and we could still have 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, which, folks, that is a weak tornado. This is still a severe thunderstorm, but at least currently the rotation has weakened some, and the National Weather Service is not planning on extending that warning into other parts of Hill or Ellis County, which is a good thing. But if you're under the gun and dealing with this right now, you're talking 60 to 70 mile an hour wind potential coming out of this.
And that's kind of where we've shown you that bright yellow now. Those are high winds. So essentially, it's the battle of the boundary, right? We've been waiting on the southern part of that complex of storms to overtake this more unstable air that's now encompassing far northeastern parts of Hill County. And sure enough, just as I was speaking, as we then went to Allie, you could see how now we don't see as much in the way of that rotation on radar right now because the boundary has overtaken it. So still very high winds ongoing across the Carl's Corner area. Not only that, but very heavy rain, as we can see right now on radar. That's just going to be to the east of 35W, right in between that 35E and 35W split. Still though, western parts and far southwestern parts of Ellis County, some high winds ongoing as we speak, even along the leading edge of that boundary as it continues to sag to the south and southeast. Very high winds just to the west of I-35E. So still that tornado warning in effect until 1:45. At this point, though, little bit of good news, seeing that rotation broaden out because of the fact that that boundary has overtaken the more unstable air. So although at one point we were looking at that two separate areas of rotation, at this point with the southern parts of that boundary kind of overtaking it, the more stable air overtaking the unstable air, that's going to be good as far as that tornadic potential for far northern and northeastern parts of Hill County is concerned. concerned. Now, elsewhere, maybe we can just do another little radar tour, take a look at the rest of
it's
our
coming down.
thunderstorms.
A lot of folks have lost power throughout the late morning and afternoon hours just because of thunderstorm activity or run-of-the-mill storms. Nothing else is severe at this point, but could you get 40 to 50 mile an hour gusts? You better believe it, especially in that leading edge, that leading line of thunderstorms with a lot of this activity. So lightning, a damaging wind gust to 50 miles an hour, still a possibility if these storms aren't severe. And of course, the torrential rain where flash flood warnings continue. All of those green boxes, the polygons you see.
304 96 Delta 210 Delta 265
for Portland. We can dispatch
The
fire. We got
actor
a grass fire on
places
Indian Point
firearm
northbound on 181.
at a healthcare worker who is laying on the ground. He proceeds then to discharge, striking the healthcare worker in the leg. That is the last round discharged, and prior to the time period when the officers take their position at 10:51.
Go ahead.
During
Charlie 220, he's out front. I'm gonna check the area.
the time period as the officers are gathering and are in position outside of the doorways and are evaluating and establishing their other positions, the actor reapproaches one of the healthcare workers and zip ties her hands before stating it's 11:02. Tell them they have until 11:25 or they're going to start being bodies. The actor also had been calling for another healthcare worker who had been assisting with treatment of a significant other, and officers to enter into the ICU naked to prove they were unarmed so that he could go ahead and confront the other healthcare worker. The actor places a phone call. He calls an individual overheard as being Leo, and he tells that individual to go clean up his house and give his jewelry away. He is overheard by healthcare workers stating, "Tell everybody that I love them. This is what I want. This is how I'm going out." Law enforcement was able to confirm through call detail records that this call was made to the brother
call from Protect
of
Mechanical. They're trying to get into the mechanical room.
Pennsylvania State Police did work to execute a search warrant on the 22nd on the actor's residence. They served that search warrant at 9:36 p.m. on this same day. And upon arrival, they did in fact observe the confirmation of the call as well as the actor to his brother.
The last update
And it was
gonna be a white
readily
single black
that
Tim,
numerous
black and white shirt
items
around
were
here.
removed from the actor's residence. The state police, assisted by our county detectives, ended the search warrant at 10:30 p.m. There was no information discovered within the residence that would help to provide any clarity or clarification regarding the mental state of the actor. And in fact, an investigation did occur into the mental state of the actor. Numerous interviews were conducted with individuals that knew both the actor and the citizen. There was no description provided whatsoever that would lead anyone to believe that the actor was going to commit this type of mass violence. The most indication that had occurred regarding the actor's past and any types of mental health issues all was from information from years prior. No one had any information tied to the recency of the events that occurred.
In the grassy area off the northbound lane.
145, I'm clear.
10-4, 45 clear.
Flutters requesting a gate at Carbodock 9 open so they can bring in a man lift.
Can you go back to that meeting and get further discussion? Or
304, arrive number 1.
151, let me know if you need additional units, otherwise I can stay available for calls.
Mike 2.
652, dispatch radio check. Okay, well, now I'm clear.
Cert 1 arrived at Singapore with one adult female, mileage 33.0.
Affirmative. 132, I'm in the area.
228, bring is an operator. 2-4, thank you. 2800, we got a call for a man down. So I brought us the ID for a female that appears to be injured from the face on the ground by the Chick-fil-A in the Bluff. Officers are checking the area, might possibly be related to the Collins Route 110.
We clear from on 205 the RPD. Yeah, just
10-4. Unit 7. 10-4. Case number is going to be 847, 847.
10-4, we're going to attempt a field release. The Guardian's on their way. 134, same traffic.
The total surveillance airline is 102 to provide the object secure. Sorry, for papers. 10-4. No, for 270 area. 10-4. 2. Enter 13. 10-4. Unit 7 on the man down. Is the scene safe for like some of us? 121, 7 rounds.
Chief 2's in route. Bro, one of the village see them. Charlie 230 in route.
Mike 2, Officer 23. 160. What's the address on Michael?
No, 15, you did show me arriving out here, didn't you?
27, Mark 2.
Can you go back to that meeting and get further description or information?
That's 10-4.
Mike 2.
7462 Star Harbor.
151, let me know if you need additional units, otherwise I can stay available for calls.
10-4, let me call him back. I advise to say Gilbert.
Airport 60.
652, dispatch radio check. Okay, well, now I'm clear. I'm clear.
Out of here.
10-4, clear.
10-4, thank you.
Mike 2, it looks like that door was on the carousel side. There's a mechanical room, into like the condition system. I was able to open it for them.
I have a rejected clearance at the belly cargo roll-up north.
Dispatch Alpha units responding to any employee. We just had an additional caller on 911 advising that they can only see smoke, no flames.
41 AM traffic.
From the ground.
647, go ahead.
It's going to be 2 of them. I got some candy for you.
Cert 1 arrived at Singapore with one adult female, mileage is 33.0.
10-4, thank you. Airport 60.
132.23.
10-4, Arsenal. 10-4. 10-4.
First 2 copies.
Out of here.
228, bring is an operator. 10-4, thank you.
10-4, can you page for the driver of a white
BP 21, you're on BP 40.
205 71175. 205 71175. 304 en route back to district. 304.
Oh, 106.
Sorry, for papers.
132. Some workers from Textile were able to get the fire out. If you could just keep rolling fire. Make sure that it's fine. 10-4, 10-4. Bravo 110, 10-4. I head back over to the church. 34 World as well. First 2 copies.
10-4. Location.
Mark 2.
2 copy. Fire dispatch, Medic 7.
N03.
11 traffic.
Upshot in Maine, in Rocktown.
Airport 60.
Brush 2, engine 2.
We're
We're going to use your booster line to...
Any units I can back up 1503 on her traffic stop, Upshot in Maine.
About 10 people, 10 feet traffic.
581 medicated, call you first. Everything, doctors. 50. 522 guys.
Yes, ma'am. 95-1 from B County, 0. Copy beginning. Yes, ma'am. Show me traffic, HCP 4 Plaza on David 42 Tom 747.
Right. Yes, sir. I have a Kelly Cargo roll up north. It's Raymond Martinez with South Texas Building Partners.
Delmar and Santa Fe. It's going to be on Mary Victor Tom 0138.
647. Go ahead.
It's going to be two of them.
As soon
as I clear up from this call, because the vehicle's running over here. I got some candy for you.
111, the RP arrived with a female was very skinny, bleeding from her face, and did not see any vehicles near her or in the area. So where was that? 135, can you show me something? Change your take, go ahead.
21. Bravo, 10-4. Myself, 5340, 3304, Harris.
Somewhere.
Yes, I just watched him re-angle the camera.
Yes, we're good. Okay. DP 21, you're on with DP 40?
Copy. 205-711-75. 205-711-75.
Are you fast to circle me to on primary? DP
1 trespassing here at 3402 here.
3402 Air Sunflower.
Right there, sir. DP 41, I'll be at 3309 here as well, too. Airport 60, you can show me clear. The driver's returned to the vehicle out here around 235.
Somewhere.
Slow everybody down.
132, 27, 29, believe that. 10-4, slow everyone down.
All around where it's 306, 10-4, they still need us out there? Oh, no. 60 also, what's going to be the name?
3161, 55, 52 miles. 10-4, 1521, I can see you, please.
Fire dispatch, medic 7. Where's that dude? Show us on scene, nothing's showing. The fire's out.
N03.
1521 4.
3160, I'll be clear 58. 10-4. I have a Tom Zebra Young 4969. 3-4. How was the other door unit?
Tom Zebra Young 4965. Back December.
2152 Twin Hills, go for text 4455 SKD. 4455 SKD. Go ahead. Somewhere.
This is Medic 7, we're code 1 at Doctors, start 0. Brush 2, engine 2, when you get here, we're going to use your booster line to wet down the area. It's small, it's about 10 feet by 10 feet. Mark 2.
Yeah. Could you put a work order in for me for the medical side? The pretty tangled up and it is a little.
Yes, ma'am. I got you, Medic 72. There's some 246 in shop.
Unit 7.
4600 block of OSHA. Paul, Tom, Charles.
It was already working. Still the 911 dispatcher, the 32 to B. She was making a call to him, and she just wanted me to let him know that.
Mike 2, off 23. Charlie, 26 unclear. I can take half of that over, buddy.
10-4, clear. Option 3, Mike 2, can you come to the mechanical room on near the chillers, please?
10-4.
Charlie 260 10-4. Charlie 220 air clear.
Charlie, you show clear and show signal 4 at equals in check. Okay.
Just stand by, let me go start there.
Yeah, 21. Route 230, I'm signal 4-5 both S50.
45 to Kirk 22.
167, 70 from 645. Airport 60. First two is a red LC.
Airport 60.
Maybe one around 3.4.
Airport, can you try that for me? It's going to be 8863, 8863.
656. 4. Double.
Yeah, 7.
Well, I never located anything. We drove all around where it's at.
8175 Washington.
367.
10-4.
Alright, guys, I need fast patrol over here so I can turn around.
4. Clear at 13:30.
Dispatch, we'll take that for hour 7.
3161, 52 miles. And Bravo 110, engine 13 is advising that they were unable to locate it. They drove all around the area.
Screen service. 306, UCC, one track complete. Clear that me. Oh, one. You can me back.
411. 330.
Are you back in service? I have a rider with me.
5320. 10-4, Bravo 121 copy. Share with Bravo 110. 10-4.
And Bravo 110, tell the 911 dispatcher that she was making a call to him and she just wanted me to let him know that it's not a false call.
10-4. Bravo 1, were you 10-4 on the traffic with Bravo 110?
Yes, thank you.
10-4.
Bravo 110, I located her over here in the Walmart parking lot. Large dispatch back 7, we're arriving in the 1.4. You're 167, 75 miles. 4 lanes 2. We're clear. Public service. Which one? Dispatch, MJ, we'll take that for ladder 7. Dispatch, MJ. Therefore, 41. 32 back in service.
0441. 10-4. 5320.
Is United working on flight at this time?
5320.
Oh, for me. Don't hear. Dispatch, MJ.
Join us to the front end. Looks like that occupants are all in a late pushing contact. 10-4.
We're doing a switch. 10-4. Truck 1. Dispatch, truck 1.
2-0.
Fire dispatch, bank 7. We're arriving in the 1.4.
That was 924?
32, 34. Check your lights. 4. Were you calling engine 1?
Bravo 1.
Thank you. 202 to Marine 2. No problem, I'll get with the vehicles. I got one more.
Dispatch medic 6-1, with 2 vehicles. Some join us to the front end. It looks like our occupants are all in a late pushing contact. Cover. 10-4. Charlie. 632.
Mag 91 received and take up 15. $4165, start rotation, please.
Cover. 10-4, arriving at effort. Excuse the damage to the front end. All occupants are out. I'm making contact with the patient. 20 had a buffer on impound. Receive medic 50, you're clear of item station.
Yeah, received. Dispatch back now, please. Be advised, we're coming from the island.
Clear, 10-4.
We're coming from the island.
Charlie 22130, mental call 4532 Colorado, Hunter Weber. 4562 Weber, that's requested. Oh, yeah, that's just it.
On Tom, Frank, George, 0383. Christi, you can attach this to that call. We're right here on SCID, so.
Is there any medic 91 that comes in?
Traffic. Yes, ma'am. Somebody on scene at the call here in Walmart parking lot. In a second.
49, this will be on Yorktown and Waldron.
SPID eastbound Staples on South, Henry South, 0825.
Sorry.
305. Back open. Now closing security. Route 30 to base. 1070 Trailway Apartments on fire. 10-4. Continue caution. Can't understand what you're saying.
Relationship verification laws. It also directs the Attorney General to enter information sharing agreements with state election officials to identify cases of election fraud. So that correspondence between the federal government and the Attorney General with state and local officials has never happened before. It will allow the federal government to more easily identify these cases of fraud and then prosecute those who violate our election laws. And it is, again, appalling that any politician, regardless of party, could be against ensuring only American citizens can vote in American elections. How could anyone ever be against ensuring Americans need to have proof of identification to participate in our elections? You see the Democrats falling over themselves, trying to say this is somehow voter suppression. Absolutely not. We are trying to ensure that every American citizen, their vote actually counts and is not being outweighed by fraudulent votes and fraudulent ballots that we know have been cast in previous elections. So the president's taking this very seriously. He signed an extremely strong executive order directing action from the AG and the Department of Homeland Security as well to clean up our elections. And we expect Congress to do more on this front as well. Let's go over here.
On that question, and again, Caroline, thank you so much for hosting this. Really appreciate the opportunity to come in here and ask questions of you guys, and appreciate the president giving us some time of yours as well. On a follow-up on Dom's question, I still have a ton of my audience that is still asking questions about Hillary Rodham Clinton and the fact that it came out that her and the DNC funded the Steele dossier, which then led to a Crossfire Hurricane and all the FISA abuses that went against President Trump leading up to the 2020 election. Is there, you don't have to spill the beans, but is there something? Is there somebody still looking at it? We just want to know that it's not dead in the water, that Hillary's not just off scot-free after knowing what her and the DNC did leading up to the 2020 election.
It's a great question. Absolutely understand and agree with why you're asking it, but I would want to let the president weigh in on that front. I haven't discussed it with him, to be honest with you, but certainly we can ask him and get back to you. Eric.
So Caroline, Madam Press Secretary,
you can call me Caroline.
Thank you, Caroline. Over the weekend, the White House Correspondents Association had their gala, they had their dinner, and Alex Thompson from now Axios, prior to that Politico, didn't really apologize, but came forward and said we, quote unquote, missed the story of Joe Biden's demise, his health demise, his cognitive demise during the 4 years. Jake Tapper has written the book since President Trump was elected that they missed the demise of Joe Biden as well. Fast forward to this lawsuit with CBS, right? So the media, legacy media, has not been held accountable. Will this lawsuit with CBS go to fruition? In other words, I would love to see it go to trial so that we can see, so they can be held accountable. Additionally, will the New York Times be enjoined into that lawsuit, because the New York Times has already stated that they agree with CBS. And Trump has said maybe we're going to sue the New York Times as well. And as a follow-up to all this, and it really does dovetail because it's not just left-leaning media, Fox News. Fox News put out a poll. I'm a statistician. The poll they put out was wildly biased against President Trump. Will Fox sue Fox? Will Trump sue Fox for their methodology in polling?
Two great questions. Let me hit the first one first. As for CBS and the White House Correspondents Association dinner, it was laughable they gave an award to a journalist for talking about Biden's mental incompetence. He wrote a story about it years after the American people knew that story to be true. Didn't take much, just 2 eyes and 2 ears to realize that Joe Biden was completely inept, was unfit to serve as president of the United States. And nobody in the legacy media, nobody in this city wanted to talk about it. In fact, I recall being on President Trump's campaign and calling out Joe Biden's cognitive decline. And we were accused of manufacturing deepfakes. My predecessor accused us for manufacturing deepfakes from the White House podium when she knew and everybody in this White House knew the true status of Joe Biden's physical and mental fitness. And the mainstream media allowed that cover-up to take place because they refused to dig for the truth. They tried to get the American people not to believe their own eyes. It is truly one of the greatest cover-ups and scandals in American history. And again, this is why we are welcoming independent journalists and social media influencers and content creators into the White House with open arms, because all of you in this room and many of your colleagues in independent journalism talked about this online. Nobody gave you credence as far as the legacy media is concerned. And now they host cocktail parties where they're applauding each other and patting each other on the back for uncovering the truth. It was years later, and it's truly sad to see. But again, that's why we're making much needed and long overdue changes. As for the lawsuit against CBS, the president and his legal team fully intend to carry this lawsuit forward. The president put out a very strong statement in regard to that and fake news CBS this morning. And then as for the Fox News poll, president's right. These are fake polls. They overpoll Democrats. They underpoll President Trump's supporters. It's always been the case for media polls. They consistently underestimate President Trump's support amongst the public. That's why we don't really blink when we see them, to be honest with you. We're staying focused on the mission and moving forward. The president knows everything he's doing is exactly what he promised the American public he would do. And if you look at the key issues in the polling, the president is still ahead because Americans know he is delivering on them, on those issues for them. And if you look at the methodology, you're right. They're overpolling Democrats, underpolling Republicans. It's a clear-cut case of fake polling, no doubt.
If I may, also misinformation, though, right? And maybe as detrimental to the presidency as what CBS has done or the New York Times is doing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no doubt about it. The president's spoken quite strongly about it, and I know he's made some phone calls to express his displeasure with it as well. Carolina, go ahead.
Thank you so much for having me here, especially as a legal immigrant, because the overwhelming fake news that Hispanics don't support President Trump, but we do, and we're very excited to have mass deportations because it affects our communities. My question is about immigration reform and DACA. During the first Trump administration, we saw that President Trump, like no other president, wanted to make a deal with the Democrats to give a pathway to citizenship to 1.2 million DACA recipients. I don't know, I haven't really heard anything coming out. Is there gonna be, is there any policy surrounding that situation? And is there gonna be immigration reform?
Mm-hmm. Well, first of all, thanks for sharing your story. And the president overwhelmingly won the vote of Hispanic Americans in the previous election and swept counties on the border of Texas that are predominantly Hispanic counties because, to your very point, Hispanic Americans and legal immigrants to this country from all countries are so sick and tired of seeing, we're so sick and tired of seeing the mass invasion of illegal immigrants that was allowed to occur under the previous administration. And it was an issue the president ran on and he delivered on. These mass deportations are underway, and it is currently the position of this administration. We are focused on removing as many illegal alien criminals from our communities as possible. And not only are we doing that for law-abiding American citizens, but also legal immigrants, as you said, who are citizens now and came here the right way, waited their turn, paid their dues. It's a slap in the face to them. And so there's a lot of reforms that need to be made to our legal immigration system. The president has talked about that, but our initial focus right now and our priority is cleaning up the mess that the previous administration left us. And there's more work to do, but a lot of progress has been made thus far.
Yeah, also, thank you so much, Caroline, for having us here. Also on the topic of immigration, not only do I think, the legal immigrant community welcomes what the president's doing, but also the Black community. So I would love to get your reaction to recent comments made by Simone Sanders, who said that people of color would be next in line for deportation under this president. Now, that was a revelation to me and probably many others in the Black community. Being a lifelong American, I'm not really sure where Tom Homan would send me other than my childhood home in Augusta, Georgia. But why do you think this fear-mongering is being directed at the Black community over the issue of immigration? And do you think it's offensive to conflate illegal aliens who are rapists, traffickers, and sexual abusers with law-abiding citizens in the Black community?
It's absolutely insane, and it is racist what she is saying. The president intends on deporting illegal alien criminals who broke our nation's laws and are not only impacting communities across the country, but in particular communities of color in our inner cities. You remember the story out of New York City where young minority children were kicked out of their public school to make room for illegal immigrants to sleep on the floor of their cafeteria. That is putting America last. Doesn't matter your race, your religion, or creed. If you are a law-abiding American citizen, President Trump is going to put you first. Shame on Simone Sanders for saying that. She knows better, but she's trying to fear people into disliking this president with lies. But I think the American public are much smarter than she believes that they are, and that's why they reelected President Trump. Oh, go ahead.
Hi, Caroline. So, as the youngest press secretary in history who is a wife and a mom, you've become widely popular with America First Patriots. As an 18-year-old, I can say you're definitely an inspiration to Gen Z. What has been the biggest highlight for you in these first 100 historic days?
Thank you for asking that and saying that, Bo. I am Gen Z. I think I heard the term zillennial because I'm right on the cusp of millennial and Gen Z. Jack is cringing at that. But there's been so many highlights. Just being here every day is such a blessing and an honor. And I'll share a quick story to that point. The president, I'm only here because the president believed in me and uplifted me and so many others who are working so hard across this administration. This administration is filled with young, vibrant people who come to work every day hungry and eager to help accomplish the president's goals. And I think we're seeing a real reawakening amongst young people across the country. The president spoke directly to young people during his campaign, inspiring confidence in them and restoring hope in the American dream, basic common sense values of faith and family and freedom that truly do resonate with young people. The American dream of home ownership, of being able to afford to raise a family and to have children. It's a beautiful thing. And I think the president openly talking about it has inspired so many young minds and opened up so many young hearts. And I'm just so honored to be in this role. The president, he's wrote about it in his books and he's talked about it himself. When he was in his 20s, he was building buildings in Manhattan. So certainly he believes in the strength and the ability of young Americans across the country. Like yourself, here at the White House at just 18 years old. Thanks for being here. Into the back row.
Thank you so much for having us here, Caroline. It underscores President Trump's transparency. Shifting focus a little bit to what's happening on our universities, President Trump has finally put American students over violent foreign nationals. And right now we're seeing the media whitewash the violence perpetrated on our college campuses. We see many universities trying to bypass President Trump's executive order. And my question is, how exactly does President Trump will make sure that these universities are being properly held accountable and violent foreign nationals who are taking over campus buildings are sent back home?
Yeah, well, to Jack's earlier question about political violence, this is another form of political violence we've seen stem from the left with the pro-Hamas movement that took place on college campuses and universities. In fact, I recall being in Manhattan courtroom during the Alvin Bragg case against President Trump in the midst of the campaign. And we were in that courthouse watching the television as these violent riots unfolded on the campus of Columbia University. And I remember the president watching the television saying, when we are back, we are going to fix this. This is ridiculous. And immediately directed his campaign staff at the time to insert it into the speeches and to make sure the American public knew he was not going to tolerate violence on our nation's college campuses and the illegal harassment against Jewish American students. He has taken an incredibly strong position on this already. He has brought many of these colleges and universities to their knees by threatening their federal funding and, in a few cases, cutting federal funds. If you violate federal law, you will not receive federal funds under this administration. It's very simple. If you allow the illegal harassment and violence against students of any race or religion on your campus, you will not receive federal funding. You are violating Title VI, which is federal law. The president's made that very clear. And you've seen many of these colleges come to the table and admit their wrongdoing and apologize for it because they know they were wrong. Unfortunately, we didn't have a president at the time who was holding them accountable, who was completely silent as students were being targeted. As for the visas, same is true. The president and the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, who's doing a tremendous job, have taken incredibly strong action on this as well. And Marco Rubio, as our Secretary of State, reserves the right to rescind visas from foreign nationals who have the privilege of studying on our nation's colleges and universities. And if you engage in illegal behavior, if you're engaging in activity that's contrary to our nation's foreign policy interests, then you will no longer have the privilege of coming and studying here. We're going to put American citizens and American students first, and only the best and brightest should be allowed to come to our country and study at our nation's colleges and universities. So again, such a pleasure to see all of you here today. Thank you so much for coming to the White House. We hope you enjoy the rest of this beautiful day at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, and thanks for all that you do. Take care.
Thank you. He's in the process of moving out and there's somebody breaking his stuff. Suspect named Dustin inside the location. So he left the door open, and now Alfonso the cat.
Everybody, happy first 100 days. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge that the bipartisan Take It Down Act passed the House last night. This important legislation was championed and guided through Congress by our wonderful First Lady, Melania Trump, including through her direct advocacy on behalf of survivors during her passage, the passage efforts. The Take It Down Act criminalizes the publication of non-consensual intimate imagery and requires social media and similar websites to remove such content within 48 hours of notice from a victim. The First Lady thanks all those who voted in favor of this important legislation, and the President looks forward to signing it when it arrives on his desk. Today officially marks 100 days of promises made and promises kept by President Trump. This has truly been the most historic start to a presidency in American history. After building the greatest economy in the world in his first term as president, President Trump is in the process of doing that all over again. The American people trust in President Trump. Since his first day in office, President Trump has focused on defeating the Biden inflation crisis, bringing down the cost of living, and making the United States the best place in the world to do business, invest, create jobs, and innovate. And President Trump's efforts are working. 345,000 jobs have already been added since the start of President Trump's term. Last month's jobs report saw nearly 100,000 more jobs than economists predicted, and it was the fourth highest month for private payroll growth in the past 2 years. 9,000 manufacturing jobs have been added to the economy already. This is a sharp contrast to the 6,000 manufacturing jobs that were lost each month in the final 2 years of the Biden administration. The U.S. employment rate remains at historic lows. And thanks to President Trump, Americans are seeing price relief for the first time in years. The last inflation report showed the first consumer price decline since the COVID pandemic, a decrease in energy prices, and real average hourly wage growth. President Trump is delivering on his promises to lower costs for American families and businesses. Prices across the board for everyday goods have seen declines since this president was inaugurated. From airfare to used motor vehicles to prescription drugs, prices are dropping. In fact, last month's drop in the price of prescription drugs was the largest ever recorded. And after Joe Biden botched the response to the bird flu, President Trump and Secretary Rollins' aggressive plan have brought down wholesale egg prices more than 50% from Inauguration Day. President Trump ended Joe Biden's reckless war on American energy and fossil fuels and has restored American energy dominance. And Secretary Wright, Secretary Doug Burgum are working hard on that effort every single day. Oil and gas prices are now way down because of this bold approach. Gasoline prices down 7%. Energy prices are also down as well. The Department of Interior just announced a new offshore drilling policy that will boost oil production in the Gulf of America by 100,000 barrels per day. On the deregulation front, President Trump is committed to cutting senseless red tape, especially for America's small business owners who are the backbone of our economy. We know cutting regulation leads to lower costs and higher growth. The mass deregulation effort by this administration will help usher in the golden age of America, which is underway. Immediately upon taking office, President Trump blocked all of the unfinalized Biden-era rules, saving Americans more than $100 billion, or $2,100 per family of four over the next decade. And the president also launched a bold multi-agency effort to roll back existing federal regulations that drive up the cost of living on hardworking families. This effort is projected to yield significant cost savings in the coming months, including the EPA's rollback of tailpipe emission rules for light-duty and medium-duty vehicles and the Department of Transportation's latest corporate average fuel economy standards. These two efforts alone yield $755 billion in total savings, or more than $8,800 per family of four over the next decade. In total, the combined savings from all of these actions equal just over $935 billion, or nearly $11,000 in real savings per family of four per the coming decade. The press is not talking nearly enough about the positive impact of President Trump's deregulation campaign. And investments from the biggest companies and countries in the world are pouring in under this president. So far, total investment commitments under the Trump administration have reached more than $5 trillion, including $500 billion from Apple in U.S.-based manufacturing and training, $500 billion from NVIDIA and AI infrastructure, $100 billion from TSMC and U.S.-based chips manufacturing, and the $500 billion private investment by OpenAI, Oracle, and SoftBank in AI infrastructure as well. All of these investment commitments are estimated to generate at least 451,000 new high-paying jobs for American workers and families. At this point, President Trump has secured more investments in the United States of America in 100 days than Joe Biden did in 4 years. President Trump is America's businessman in chief, and that's why these trillions of dollars in investments are flooding to our country. The business community is bullish on America because President Trump is back in charge. Tomorrow, the president will host CEOs and leaders from several companies that have made these investments to tout their historic commitments to our country and encourage others to follow suit. Under President Trump, there has never been a better time to invest in America. And the president finally said enough is enough and refused to allow America and our workers to be ripped off any longer on trade. President Trump implemented powerful tariffs to end the era of economic surrender and to rebalance America's trading agreements. More than 100 countries have already come to the table looking to offer more favorable terms for America and our people. There has never been a president who has created his own leverage like this president, and we are just getting started. Republicans in Congress are getting very close to passing President Trump's one big, beautiful bill, which will include the largest tax cuts in American history, strong border security measures, major military advancements, dramatic deregulation, and common sense spending reforms. As President Trump has said before, the best is yet to come. For more on President Trump's economic successes so far and the plans ahead, I want to pass it off to our incredible Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, who is here today, and we will open it up to questions. In our new media seat, we have Brendan Peterson, the financial services reporter for Punchbowl News. Punchbowl News covers power, people, and politics based in Washington, D.C., laser focused on Capitol Hill, the politics of legislating, founded in 2021, and it is the first newsletter that Capitol Hill and the White House reads every morning in the middle of the day and throughout the evening. Thanks for being here with us, and we'll start with you today.
Thanks so much for being here. I have a question for Secretary Bessent. On tariffs, the president said over the weekend that we are hoping that maybe tariff revenues could replace income tax. But we also keep hearing about the deals that the administration is pursuing. So my question is, what is the White House's ultimate objective here? Do you want to have long-term tariff revenue or deals that might reduce those tariffs?
I think it's a combination of both. So we're going to take in long-term tariff revenue. We put a process in place. We have 18 important trading relationships. We will be speaking to all of those partners, or at least 17 of them, over the next few weeks. Many of them have already come to Washington. What President Trump is referring to is the ability for tariff revenue to give income tax relief. And I think there's a very good chance that we will see this in the upcoming tax bill. The president campaigned on no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, and the restoring interest deductibility for autos, for American-made autos. So tariff income could be used for tax relief on all those immediately.
So you think that there is a role for significant tariff revenue in U.S. fiscal policy?
I think that it is something that got put away a long time ago, and I think that tariffs will bring back American manufacturing and generate substantial revenues.
On manufacturing, we've seen some pretty grisly surveys this month from the Philly Fed, which saw the biggest drop since May of 2020, and the Dallas Fed, similar plunging outlook, poor shipping orders. What are American manufacturers not understanding about your push for onshoring in the U.S.?
Well, I think I was in the investment business 35 years, and I learned to ignore the survey data and look at the actual data, and the actual data has been quite good. The job data is good. Americans keep spending, and as Caroline said, we have these incredible commitments to bring manufacturing back on shore with record investment by domestic corporations and foreigners who want to come into the U.S.
Thank you so much, Caroline. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The Chinese continue to say that the U.S. and China are not engaged in any consultation or negotiation on tariffs. You recently said you've talked to your counterpart, but more about, quote, traditional things like financial stability. So can you clarify, is the administration talking to Beijing specifically about tariffs or not?
Well, we're not going to talk about who's talking to whom, but I think that over time we will see that the Chinese tariffs are unsustainable for China. I've seen some very large numbers over the past few days to show if these numbers stay on, Chinese could lose 10 million jobs very quickly, and even if there is a drop in the tariffs, that they could lose 5 million jobs. So remember that we are the deficit country. They sell almost 5 times more goods to us than we sell to them. So the onus will be on them to take off these tariffs. They're unsustainable for them.
And they are saying you guys are not talking about it. So is that true?
Look, they have a different form of government. They're playing to a different audience. So I'm not going to get into the nitty-gritty again of who's talking to whom. But as I said, I believe for the Chinese, these tariffs are unsustainable.
Very quickly, 2 days ago, you said you didn't know if President Trump had spoken to Xi Jinping. Do you know now?
Again, I would say Caroline and I have a lot of jobs around the White House. Running the switchboard isn't one of them.
Bloomberg, go ahead.
Secretary Bisson, thank you so much for being here this morning. You've talked about the importance of giving investors certainty when it comes to the market, yet the Trump administration is continuing to negotiate several complex trade deals in a very sort of compressed time frame. When do you expect you'll be able to give the market some certainty around those deals? Do you have a deadline? Is it the 90-day pause? What are we looking at here?
Good question. And I think one thing that has been a little disconcerting for the markets is, President Trump creates what I would call strategic uncertainty in the negotiations. So he is more concerned about getting the best possible trade deals for the American people. We had 4 years of bad deals for decades of unfair trading, and we are going to unwind those and make them fair. What we are doing is we've created a process. I think the aperture of uncertainty will be narrowing, and as we start moving forward announcing deals, then there will be certainty. But certainty is not necessarily a good thing in negotiating.
Mr. Secretary, last night there were reports on the administration sort of walking back a little bit on the auto tariffs. Can you sort of just elaborate on that decision there and what we can expect going forward, and why sort of the shift in those auto tariffs?
Well, President Trump has had meetings with both domestic and foreign auto producers, and he's committed to bringing back auto production to the U.S. So we want to give the automakers a path to do that quickly, efficiently, and create as many jobs as possible.
Jasmine. Thank you so much, Caroline. Thank you, Secretary. Back on China, does the administration anticipate supply chain shocks or supply shocks coming now that cargo shipments from China are significantly down? And if so, are there plans in the process of how to address that?
I wouldn't think that we would have supply chain shocks, and I think retailers have managed their inventory in front of this. I speak to dozens of companies, sometimes daily, but definitely weekly, and they know that President Trump is committed to fair trade and have planned accordingly.
And then second question, can you outline the timeline for when you think some of these deals, particularly with your Asian countries like India, Japan, South Korea, you may have an announcement?
I'm glad you brought up our Asian trading partners and allies. They have been the most forthcoming in terms of doing the deals. As I mentioned, Vice President Vance was in India last week. I think that he and Modi made some very good progress, so I could see some announcements on India. I could see the contours of a deal with the Republic of Korea coming together, and then we've had substantial talks with the Japanese.
Andrea?
Secretary Bessent, just continuing on the path of the sort of progress. You said yesterday, I think, that it was could happen as early as this week or possibly next week. Can you give us a bit of a timetable? And then I wanted to ask about South Korea specifically. They've said that they probably won't be able to make a comprehensive deal until early July because of their elections. Japan also has elections. And to what extent are domestic factors complicating your efforts? Canada just had an election. Are you seeing that you might have to think about delaying the 90 days?
Well, I would actually take the opposite tack, that I think from our talks that these governments actually want to have the framework of a trade deal done before they go into elections to show that they have successfully negotiated with the United States. So we are finding that they are actually much more keen to come to the table, get this done, and then go home and campaign on it.
Sean, I'm sorry, did you have a comment on whether something could happen this week or next week? For a deal. So, you said yesterday.
Again, I think that we are very close on India. And in India, just a little inside baseball, India, in a funny way, is easier to negotiate with than many other countries because they have very high tariffs and lots of tariffs. So it's much easier to confront the direct tariffs when as we go through these unfair trade deals that have been put in over decades, that the non-tariff trade barriers can be much more insidious and also harder to detect. So a country like India, which has the posted and ready tariffs, it's much easier to negotiate with them. So I think the India negotiations are moving well.
Sean.
Hi, Mr. Secretary. So it was reported this morning that Amazon will soon display a little number next to the price of each product that shows how much the Trump tariffs are adding to the cost of each product. So isn't that a perfect crystal clear demonstration that it's the American consumer and not China who is going to have to pay for these policies?
I will take this since I just got off the phone with the president about Amazon's announcement. This is a hostile and political act by Amazon. Why didn't Amazon do this when the Biden administration hiked inflation to the highest level in 40 years? And I would also add that it's not a surprise because, as Reuters recently wrote, Amazon has partnered with a Chinese propaganda arm. So this is another reason why Americans should buy American. It's another reason why we are onshoring critical supply chains here at home to shore up our own critical supply chain and boost our own manufacturing here.
Is Jeff Bezos still a Trump supporter?
Look, I will not speak to the president's relationships with Jeff Bezos, but I will tell you that this is certainly a hostile and political action by Amazon. And Secretary, if you have anything to add.
Yeah, I would also add that the bringing down the terrible Biden inflation has been a priority for the first 100 days of the Trump administration, and President Trump has done a great job of leading that since January 20th. Interest rates, mortgage rates are down, gasoline and energy prices are down. We're expecting the further decreases, and as Caroline said, the big tax on consumers that goes unnoticed is deregulation or regulation, and we are deregulating and bringing that down. So, from a household income point of view, we would expect real purchasing increases. We've seen them over the first 100 days, and we would expect that to accelerate. We are doing peace deals, trade deals, tax deals, and deregulating. And the deregulation is a longer lead time, but I think by the third and fourth quarters, that's really going to kick in.
Kelly, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. A question for you and Secretary Bessent. We talk a lot about volatility and uncertainty in the marketplace, and the president has stated all along that he's more concerned about mainstream America, the American worker. You just talked about deregulation and this entire fair trade and reciprocals. What is your message to the American people in terms of letting them get through this disturbance and the outcome being greater and a greater good for the American worker, the American people, the American families?
I would say trust in President Trump. There's a reason he was reelected to this office. It's because of the historic success of his economic formula in the first term, and as I laid out at the beginning of the briefing and the Secretary has talked about and the President talks about every day, there's a proven formula that works. Massive deregulation, energy independence, and tax cuts, which are coming. And the Secretary is working very hard on that with our counterparts on Capitol Hill. If you want to talk about that, that's a huge deal to put more money back into the pockets of hardworking Americans. As for the fair trade deals the President is trying to negotiate, he's not just righting the wrong of the mess that he inherited from the past 4 years of the Biden administration. This is a mess that has been created for the past 4 decades that has sold out the middle class, that has moved jobs overseas. You think about our heartland, middle America, what towns used to look like, what they look like today. President Trump wants to restore the golden age, and it's a process to do that, and that process is underway, but he's put together a fantastic trade team. Secretary Bessent, Secretary Lutnick, Jamieson Greer, all working incredibly hard on this effort 24/7, but tax cuts are coming, and that's key. And Mr. Secretary, why don't you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so it's really a three-legged stool in the economic policy. It's trade, it's tax, and it's deregulation. So we are in the midst of addressing, as Caroline said, these long-term trade imbalances. The tax bill is going much better than I would have thought when I took office on January 28th, and that's through President Trump's leadership. That Speaker Johnson, Leader Thune are united. Speaker Johnson, we had a very good meeting yesterday with something called the Big Six, NEC Director Kevin Hassett, myself, Speaker Johnson, Leader Thune, Committee Chairman Jason Smith, and Senator Crapo. And the tax bill is moving forward. It is going to give permanence to the 2017 Tax Cuts and Job Act, which will, back to the question on certainty, it will give American business certainty, it will give American people certainty, and then President Trump is also adding the things for working Americans that is talked about earlier: no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, making auto payments deductible. So that will substantially address the affordability crisis. And the other thing that I would note, and back to data, is that the Vanguard, one of the largest money management firms in America, said that over the past 100 days, 97% of Americans haven't done a trade, and in fact, individual investors have held tight while institutional investors have panicked. So individual investors trust, investors trust President Trump.
Megan, in the back.
Thank you both. Can you detail for us exactly what we should expect as far as relief on the auto tariffs front? And then further, Mr. Secretary, should we expect other industries to also get relief the way we've now seen for auto and tech as well?
I'm not going to go into the details of the auto tariff relief, but I can tell you that it will go substantially toward reshoring American auto manufacturing. And again, the goal here is to bring back the high quality industrial jobs to the U.S. President Trump is interested in the jobs of the future, not the jobs of the past. You know, we don't need to necessarily have a booming textile industry like where I grew up again, but we do want to have precision manufacturing and bring that back. And you know, another important, very important function of this that does not get talked about enough is national security. President Trump, his overriding concern and belief is that economic security is national security is economic security, and we saw during COVID that our supply chains got cut off, and we need to bring back a lot of those supply chains, whether it's in semiconductors, medicines, the steel, and we have to onshore those. So it's a combination of making trade free and fair and remedying this gaping national security hole that he was left with.
If I could on China.
I would just add, Megan, the president will sign the executive order on auto tariffs later today, and we will release it as we always do. Go ahead.
Secretary, any updates on the negotiation with the European Union, and is it hard to negotiate with the European Union?
Pardon?
Do you have any updates on the negotiation with the European Union?
I'm more involved in the Asian negotiations. My observation would be, goes all the way back to Henry Kissinger's statement, when I call Europe, who do I call? So we're negotiating with a lot of different interests. Some of the European countries have put on an unfair digital service tax on our big internet provider. You know, France and Italy, other countries, Germany and Poland, don't have that. So we want to see that unfair tax of one of America's great industries removed. So it's going to be a give and take. So they have some internal matters to decide before they can engage in an external negotiation.
Edward.
Yeah, thanks, Caroline. Mr. Secretary, so contacts I have in the business community say that they're basically frozen for long-term investment because of the uncertainty around tariffs. How long do you think President Trump has to make a deal before there's damage to the economy?
Look, I think that what we're seeing is that business leaders, they've gone into a pause, and I think we're going to give them great certainty on this tax bill. And I think over the next couple of weeks, as I said, we have 18 important trading relationships. We'll put China to the side. 17 they are in motion. And then, as I said yesterday, I think there's a very good chance we're going to get this tax bill done. And the tax bill is going to be very powerful for domestic U.S. investment. So what we are going to do, one of the most powerful parts of President Trump's 2017 tax bill was full expensing of equipment. We are going to make that, as President Trump said in his speech to Congress, that will be retroactive to January 20th. The other thing that we are looking to add is full expensing for factories. So bring your factory back. You can fully expense the equipment and the building. We will couple that with deregulation, cheap energy, and regulatory certainty, and that will continue to make the U.S. the greatest destination for domestic and foreign investment.
And the president, well, if I could follow, just the president said that world leaders would like to meet with him in Rome, in Vatican City, about trade. Other than President Zelensky, who did the president meet with, and about trade, and when could we get some of those deals?
The president met with President Zelensky, as you know, which we talked about, and the president continues to be engaged with his fellow leaders around the world in the European Union. You've seen many of them visit the White House. I want to harp on, in closing, the point the Secretary just made. On the campaign trail, the President promised the American public that he was going to make America the best country in the world to do business again. The lowest taxes, lowest regulation, lowest energy costs of anywhere in the world. And if you do business in the United States, you won't pay a tariff, you won't pay a price. That's not just good for companies around the world, but it's good for the American worker. That's what this team is focused so hard on every day. We have work to do. The golden age of America is underway. But as I pointed out in the beginning, there's a lot of reason for the American consumer, the American CEO, the American small business owner to be confident and optimistic about this president and where we're headed. So you will hear more from the president himself later this evening. He is traveling to Michigan, as you all know. He'll make a stop at the Air Force Base with Governor Whitmer, and then we will head to a rally tonight where you'll hear more from him directly. So we'll see you in Michigan. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Caroline.
Yes, ma'am. You and everybody else. 10-4.
I'll be arriving now.
All right, dispatch clinical.
Good. 10-4, coming on 8:43.
Code 1 day, beginning of 0. 10-4. 10-4. 134, 45, 9, code 4.
Go ahead.
Code 1, shoreline 0.
36.
Accident.
You're like just the one.
1, 3, 2, 3, 5, 7, 1, 2, have a THC vape and a nicotine vape. Route 32, 1, 34. Same time, radio check, please. Loud and clear.
We can reopen it. It's showing on our end.
134. Anyway, so we have that Walter and Purdue crossover.
We can reopen it. It's showing on our end, but it was cleared.
14, arriving 1.7.
I'm at 14, receive.
We're
Clear at 14:30.
X7 Clean Water Station, right to Heritage. Receive. $16.02.
16:02.
I need a call number in reference to a welfare check for Scott. It's going to be by phone, but if you can add it 1040 West Diesel and Rams.
10-4.
132.
Alright, it's Ash Smith. Well, we're upgrading to code 3, still same position, we'll start calls.
Chris, 38 unit. Hey, Rock, that's right. 2-4.
Call got 9 vacant, no dog damage, no powder cause. Water sugar 3, 8, 1, plus 8, 0.
1602. 13254. 13254.
10-4, thank you.
Chris, 38 unit. Hey, Rock, that's right.
10-4. Very medic 17. RV Rush Facility Code 1 with an 87-year-old female, history of AFib, hypertension, 12 leash of normal sinus rhythm, vital sign 61, heart rate 9902, 98.6 temp, and 105 BGL. Would be out your facility in 5 minutes.
2135, location.
22 to equipment depot.
Delta 270, go ahead. Sam Boyd, call 7765.
4100 traffic curse out.
Everybody's declining medic test. No traffic curse flight clear at 1434. Everyone declining EMS, 34.
Dispatch from engine 5, Rose.
Go ahead, pharmacy.
$32, 10-8.
Victor 70 Victor, and have adult male custody. If you have it, can you have the case number?
40, copy of deal.
Go ahead.
4915, traffic again.
Victor, call. What car are you supposed to be in?
36, I'll be on with 40.
Receipt. How did you order?
It's Victor 70, and he's out with Victor 1. I'll go ahead 1.
Call for the show clear of shower number out to 1. $1,200 block of Santa Fe, and what's the other blocking?
$700 Morgan.
700 Morgan, 10-4. Come on, unit.
Delta, you definitely need one reference.
Delta, Lieutenant 10-4, rotation.
120 will be at the middle school.
Yeah.
Delta.
Delta 265, we'll be clear.
House 21, Charles.
Charles, 1436.
Eleven on anchor, you chill. 121 will be at the middle school.
JP 41 in Rosalina, track 4.
Mike 26, Mike 2. Meet me down in Belly Cargo.
204, can you show me Chris and the primary to real quick?
204, how's on? Yes, sir, in route.
Okay, Chris.
Couple our team, vacant, no dark damage, no body calls, warning.
10-4. So it's only on Carlisle's office.
So one at Carlisle's office.
Victor 70, case number 830083.
Michael, stop 4 feet before the finish line. 33.
Victor King Mary 4434, I-69 in China 48, number.
132, take 45-7. 302, back. 20 clear. Stand for.
10-4.
Alright, dispatch, make 7.
134, 45.
204, wrapping up the elementary.
204, right?
Nothing 265 on this, sir.
Stop.
10-4, clear.
We are issuing an airport weather warning until 5:45 p.m. for winds of 35 knots or greater.
And it's pretty clear.
134, 45.
The following is for information only. The following is for information only.
10-4, can you notate most vehicles are going to have airbags deployed?
10-4. And it's pretty clear. Delta 130, Delta 140 for exposure in progress. 1321 West Broadway, 1221 West Broadway Street.
We are issuing an airport weather warning until 5:45 p.m. for winds of 35 knots or greater.
Go ahead. Good work.
Yes, there was more words like that.
Can you show us during the fire drill?
4185 or 4140. Do we have two rotations? Ops 21 Adam.
1441. Airline, can you repeat that location? 1040, each is going to be en route.
The following is for information only. The following is for information only.
I'll be 1040, changing lines to Fairfax Vic in Carolina.
10-4, can you notate most vehicles are going to have airbags deployed?
10-4. Looks like they're eastbound on 624. We have a weather advisory of winds 35 knots or greater until 5:45 p.m. 10-4. Both vehicles airbags deployed.
Delta 210. 44 radio 2. Ops 21 Adam.
1441.
44 radio 2. Fifth. There's
162.
Why do you put us on that call? No, finish his lane.
Victor 80, House of Cedar Looks like they're eastbound on 624.
Dispatch 518.
Sir.
Six oh five.
162.
Do I need to go around now?
Sir. Give me a call.
No, finish his name.
What's it for me?
No, you just stay there.
10-4.
Simple. I'm going to send right to with truck one. Dispatch engine one. Engine one is going to take the call.
You just truck one. Yes, sir.
Delta 265, we clear traffic. We're on Stardust at this moment, Officer Show.
Delta 265, clear traffic.
Go ahead.
154.
154.
40, can you get the minor? I saw a passport.
10-4. I'm going to send medic 2 with truck 1.
135, we can take that now.
Show me out of more conversation.
As more, 10-4. 41,
10-4, they're at the training on that. I'm going to quit.
You said
Ten-4. Delta 250, being route to main tag.
okay. Thank you.
Delta 153. Ops 21, boy.
Delta 150, clear. 14, 45.
Delta 265, we'll take that call on our beat. Unit 2, not report.
Delta 265, 10-4.
Hey, Route we're transporting code 1, Dr. Regional. 409 Paul, arriving at the jail.
Yeah. After that, it's on hard purpose, Roberta. 424, 1, contact Ashley. 115.
Delta 874. Delta 130, wait for it.
Sure.
Interesting.
Please,
4913, would you show me the name, please?
Sure. Hey, traffic. 40, go ahead.
Okay.
I'll be in the West Wheeler right next to the communications to Airport 41.
Did they give an address? What the ID administrator? Where he lives?
That's one for the area. 34 is going to be 34. Where is he?
SCID, on top, William John, 114.
190, we're pulling over to Everhart. No markets on Everhart.
Yeah, 4.
That's 130, go ahead, Paul.
Everhart. Okay. 44 is going to be 34. Who for entering form? Engine form, right?
Clear, so
11, 13, 21.
I'm investigating that now.
Driver,
Says public entrance. You cannot detain me for video.
Bert, get on the ground! Get on the ground! Get on the ground right here!
You have no signs that say no trespassing, and it freaking says public entrance. You cannot detain me for videotaping.
14, me personally, he ain't going nowhere. You're here with what, Dad? Ain't no sense having him sit in the car with handcuffs on. You ain't. If he was 18 and you might be taking him to jail for possession of stolen property, different. But you ain't gonna take him to jail, right? It's gonna be a petition.
These were multiple times when corrupt cops get destroyed by higher authority, starting with a case of a good officer who stops bad officer's mistake.
If he was 18 and you might be taking him to jail for possession of stolen property, different. But you ain't gonna take him to jail, right? It's gonna be a petition.
On January 14th, 2021, a resident from Harnett County, North Carolina, reported to the Fuquay-Varina Police Department that her dirt bike had been stolen. The bike was a valuable possession, and after a few weeks of searching, she tracked down the potential thief on Facebook. The seller appeared to be in possession of the stolen dirt bike, and the resident arranged a meeting to confirm this. Upon meeting, they identified the bike through its vehicle identification number, confirming it was the same one that had been stolen. The resident then informed the police, providing a brief description of the seller and his name, Malcolm Ziegler. 16 days after the initial report, 2 officers were dispatched to Mr. Ziegler's home to investigate the possibility of felony possession of stolen property. As the officers arrived, they began questioning Mr. Ziegler. One officer placed him into handcuffs almost immediately, despite not having verified any details or confirmed the facts about the stolen bike.
Okay, what's your name? Malcolm? What's your last name? Malcolm Ziegler?
Yeah.
Okay, you got your ID on you?
No, I do not.
Okay.
But that wasn't us riding. We haven't rode at all this week.
Where do you stay? You stay here?
Yeah.
Okay.
I haven't rode at all today. He literally just came by here.
Who's that guy? Who's that guy running down the street?
That's his friend. They stay somewhere up there.
Okay. Do me a favor, man. Go ahead and put your hands behind your back for me, okay?
Can I get the bill of sale and show you that I bought it?
Yeah. We'll get all that taken care of, man. But what I need to do is just hang tight for me right here, okay?
What did I do?
Just hang tight for me right here, okay?
According to the U.S. Supreme Court, detaining an individual without verifying essential facts could be an unlawful seizure, especially under the Fourth Amendment. The officer's actions were later scrutinized by legal experts, with the potential for the detainment to be ruled illegal if it lacked probable cause. During the search, Mr. Ziegler, who was 14 years old at the time, told the officers that he was a minor. The officer continued his detainment, placing Mr. Ziegler in the patrol car, while one of the officers attempted to contact Mr. Ziegler's father to locate a bill of sale. Despite this, Mr. Ziegler offered to provide a bill of sale via his phone, hoping to prove that he had purchased the dirt bike in good faith.
Well, I'm going to work on getting you out of those soon, okay? Just keep cooperating with me. I appreciate it. And we'll get everything squared away.
Stole before. I don't.
Okay. And sir,
I can try to find this bill of sale. I have
sir,
a lot
and I'm not saying that you stole it. Right now, what we've got is we just got a stolen motor vehicle. We're not saying that you stole the vehicle. Okay, I'm not saying that at all. Okay, but it still is a crime to be in possession of a stolen motor vehicle. So he's talking with your dad right now.
I can tell you. I can show you if you can go. You can go on my phone. I can show you exactly what I bought.
Okay. Hey, how you doing, sir? Hey,
Dad, I need that bill of sale.
Reason all this is going down, that vehicle's been entered as stolen at National Crime Information Center. Do you have the bill of sale by any chance, sir?
I don't know what it is. It's either in my room or in the garage. I saw y'all sign it. What did you
After contacting his father, the officers were still unable to resolve the situation. In the meantime, the initial officer faced questions from his fellow officers about the legitimacy of Mr. Ziegler's detainment. One officer pointed out that a juvenile should not be treated the same way as an adult and noted that they would not likely arrest a minor for possession of a stolen vehicle without substantial evidence. This conversation raised questions about whether Mr. Ziegler had been arrested or simply detained. In the process, Mr. Ziegler's father and one of the officers returned to the house to search for the bill of sale. As they were doing so, another officer discussed the detainment, expressing concern that the first officer had not sufficiently validated the circumstances before handcuffing the minor. The conversation focused on the officer's discretion, and it became clear that this was an area that required further attention. Eventually, Mr. Ziegler's father located the bill of sale, and after reviewing it, the officers released Mr. Ziegler with no charges filed.
Hey,
is he detained or is he?
He's detained right now because he is.
You did not. 14. He's 14.
Yes.
Okay.
So I already explained to him he's detained right now. I told him that.
So why is he detained?
Because that's a stolen motor vehicle.
Okay. He's 14. Me personally, he ain't going nowhere. You're here with what, Dad? Ain't no sense having him sit in the car tent with handcuffs on. You ain't. If he was 18, and you might be taken to jail for possession of stolen property. Different. But you ain't gonna take him to jail, right? It's gonna be a petition.
So you can step out. We're gonna take the handcuffs off.
It was clear that he had been the victim of a scam, having purchased the bike in good faith from someone who had falsely sold it to him. But wait for this next case where a trooper stops bad officer misconduct. On August 4th, 2021, William Barnwell, a resident of Alabama, was driving home with his wife from a vacation in North Carolina when they encountered probation and parole officer Harold Mashburn. While traveling behind Mashburn, Barnwell grew frustrated as Mashburn drove below the speed limit in the left lane. After passing Mashburn, the officer motioned for Barnwell to pull over. Barnwell complied but was confused as Mashburn was not a police officer but a probation officer. Barnwell questioned Mashburn's authority to stop him, noting that probation officers typically do not have law enforcement authority to pull over vehicles or make traffic stops.
Sir, you can film me all day long. If you're a police officer, you should have a body camera.
I'm turning around at the...
Because you're not a police officer. It says right there you're a probation officer. I'm not on probation. I've never been in trouble for anything.
In the state of Alabama,
Tell my camera again how you're a police officer.
will you answer my question? I've answered yours. Now, let me answer your question. In the state of Alabama, what are your probation officers considered to do?
I have no idea. We're not in Alabama.
Do you live in Alabama? Because your tag says you're in
I guess when a police officer gets here, we'll determine a whole bunch of stuff. How often do you pull someone over?
How often? I pull people over.
How often do you drive in the left lane for 5 miles going 48 miles an hour? So how fast were you going?
I was doing 55.
And what happened?
You come flying up on
No, when I passed you, I was going 48 miles an hour. But if your car here, that's not a police car, had the radar in it, you would know how fast I was going.
Yes, sir. And I'm able to do speed estimations.
I'm sure you will be. I guess when your real police officer gets here, I'm sure I'm going to get some tickets.
Well, you just stay tight. Just hang tight, okay?
What's your name? Would you like to identify yourself?
Hey, you gonna give me your driver's license?
You're not a police officer.
You just said tight.
So you're refusing to identify. You're refusing to identify yourself.
Just sit tight.
You're refusing to identify yourself, even though you pulled me over.
Sit tight.
Am I being detained? Am I being detained, sir? Because I've got to go home. Are you detaining me? Are you detaining me? Am I being detained? Hey, I'm going to step out. Am I being detained because I need to be on my way? Is this a lawful stop? Am I being detained? Are you detaining me? Are you detaining me? Is that hard to understand? Because you know this is not legal.
Probation officers are responsible for supervising individuals on probation or parole, but their authority varies across states. In North Carolina, probation officers do have some law enforcement authority, but they do not have the general power to enforce laws or stop random vehicles. Despite this, Mashburn attempted to detain Barnwell, who repeatedly asked if he was being detained. Mashburn failed to give a clear answer, leaving Barnwell uncertain of his legal status during the stop. Barnwell, feeling his rights were being violated, called 911 and waited for a uniformed officer to arrive. After approximately 30 minutes, a police officer arrived and allowed Barnwell to leave without further incident.
Sir, you know you pulled me over 15 minutes now. How long is the Terry stop?
4135 was your license plate.
You relax and had a conversation with me here. We'd probably both going about our ways doing our jobs. You going home and me going to do my job. You understand what I'm trying to tell you?
I understand what you're trying to say.
The only thing I was doing was stopping you, getting you pulled over so one, you calm down and quit endangering other people's lives.
I wasn't endangering nobody's lives. Yes, sir.
How are you?
I'm good.
Good. Now, look, I don't really fully understand what we're doing right here. Okay, so he just felt like you were aggressively coming up on him. He's a probation officer. Okay, so I'm not gonna write you for anything. I'm not doing anything like that. Okay, like you got your insurance here.
I'm wound up, and you're unwinding me. I appreciate that.
Okay, so where you headed to? You headed back home?
Home to Alabama.
Okay, all right. So look, one of those things. Okay, you may come up on him a little quick. He may have, it's one of them things. Okay, so as long as, I mean, like I said,
I'm good.
I don't have anything to write you for. I don't have anything like that. I'm not going to do anything. It's not my stop. He just feels, he just felt like you come up on him a little hard. You might have been a little aggressive. So if that is the case, let's just back it down a little bit. You're nearly to Georgia anyway. So,
that's why I say thank you. I appreciate it.
The incident drew local media attention, and North Carolina's Department of Public Safety confirmed that Mashburn did not have the authority to conduct traffic stops. However, this next case unfolds a good cop who gets bad cop fired and arrested. On July 26, 2021, Officer David Lance Dukes of the Orangeburg Department drew his gun and ordered 58-year-old disabled man Clarence Gaillard and his cousin Mario Julian to the ground in a parking lot. Despite Gaillard attempting to comply by getting on his hands and knees, Officer Dukes forcefully pushed him down, causing Gaillard's head to hit the pavement. Dukes claimed that he believed Gaillard had a gun, but body camera footage contradicted this, showing that Gaillard's hands were clearly visible and raised above his head throughout the encounter.
Hey, let me see your hands. Bert, get on the ground. Get on the ground. Get on the ground right here. Get on the ground. You, burn your shirt. Get on the ground. Over here. On the ground. On the ground. Get on the ground. Do you not listen? Get on the ground. Is there a gun back there? By that truck. No gun. You're not listening, dude. Bro, you got a gun on you, man?
No, I ain't got no gun.
Right,
I don't want no gun.
Carmichael. Paul, do you watch him say? He had something. No, he was right here. Watch him. Go watch him. There it is. Alright, that's what he had. Alright, who's the complainant? Alright, get him up. 25 city, got one tank.
Put your leg that way so you can stand up.
Alright, listen, I'm about to help you. Hold on. Alright, ready? 1, 2, 3. Alright.
Yep, they slammed my head down on the cement. Yep.
Go back inside. Go back in the house. Go back in the house. Ain't nobody talking to you.
I got head trauma.
Go back in the house.
Yep. Y'all bust my head down. Yeah, I've been in an accident. Yep, y'all bust my head down. You threw me down.
I sure did. You wasn't listening.
Yeah. No, it ain't you ain't just threw me down. I'm disability.
Okay.
I got head trauma. Yep. You threw me down. Yep. You threw me down. You threw me down. Yep. You bust my head down on the cement. Yep. You bust my head.
Alright, let me tell you what.
That's forehead. Bust my head down on the cement.
He was in front of the car when I came up. And he was walking like this. And I thought it was a gun at first. I said, drop the gun, drop the gun, drop the gun, drop the gun. Had him at gunpoint. And he's over here doing something like this.
You slammed my head.
What he was doing is putting this up behind the tire. So he comes over right here. He got his hands in his pockets. I tell him, let me see your hands, let me see your hands, let me see your hands. He wasn't listening. He got like this right here, and we went on to the ground.
Dukes' excessive use of force, including stomping on Gaylord's neck or back, violated the principles outlined in the 1989 Supreme Court case Graham versus Connor, which states that a police officer's use of force must be reasonable based on the circumstances. Here, the severity of the crime was minimal, and Gaylord was not resisting arrest. This raises questions about whether Dukes' actions were both unreasonable and unnecessary. Dukes' subsequent report also contradicted the body cam footage and other reports, including false claims about Gaylord's resistance. Moreover, when asked for a business card, Dukes lied, claiming the department did not issue them, a claim that Sergeant Pador immediately corrected.
Can I get a card for me?
I don't have one now. We don't have one. They don't give us cards.
Okay, what's your badge number?
1059.
Let me see if I can get my phone.
Hold on, we have cards. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Brandon, you can get this stuff off the car.
Dukes, will you say badge number?
1059.
Dukes was fired 2 days later for violating use of force policies and was charged with first-degree assault and battery, which could carry up to 10 years in prison. However, this next case unfolds: good citizens who stop officer from misconduct. On July 3rd, 2021, officers from the Elkhart Police Department responded to a reported disturbance at a hotel in Elkhart, Indiana. They stopped 3 teenagers, demanding they identify themselves. The teens, along with bystanders, insisted they were not involved in the incident. One bystander recorded the encounter, questioning the officer's authority to detain them. The officer claimed the hotel manager wanted the teens removed, yet failed to properly investigate before escalating the situation. Indiana law requires individuals to refuse to leave before they can be charged with trespassing. However, the officers detained the teens without confirming whether the hotel manager had directly asked them to leave. Furthermore, Indiana does not have a stop and identify law that applies to criminal investigations, meaning the officers lack the authority to demand identification without reasonable suspicion of a crime.
You do. I'm here investigating the disturbance, which gives me the right to identify you. That gentleman there does not want you to come back on his property. So for me to log the truck, it doesn't matter. He doesn't want you on. It doesn't matter.
Talking about us.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He doesn't want you guys back here. And to verify that, I need your names so that if you do show up again, you can then go to jail. Okay? So what is your name? Before I put you all in handcuffs and take you all to jail. Then you're gonna.
I ain't going to jail for that.
Okay. What is your name?
Yeah, we do. We ready.
Are they being detained, officer?
Yes, they are.
Under what penal code?
What's your badge number? What's your badge number?
Good job.
Hey, what's your badge number? What's your name, sir? You have the right to give me your badge number. Yes, you do.
Policy.
I'm trying to identify these gentlemen.
Hey, don't say it like that. Badge number.
Is there any way that can you get
Because we can't verify that you are the parent or guardian. I'm going to ask again before you all want to does that make sense? What is your name? We can't just release it.
Let me talk to them.
But if they want part of the confusion, then I don't understand what's going on.
I told you all the time. 47. You're not in trouble, man. But if you keep playing this game with us,
I want him to come out here before I say anything.
They gone. They went out the back door. They went out the back door.
No, I'm talking about the manager that said that we was touched because he know it's not us.
No, it wasn't them.
Exactly. That's what I'm come out here.
he doesn't want to come out here right now. He has a job which is inside because he doesn't want you inside. He doesn't want you regardless.
So, in Indiana, doesn't the trespass law mean they have to be asked to leave, and then if they refuse their trespass, because none of them have refused. Have they been asked to leave? If they've been asked to leave, they're free to go, right?
No.
Right.
Name.
Right.
Are you gonna give me your name?
I want dudes to come out here. Oh yeah, here he comes.
Eventually, the hotel manager clarified that the teens were not involved, leading officers to release them. This incident reflects a pattern of misconduct within the Elkhart Police Department, which has faced previous allegations of excessive force and corruption.
These are not them. Alright, these are not them. We didn't have nothing to do with it. Yes. No, they had nothing to do with it. Alright, man, get my... Stand up. It was taller boys who were probably already all gone because they knew that you were coming. They don't want to... That's why I said police. Okay. He come out here. But when I walked in, he pointed to you gentlemen, man. That's all I wanted to come out. It wasn't that hard for him to come out here and clear it up. He's trying to put it here to take the Christmas because you're not cooperating. You're not doing his job right. It's easy for me to control the situation. I am doing my job right.
See, y'all
What's your name, badge number?
Talking about, they was in there talking about gunplay with this dude, man. That's
sure, and when I got here, listen, when I got here, he pointed to these gentlemen.
We told you it was
okay. I can't take your word for it when he pointed to you. He did. He pointed to you.
Already in there, bro.
He pointed to you. Okay.
Name and badge number, please. Isn't Elkhart policy for you to identify yourself to the public?
Yes, this is they probably left.
Okay.
Because they all ran their licenses.
That's fine.
And they drove off because they didn't want to deal with you guys.
No, they doing either, man.
The officers in this case received an F for their failure to investigate properly, misinterpretation of Indiana law, and attempts to detain innocent individuals. Meanwhile, the teens and bystanders earned an A+ for staying calm, challenging the officers legally and preventing an unjust arrest. But this cop bravely stopped officer misconduct. On January 2nd, 2018, in the early morning hours, Officer Cheryl Dickerson of the Roswell Police Department in Georgia noticed a golf cart driving down Highway 9. She initiated a traffic stop and found a 13-year-old boy behind the wheel. When questioned, the boy claimed his mother had allowed him to borrow the golf cart, but he struggled to provide details about where she worked. Officer Dickerson informed him that driving a golf cart on a public roadway was illegal, then ordered him out of the vehicle, detained him, and placed him in the back of her patrol car.
You're driving around in your mom's vehicle?
Yeah, I asked her if I could borrow it. She works at the Roswell.
At the Roswell what?
Up there. So yeah, I asked her if I could borrow it for a few minutes. And she said, yeah, just be safe. And
Okay, you understand that you cannot drive a golf cart down the road, roadway.
I really didn't understand that. So
How old are you?
I'm 13.
You're 13?
Is that wrong?
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Like a car could slam into the back of you, not realizing you're.
Do you want me to like to drive?
Well, hold on. What, do you have ID on you or anything like that? What are you doing out here at 13 years old? You're going to Starbucks? Where does your mom work?
She works up in Roswell office.
At Roswell what?
Like down there in Roswell.
Where does she work? What's the name of the business?
The apartments. The Roswell apartments. She like is a manager over there.
Okay.
However, the situation escalated when Sergeant Daniel Elsey arrived and took an unethical approach to questioning the boy. Elsey sat in Officer Dickerson's patrol car, turned off the heat, and rolled down the windows despite the freezing temperatures reported between 12 and 18 degrees. He told the boy, he ain't gonna say anything if it's warm, indicating his intent to use cold exposure as an interrogation tactic.
He's seatbelted in.
Hey man, here's what I'm going to go back and ask you for. Mother's name, mother's phone number, and the address where you live. You understand that? Please on it.
Sorry.
Yeah. Facilitate a little. You think for a few minutes about where you live, and I'll be back with you in a minute. Officer Dixon, you can cop in my passenger seat for a few minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, he ain't gonna say anything if it's warm.
If what?
I said he ain't gonna say anything if he's back there in the back seat and it's warm.
Oh.
So he can sit over there and be cold.
Well, okay.
That's why I rolled your windows down.
Oh.
It's fine.
And
a few minutes to think about it.
Should I call an 85 for the golf cart?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let him get a little chill. Maybe that'll. Oh, he's gone. Alright, partner, what's your name? I'm sorry? Getting cold yet, Anthony? You can take it? Cool. So can I. Because I got heat in this car. So here's where we're at. Speak with the Roswell Police Department. Look at me when I'm speaking to you. My name is Sergeant Elsey with the Roswell Police Department. Okay? You can't be driving a golf cart in the streets. You understand that, right? I'm pretty sure that's not your golf cart. Is that fair to assume? Where did you get the golf cart from? What school? Yeah, I can see your breath. It's pretty cold back there. Keep telling me. Speaking of, what's Mom's name? You don't know Mom's phone number. Alright, well I'll tell you what. I'm gonna drive to this address you gave me. You live in Alpha. To this address, you're gonna hang tight right here. Since you can't remember Mom's phone number. And if I can make contact with Mom, then we'll get some heat going.
He's freezing him out. He's about to drive to the address that he gave, and Mom will turn him down in the car. It's chilly. Aw, man. Is it cold in the car, you're asking? Yeah, it's freezing in there. Well, he's got all the windows rolled down and the heat off.
After nearly 20 minutes, Sergeant Greg Friesen intervened, condemning Elsie's actions and ordering the heat to be turned back on. The boy was eventually released into his mother's custody, and the golf cart was towed. Despite this incident, no disciplinary action was taken against Sergeant Elsie until the 11 Alive news team obtained the body cam footage 7 months later. Shockingly, Elsie was awarded Supervisor of the Year in April 2018, while the department ignored his misconduct.
Huh? Stay over here. Are they having some super secret?
We're gonna be on our way, okay?
In this next case, good cop defends citizen from his fellow officers. On June 24th, 2023, Officer Sado of the Cleveland Clinic Police Department stopped local resident Keith Geeston during a workout in the Cleveland Clinic parking lot in Cleveland, Ohio. The officer had received a report that an individual matching Mr. Geeston's description was allegedly looking into vehicles. The interaction began when Officer Sado grabbed Mr. Geeston's arm to physically detain him, leading Mr. Geeston to begin recording the encounter.
You're about to get a lawsuit.
I got a call that you're looking through people's cars and
you're about to get a lawsuit.
You fit the description.
You have no legal right. You have no legal right to put your hands on me.
Sir.
This is an assault.
Sir.
What's your name and badge number?
Sir, can you please turn around?
What's your name and badge number?
Officer Sidoti, 190.
You're about to get a lawsuit. You have no legal right to ask me my name.
Sir, we got a call
or to put
that
your hands on me.
All right, and you won't identify yourself, you wouldn't stop, and you're on
you have
private
no
property.
Legal right to identify me.
We got a call that he was looking at people's vehicles, and he wouldn't stop.
This character saw me up on the hill exercising, going through the lot. He started his car. He was up there sleeping or reading or something. Follow me down and stop me over here. I exercise here every day.
Okay. I'm here.
He put his hands on me
I've never
with
seen
no legal reason.
We got a call.
I got it on film.
Okay.
What's your name, officer?
Officer Buchanan.
Look, he has no reason to ID me. No legal reason. You all about to get a huge lawsuit. I got him on camera. Assaulted.
Yeah, come on down. You just turned the corner.
For no legal reason.
Despite Mr. Geeston's objections, the officer maintained that the detainment was based on reasonable suspicion, citing the nature of the call. The situation drew attention when Mr. Geeston repeatedly argued that he had not committed any crime and had the right to refuse identification.
You saw him assaulting when you walked up. Am I right? Absolutely. You did.
Sir, I just need your ID.
You escalated this thing. You're not going back. This is a lawsuit. This is a lawsuit.
We got a call that you're.
And I'm suing you personally
We got a call
for putting your hands on me.
vehicles.
I'm dressed to exercise. I do this every day. You're going to pay
That we
me.
were looking through people's vehicles.
That's no reason. That's no reason for you to put your hands on me.
You wouldn't
And
you wouldn't stop and
you
talk.
gave me no legal reason. Name a legal reason. You should have thought this out before escalating. Get Garfield here. I'm staying here now. This is a police report, bro. We're not going back. I'm sorry. Nothing personal against you. He should have never put his hands on me. I have a legal right to defend myself when you do it. Either if that badge does not give you the right to put your hands on me.
I got a call that you're looking
You questioned me about it. What did I say?
and I have.
What did I say? You don't have.
You're on private property.
You don't have. Name the legal right that I have to identify. And I've committed no
What's your
crime.
reason of being here?
And I've committed no crime. I've told
What's your
you
reason of
several
being
times.
Exercise.
I'm here every day.
You have no Cleveland Clinic business.
Let's see if this stands up in court. You can't grab people up on a say-so. You didn't see me. You observed me for at least 45 seconds to a minute, and I confirmed what you saw. Irrespective of what someone said, irrespective of you getting a call, you have to articulate what crime I've committed that I have to ID. I know my rights. How you doing? You Garfield? My name is Keith Golston. I want to file a police report. I got this guy on film assaulting me without probable cause, grabbing me, trying to twist my arm behind my back, putting his hands on.
You know what the yes, you have a right to do what you need to do, but this is the clinic, which means it's private. So if they ask you to do something, you gotta listen to
No. Let's test that leak. I don't want to, bruh. It don't.
You can't even. You're not even supposed to be filming here.
You don't know what you're talking about because he's claiming you don't. You don't know what you're talking about. He just claimed that this was private property.
It is private property.
Yeah.
Means you have to do what they ask you to do.
No,
Yes,
I
you
do not.
You can't use this as a gym.
Hey, look.
I understand what you're saying. I do.
However, the security guard from Cleveland Clinic stated that filming in the parking lot was prohibited because it was private property. This raised the issue of whether private property owners could impose restrictions on activities like filming, even in areas open to the public. Based on precedents set by past cases, it is likely that the Cleveland Clinic, as a private entity, had the right to regulate filming on its property.
I could do anything I want to do, man.
This is a private property. You're not supposed to be filming here.
Stop me then.
Well, see, that's where you go wrong. You can't. If I went to your house and you asked me not to do
this
something,
is not my house.
Whatever.
We're outside on in the public.
If it's your property, then you got a right.
Whatever his name is, I'm filing a lawsuit for assault and battery.
So these guys, they have a right to talk to you.
They don't have. He doesn't have a right to put his hands on me, bro. Talking. You were all right when we were talking.
I don't know what leads to that, but
I'll tell you what.
Lead to that? Why he?
I'll tell you what.
Guy,
Bruh.
this officer asks you to leave, and you don't leave. That's a crime because they're going to be criminal trespass.
He didn't ask me to leave.
He
didn't ask me to leave.
Place,
You're making
okay?
stuff up now.
I'm not. That's why I asked you.
Do you have a supervisor here?
Yeah, we do.
Okay, let me file a report with your supervisor.
Despite the tension and arguments, Mr. Geeston followed Officer Buchanan into the Cleveland Clinic facility to file a report about the encounter, though it remains unclear whether he formally pursued legal action or if any disciplinary measures were taken against Officer Sado.
Now, I want to file a criminal complaint. You guys are the reporting officers.
No,
I want to file.
This is Cleveland Clinic.
Did he call you?
Yeah, they called us.
Y'all don't have no jurisdiction?
They are police department.
Where's the supervisor for Cleveland Clinic Police
Right now
Department?
it's me, but my supervisor's at home.
Who is here today besides you that I can make a report about this incident?
My partner, buddy.
Let's get him here.
He's not a supervisor. He's right here. Behind me.
What's your name, sir? We can talk now.
What's going on?
You heard what was going on?
I heard what's going on.
Right.
All right. So do you want Marcus's number?
No, I want to get something legally on paper right now.
Do you want to write it down a statement, or you may just write this down now? And I'll get your statements like that. Want me to go do that?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
Now I have business on the property, right? Now I'm talking to him.
So he just grabbed you and stuff like that?
Absolutely.
That's crazy.
I stopped and I talked to him and I let him know exactly what I was doing.
Yeah. I just wish
we're gonna take it through the proper channels.
684 10 815. 684 10.
All right. Yeah, I'll give you my name. You want to go somewhere else, or you just?
Yeah, I want to go sit down.
Yeah, let's go. Shit, never got that on you.
In this next case, Lieutenant defends citizen from lying cops. On January 14th, 2022, First Amendment auditor Free Press North Carolina, also known as Mr. Press, conducted an audit at the Burlington Police Department in North Carolina. After filming in the city hall and filing a public records request with no issues, he moved to the police department to film the police vehicles parked outside. Officer Delgado approached Mr. Press and asked what he was doing, suggesting that he was trespassing and potentially taking pictures of police vehicles illegally. Sergeant Marsh then arrived and detained Mr. Press, claiming suspicion of trespassing because he was in a police-only parking area. Mr. Press questioned the legitimacy of the detention, asserting that filming in public was not a crime.
Tires are mostly in good shape. Can't tell entirely, but they're Generally speaking, they seem to be good tires. Hi! Just checking out my employees. What's up? What's your name and badge number?
Delgado.
Delgado, you have a badge number? Okay.
What's your name?
I'm not going to give that.
So, what are you doing?
Just checking on the Burlington employees and seeing if you guys are doing a great job.
About
If you're keeping, yeah.
through the cars?
Yeah, I want to make sure you're keeping the officers safe with like good tires and you're not leaving out passwords to NCIC. You said I need to, so I was asking, do you want me to come talk to her or do I have to? Am I being detained?
Yes, sir. At this point, yes, sir.
Okay, for suspicion of what crime?
Okay, you're walking around taking pictures of police cars and so forth. You don't have any business here.
Is that illegal? Is that illegal?
It's only supposed to be police back here.
And your name, badge number?
I don't have a badge number. Sergeant Marsh.
Sergeant Marsh, okay. You said I'm detained. And I said suspicion of what crime?
What are you doing back here?
Suspicion of what crime? What's your razz?
You can leave, sir.
What crime have I committed?
You need to leave.
If you'd like to stand on the sidewalk and
He told me I have to come here and I'm detained.
I
So
didn't say that. I didn't say that.
you said we need you to come here and you said I'm
I didn't talk to
detained.
you. So I need to talk. You want to go over there, take on the sidewalk, take pictures? You're more than welcome, but you can't be back here.
So the sign that says public entrance is not a public entrance?
If you have business here. You have business here?
Am I required to answer that question?
Okay, sir. At this point, you're being asked if you want to go over and take pictures.
I know I'm being
you wanna-
asked because you don't want to infringe on my rights, which is why you've not ordered me to, but you still have me detained. Are you going to undetain me or am I still
You're
detained?
not detained.
Okay.
You're more than free, but you...
I can do what I want. Thanks. It's a public...
Sir, you can go on the sidewalk and take pictures.
You have to stay on the sidewalk.
Where's the sign that says it's authorized personnel only? There's actually a sign in here that says public parking right here. You tell me I'm detained in a public parking lot with no signs? That's bullcrap. Back off.
Sir, you need to understand.
I don't need to do crap. You detained me for
You
nothing.
need to leave the parking lot.
Give me a supervisor.
I am the supervisor.
Give me your supervisor, the LT. This is bullcrap.
Madam, one of them.
Notice I'm not talking to either of you guys this way. I'm not talking to either of you guys this way. I'm talking to him this way. You have no signs that say no trespassing, and it freaking says public entrance. You cannot detain me for videotaping.
I didn't
Why were
detain
you
you.
all in that car?
I wasn't in a car. If you find evidence of me being in a car, then bring me in and Raz and detain me and we'll talk.
And that's why we started speaking with you, because
You can't detain me to figure out if I committed a crime. You're a freaking sergeant.
Yes, sir. We can.
No, you cannot.
Throughout the interaction, Mr. Press maintained a firm but respectful stance, asserting his rights. Sergeant Marsh, while remaining professional, misunderstood the concept of reasonable suspicion, leading to an unnecessary detention. On the other hand, Lieutenant Beckmer handled the situation with professionalism, clarifying that Mr. Press was free to continue filming in the public area. Mr. Press left the scene after being informed that he was free to go, and later amended his public records request.
What was the Raz? Reasonable, articulable
You're
suspicion.
looking at vehicles, possibly breaking into a vehicle.
Did you suspect me of breaking into a vehicle?
I did.
Yes.
I asked him what he suspected me of, and he said filming.
I seen you and I called my sergeant.
And that's why I got
But that's what you need to articulate. You didn't do that until now. He was telling me that I was suspicious because I was filming around vehicles. Will not get my name. I am not trespassing, and I will not leave. Probably a court's not going to care about a 5-minute detention, which is why there probably won't be anything from this unless you keep escalating.
I'm not escalating anything.
You did.
Here's our lieutenant.
Fantastic.
What's going on, man?
Howdy.
How are you?
I was doing pretty good. Till I met the sergeant. These two folks are incredibly professional. He hasn't escalated a single thing. She said she had razzed me breaking into a freaking car. She was very polite at first. Once he escalated, she jumped on the bandwagon. But generally, they've been good. He is a train wreck. How you just treated me is a train wreck. I should say that. I don't know you, Sergeant Marsh, so I shouldn't have said that. I apologize.
Basically, I was told by Officer Delgado that he was actually looking at vehicles, possibly breaking into cars. That's why he's here.
He didn't tell me that. He didn't say that's his Raz. I said, you got Raz, detain me. And he said, you were filming, walking around cars. So
Let's go and remove him from the situation, right?
Okay. All right.
Okay, so moving forward, how can we do something for you here? You can
Allow me to go
wait
on
in the back lot.
Thank
You know what
you.
I mean? If you need paperwork, tell me what you need. We'll try to get it for you. They're going to close pretty soon.
Understood. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I'm good to go. I'm just here to quietly exercise my rights and not be impeded and not be detained. We good?
More power to you.
Awesome. Thanks, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir.
Take care.
Be safe.
Peace. Keep it up, bro.
Yes, ma'am.
However, this next case unfolds. Informed sheriff and chief who defend citizen from corrupt cop. On April 7, 2024, independent journalist Justin McHenry, the owner of the Random Patriot YouTube channel, visited the Lonoke County Courthouse in Lonoke, Arkansas, to film the publicly accessible areas of the building. McHenry, who has built his platform around First Amendment audits, aim to document how public officials respond to citizens exercising their constitutional rights. As McHenry filmed the interior of the courthouse, he approached a security checkpoint where he was met by a courthouse deputy. The deputy, noticing the camera, immediately questioned McHenry's purpose.
Hello, I was just reading your signs real quick. I'm working on a story. I was just coming in to work on my story here in the building. I don't need to go in the courtroom. What's that? Do you work for the public? Who do you work for, man? Okay, then I can record you. It's actually my First Amendment right to do that. If you work for the government, I'm allowed to record anyone that works for the government in their course of duty.
Anything you have in your pockets goes in the bucket?
Sure. I'm not here to start anything with anybody. I just wanted you to know that. Can I get your name, please? Mabels? Okay, thank you. I'm Justin. Is this sign talking about these stairs right here, the restricted area? I don't want to go anywhere I can't go, so I just want to make sure. I can't? Okay. That's what I was asking. I'm just working on a story, just looking at everything that's for display in the building. Right now, I'm just trying to document everything that's in the Lonoke building. Y'all shut the door on me? Talk about me?
No.
Why you shut the door on me then?
It wasn't on you. We just sometimes close the door like when court's going on.
Okay. So you don't care if I'm filming, but as soon as I leave, you're gonna shut the door on me? Oh, I can ask you. Well, you're like, hey, go check out this, and then the door shuts.
Oh no, I was just talking to her.
Hey, go outside and look at that, and then the door shuts. And then the door shuts. You're being weird. You guys are being weird. You didn't need to shut the door on me.
You are welcome to film here. Like, I don't have any problem with that.
I'm not.
I don't have any problem with you standing in here, and actually closing the door had nothing to do with you.
Okay.
Is there anything that?
No. I don't.
From this office?
I don't even want to bother y'all anymore. I was just kind of like, that was weird. The door got shut on me.
Excuse me. Right.
Oh no. I'm not combative. I was laughing. You got. When was I being combative?
I asked you if we want to close our office.
When was I being combative?
You want me to lock it?
Well, you can't do that. If you lock it, then you need to lock it for everyone.
The exchange escalated when a courthouse official stepped in, stating that the courthouse had a policy against filming inside the building. However, McHenry pointed out that policies do not override constitutional rights. He referenced several court rulings that have upheld the right to record in public places, particularly government buildings, where there is no reasonable expectation of privacy. Eventually, a higher-ranking official arrived and reviewed the situation. After some deliberation, the official conceded that there was no enforceable law preventing McHenry from filming in publicly accessible areas of the courthouse. The officers reluctantly stepped back, allowing McHenry to continue his audit unimpeded.
Something that you said or something that you did, she felt was aggressive. So,
Well, I have it all on camera, thankfully. Thankfully,
to ask you to move on.
No, you actually
if
don't.
They feel that way because
Trump's
my job
feelings.
is to secure them
But you,
from the public.
no, it's not.
Yes, it is.
I promise you, it's not.
Down the road, please.
You can't. All right. I'm not going to interrupt anything.
I'm not going to argue with you.
I'm not going to argue with you either, sir. Can I get your name real quick, please? Do you work for the public? So you don't have any business telling me what to do? No. If you don't work for the public, I don't want to hear from you, sir.
And you're interrupting the court.
I'm not interrupting anything.
Just go.
Hey, if you quit talking to me, I'll quit talking to you, and then there's no sound. So what am I interrupting?
Somebody, so just go.
I'd rather you just left me alone. Honestly.
Well, you started the joke.
No, I didn't. She told 2 lies right off the bat, and I have it all on film, but I'm not being combative with anyone. I've been extremely polite. All I've done is ask questions about the building and about Lonoke, trying to find out more about the history, and I have it all on film from the from the very second I got here. This all started when I was actually just talking to some ladies down here in this back off. They were being cool. They're like, oh, you can film, check this out, check that out. And then they're like, hey, check that out in the hallway. So I go check it out in the hallway and the door slams behind me. But it didn't shut. It kind of slammed and it came back open. So I was just like, what? Did you guys slam the door on me? What's up, guys? It's just me.
How are you?
Hey, no, I'm cool, man.
This is Sheriff Staley.
Hey, I'm Justin, dude.
Yeah, what's up?
I didn't know the... I don't mind talking to him again. I'll tell him what happened again. So, yeah. So I have everything on film since the minute I got here. I'm just checking out. I'm learning about the history of Lone Oak, about the courthouse. I've been extremely polite with everyone, just like I am right now. The very last one on the left, I was just in there, and they were cool, too. They're like, hey, check this out, check that out. I don't care if you film. And then they were like, hey, go check out those little cannon pushers out in the hallway. So as soon as I walk out in the hallway, they slam the door behind me. But it doesn't shut, it kind of slams and opens. And I kind of laugh and like swing it back open. And I was like, I'm not trying to bother y'all. If you don't want me in here, no problem. I was just wondering why y'all said check this out with a smile and then slam the door behind me. And then that was it. That was literally the height of the disaster. The only rooms I went in were clearly for the public to go in, you know.
Yeah, like this. So people know we need to educate them, and we'll work on educating them. I'll do that with all of them.
Awesome. I appreciate you, sir.
All right, man.
Have a good day. You guys need to be more picky about what you hit the emergency button for. That was not a good thing to do. They're kind of upset about that. Yes, sir.
What's your page name?
The Random Patriot.
The Random Patriot. All right, man.
Thanks, brother. Yes, sir. I might do that. Cool. All right.
This next case unfolds a sergeant who defends citizen from corrupt cops. On December 31st, 2016, YouTuber and First Amendment auditor Philip Turner, operating under the BTO Size channel, was filming a traffic stop near Interstate 35 in New Braunfels, Texas, when he was confronted by Deputy Cameron Chelly of the Como County Sheriff's Office. The deputy demanded Turner move, claiming he was interfering and encroaching on private property. A dispute arose when the deputy asserted that filming inside a vehicle constituted a privacy violation requiring owner permission. The situation escalated when deputies demanded Turner's identification, claiming he was a witness to a crime and refusing would lead to arrest.
What's that? Can you go stand back over where you work for me, sir? There's something wrong with being here? Yes, sir, there is. I don't want you to be in direct line with that vehicle. I'd like for you to go back to where you were standing. You can continue filming all you'd like, but I don't want you right here. Am I interfering? Well, technically, now you're starting to pose into somebody else's private property with your videoing. Yes, sir. Hey, did they give you permission to film inside their truck? I don't need permission out in public. In somebody's vehicle? I don't need permission out in public. No, not to film us, you're correct. But to film inside somebody's vehicle, that's an extension of their house, and that is a private place. So you do need somebody's permission to film inside their vehicle. But is that a crime? Do you have your information? Your driver's license? What's that? Do you have your driver's license or name, date of birth? For what? Because now you're a witness to this crime that we're doing. What crime is that? Crime that we got these people in the back of these cars for. I don't know.
Mary General William 5811. Charlie 195. Yeah, that's the call. The driver and just take the baby out there. I'll be quiet.
Show GC surgery.
How do you go? Charlie 130, 195 or 230.
Hey, Robert, do you want me to go for another no or just cancel it?
No, just stand by there at the stockpile. Okay, play out to 46, change out equipment.
37 case number for this incident.
Adam Beam, counties are racing towards a digital future, but at what cost?
Digitizing records sounds simple.
But in San Patricio County, it's exposing private lives.
And some records that are meant to be sealed aren't. In San Patricio County, the digital transition has revealed a privacy nightmare. A disturbing discovery, sensitive documents available to anyone with a computer. These documents here were purchased by a local resident, and some of them are meant to be sealed. But not only were they accessible, but some of them contain multiple people's private information. What was revealed? A sensitive DPS criminal case file containing witnesses' names, complete addresses, phone numbers, date of births, even places of work. The district clerk immediately shutting off access to the public once we made the office aware of the issue. The company removing the document from the site and the system put into test mode. But we discovered digital records aren't the only records being released with personal information. Another document printed by a clerk included a social security number and driver's license number. The San Patricio County District Clerk's response, quote, "The clerk does not have an affirmative duty to redact publicly filed court records unless redactions are requested by the individual or their representative." While a redaction request form can be found on the San Patricio County District Clerk's website, it only covers social security numbers, leaving other private information exposed. Reporting from the San Patricio County Courthouse, I'm your neighborhood news reporter, Adam Beam, for Chris 6 News.
150 out of service.
Lucen 5-2.
Can you head straight to Greenwood Senior Center to swap out with Route 26? Thank you so much.
And 4. Is this unit drivable to take back to the shop?
Yes.
Oh, okay, that's 4. I'm on highway, about 15 minutes.
CIA. Ops 21 QTA. 06 out of service. 10-4. Route 26, did you copy that? I did not copy. I have Route 16. I need to do a swap out. Stand by there. 205. Yes, sir. So you had a plate that's going to be George Victor William 1202. Traffic intermediate. Come straight to
119.
Go. Yeah.
Know what crime they committed.
You don't have to know. Okay, they broke the law. They're in possession of narcotics. That's why they're in the back of our cars. So, do you have your name and date of birth?
No.
Or a driver's license?
No.
So you're going to refuse to be listed as a witness since you sat here and videotaped the entire scene?
If you need a copy of the video, I can give you a copy of the video.
Well, yeah, but we're also going to need to identify you in our report that you were here videoing, so when we come to get a copy of that video, we can get that.
All right, let me talk to your supervisor.
He said that he won't want to give us his name and date of birth until he talks to our supervisor. So.
And you're probably going to end up going to jail because right now you're witnessing it.
The deputies also claimed Turner was trespassing on private property, which was inaccurate as he was filming from outside the fence and had not been given proper notice to depart. The sergeant eventually intervened, engaging in a productive dialogue with Turner, realizing the legality of his actions, and allowing him to leave without providing identification. This outcome highlights the importance of requesting a supervisor in such situations. Turner then filed a formal complaint with the sheriff's office and requested body camera footage demonstrating a proactive approach to addressing police misconduct.
I asked to talk to the supervisor. He's here, so why can I speak to them?
Because you're refusing to give your information, you'll be going to jail for failure to identify as you're a witness to a crime.
So I need to give you my ID to speak to your supervisor? Is that what you're telling me? So he needs to get educated on that because that's clearly not the case. Okay. Now, am I currently being detained here, or am I free to go?
You're free to go, man. I'm here. I came all the way from Canyon Lake to talk to you.
We need to identify him now. Okay. Like I said, I already told you, I'm a journalist. I gather content from stores. That's it.
We had no problem with that, man. We just don't like the space.
In contrast, Sergeant Montz, despite initial misconceptions,
Good one, Dr. 0. Route 7, upon return, drop stop.
I want to be 10-6 on a transport. 10-4, thank you. Very much security out there.
Dispatch, engine 1. 647, doctor's office. 647, doctor's office.
Number 2, where is it?
demonstrated professional discretion and a will.
Code 4. 10-4.
Dispatch, engine 1. Communications airport 60, rejected card at door number 1042, TC screening, pod 1. 647, doctor's office.
Anyway, it's clear for call 4357 Ocean, 435
Just attempt to rescue 3 call.
Totally.
Zone wait, 10 more now, sir.
No, wait, sir.
Don't worry about it, I'll be in the area. Communications upper 60, last flight was going to be a Ruben Martinez. Don't worry about it, I'll be in the area. Communications upper 60, last flight was going to be a Ruben Martinez. Don't worry about it, I'll be in the area.
Hello, Mischief. 1090 Lang, apartment 905. Make contact Victoria Martinez. She believes her neighbor purposely dismissed her vehicle's door due to her reporting the neighbor's dog to the office.
10-4,
Communications upper 60, last flight was going to be a Ruben Martinez.
Ten four. I'm going to go. What about you?
Here's my clear.
10-4.
Well, the 160 on the right.
Negative. I know that there's been units taking infestations to Spawn South, but Shoreline hasn't advised of any divers, so here they're available. Sorry, dispatch letters, they've been advised, but there's no ETA yet.
Louis, which area you want me in? 1 or 2? They're going to be over the corpus space picking up some supplies. 4.
2-4.
10-4.
Hey, I just finished dropping off Jackie, and she made a comment that she was going into her house.
Animal control for an animal in danger in progress.
We got a trucker on the way.
Delta 160. Are those other units already on scene?
10-4.
They've been advised that there's no PDA.
Pour under your door.
Dispatch from first 15. We're available. Sorry.
First 15.
4-7.
1272. They're going to be over the corpus space picking up some supplies.
2-4.
10-4.
Delta 185. It's going to be 925 Stearman, 925 Stearman, S-T-I-R-M-A-N Street. Reporting party's number is 777-5637, 777-5637. They advise that the dog has two children cornered. The dog cornered the owner of the house on his porch, advised the male charging the male and the children is a golden retriever. No additional. Also, there was a PD call. Gave me them en route. Delta 145. 10-4. Delta 160. They should be en route. So they should be arriving there any second.
Hey, Ross. TJJC with one adult, one juvenile male. Starting at
10-4. Yeah, I don't know why I'm over here for, but I have an open door.
10-4.
Officer 3 Henry.
Delta 150.
Delta 150.
Was someone else out with you?
Should it remain down in progress?
10-4, 143.
Officer 21 Henry. 20 south of juvenile from the field pursuit earlier.
10-4.
About 32, a little bit. 3-5 robot.
Alright, main, so I voted.
Delta 140, County to 160, surprises to the other units.
140, Chris, please number. Right, boss. Hispanic 11 shows, Coke Day, the game on 0. This is Ruben Martinez.
Case number 1. It's going to be 2507-250.
Hey, Bravo.
8 Bravo.
8 Delta 160 to 5318.
Okay, that's 10. Okay, that's 10. Okay, that's 10.
907, the target individual.
Okay, that's 10.
907, the target individual.
Go ahead, 15.
Okay, that's 10.
907, the target individual.
Go ahead, 15.
Okay, that's 10.
907, the target individual.
Go ahead, 15.
Okay, that's 10.
All clear.
142. Show me on location.
Dispatch man, 11 shows. Arriving, any mileage 0.7. Anywhere code 1 with a 84-year-old male. Major secret plate of shortness of breath. Patient's nurse stated that his food from 84. Patient does have a history of COP. Insurance vitals we have up 8. Pulse 70. SPO. Currently have a high V established. ECA 5 minutes. 154.
154. Wow. Okay.
Right, myself. In the air, Carol for Lisa.
We are only open to trauma and OB right now.
Charlie 125 to 125 Adam. Mobile 3.
28, 1070, Swatner, all clear.
Number 8982, repeating 8982.
142, show me a location.
Received. Let me call the patient quick.
Delta 116 to 5315.
Dispatch bank, limit shows arriving, any mileage 0.7.
Got 550 gallons, 550 gallons.
5318 or 5315, are you either of you on mobile too? 5365 clear. Can you check the area reference from unknown vehicle over in air from a mile away Buick? 77442 that was passed out of the light, but last year heading north on air. Hispanic level of beer. Go ahead.
Alright. 455 clear.
3 Charles 402. Corpus.
03.
172. River foot on the showboy.
They just walked out.
Delta 265, we'll be back. Dispatch by Christine.
Yeah, I just spoke to the officer. They need somebody at 4. I'm here now if you don't have anybody else.
Yeah, 570 and zone 3. We're going to change our destination to Doctors Regional.
Units in there?
1897 dispatch, your reference. After the 65 clear, can you check the area reference from unknown vehicle holder in air from a mile away Buick? 774432 that was passed out of the light, but was last year heading north on air. Hispanic level of beer.
Okay, yeah, I'll take care of it. 10-4.
Thank you.
Do you struggle with confrontation? Oftentimes that can be really scary, and yet oftentimes it's also necessary. So today we're going to talk about how to overcome fear of confrontation.
2135. You chose clear 58. 2131, 10 flag. I see around 5 It's related to the other one. I'm going to cross reference very close to that. Go ahead. 3 Charles, 28 County, 1042. 3 Charles, 208, 10-4. 4140, is your accident also related to
leave their service, whether they retire after a long career or after they fulfill their duty requirement. They oftentimes continue to serve the public, and they often do it through the federal government. And one of the agencies where they do it the most is at the Department of Justice. However, no president has fired more veterans than Donald Trump. Not a surprise for a guy who refers to our service members, those who have paid the ultimate price, as suckers and losers.
21, I'll be clear.
Go ahead. Clear boy, 1559. That's the one, those two.
Alright, dispatch, 12. Alright. Carry on, Allen and Moore with George Victor 8-7 King Zebra. George Victor 8-7 King Zebra. Going to be on Allen and Moore.
We're going to have 2 calls for animal control, one for animal cruelty and the other one for a vicious animal. Animal control's been advised, no PD is needed.
Calls arriving shoreline, any mileage is 5.0. For any of them, we need clear mode.
15-7 location.
My 2-3. 6-5. You saw me.
Change status.
So on specialist hobby. I-37 northbound.
10-4.
10-4, moving them over.
So, 270. Now, what's address?
Correct. Sequence 8568, 200 Clemmer.
Go ahead.
Wake up, Tristan. Number 2, we have consumer history at 200 Clemmer. Oh, doing that right.
Now, what's address?
121 ending 4537. Correct. Sequence 8568, 200 Clemmer.
Go ahead. Let me check the phone number. It's kind of like
104638, 104638, 1042.
So contact 7713 David 4771 speed with 40. 42 copy 20.
Mike, are you going left or right on Weber?
One 146.
6504, 107, South Station as well.
I'm another 28 when you're ready.
Wait, so.
Go ahead.
Doctor is 2015.
134.
1905, Talbot Pony.
So contact 7713 David 4771 speed with 40.
June 9 is going to be 1087 183
Can you spell the street name?
Airport 16, David. 146.
4165 arriving.
050.
6504, 107, South Station.
146.
Lockwood and I-37, northbound, William Charles, John 4063.
Cover.
All clear for you on arrival.
Exit 18, you are cleared by Medic 6.
Delta 265, we're not seeing anything all the way down there up to Baldwin. We'll be clear.
Oh, 72, we're around there.
What?
Route 16, when you bring that unit back, take it to the shop. Thank you. Delta 265, we're not seeing anything all the way down there up to Baldwin. We'll be clear. 37, my FDQ. Yeah, it's fine. If you could clear me, refer to municipal court, I'd appreciate it.
151, I'm direct on that.
132.
Go ahead.
132. Direct comments about to move up to down the photos.
So 193 and operable for concern of 200 block of Clemmer 200 Clemmer.
Disturbance at Wingstop 1261 US 181. RP advised there's a white four-door car. A male subject jumped on the hood wearing an orange shirt, and another subject driving the car attempted to leave with the male subject still on the hood of the car.
10-4.
Still 20, 10-4.
37. My FDT's next to know. If you could clear me, refer to municipal court, I'd appreciate it.
151, I'm direct on that.
Great, the bitch on cleared on our side. I'll double check it.
Their RP Judy stated her neighbor's car was open, the gates locked, and she got her food outside. And the neighbor is at 206 Clemmer, saying that they don't know what's going on. And one officer to check the area. Who's the RP?
I'm sorry, hold on. So when I what was the case number from this call earlier?
Case number 50, 50.
192. We're going to have one detained in our office. I'll find some more information.
No, 278.
132 and 141. Male subject is now getting off the hood of the car and anticipating the door. They're going to be closer to the ATV engine.
Airport 60, Edward.
Edward 1607.
Those 265 in the CR officer letter service in progress. 1434 Page Place, 1434 Page Place, going to be going.
241 and extreme vehicle minutes. 10-4, I believe we got eyes on the vehicle.
Copy, student.
Gonna get through traffic.
Hey, 104, 0104.
Yeah, 154. 10-4.
10-4, the caller can no longer see and has disconnected the line.
1041 and extreme vehicle minutes.
Ops 21, Charles.
Yeah, you can stay close to the station, head to Fort Earth. 10-4, I believe we got eyes on the vehicle. That's gonna get through traffic.
10-4.
Where you at, 32? Oh, you see this?
And for we're out on that subject, on the IHOP. 130. Seems that vehicles would be kind of messed up here. Point occupational. That white Audi is heading up some more and maybe one. We're on 75, just hold it for us, we're almost done. 647. We'll clear the doctor's office and route back to the jail. 506. Yeah, where is it? 506. Okay.
$132 to 28th, negative 29, expires August the 25. Insurance confirmed. Brown 2008 Chevy 2500 to Mark Aldolado and a corpus.
304. Patrol the EAB in Northeast. Careful.
Blow it out and then see how much the distance is. Because I might need Javier.
132, that's
So blow it
all the
out.
way down.
17 rates and 1044.
Hey, how much you got?
Yeah, 150.
Blow it out and then see how much the distance is. Because I might need Javier. So blow it out. The whole thing.
17 rates and 1044.
Load up. Come over here. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, if he stays with 100 gallons, 150, that's okay. We're alright. Sorry, that order up, Michael, that's it. I got 150 left, I write it down. I'm clear from that address on Green Park. Yeah, let's just put so you can cover, that's it.
Route 7, back to the yard and taking it to the mainland.
91 available on orders.
635 1042.
They're back through us.
Oh, more than 60 11.
AP card, and 29, waiting for a bus 34 to return back to our property on beyond the
22 11.
34 to be out to the playground. Building 1, subject regarding 220. 10 4 16 13.
920, did you get that last one? 330.
330.
4155 traffic.
We're back through a single man unit.
180.
Dispatch, can you please show medic 91 and engine 91 available on orders?
180. He's in the parking lot of Bridge Occupational.
Show myself with AP card and SO 29, waiting for bus 34 to return back to our property on beyond the way coming to the airport. 920. Did you get that last one I just sent you? 205, clear.
4155 traffic.
I'm making your call here. 15217.
132
I'll be clear for 8.
EMS2 with engine 8.
Back to demo. Dispatch, back 8. Yes, sir, you had a call for us? Anybody coming to the airport?
Yes, just letting you know that there's a wreck over here on Taylor and Water Street. It's going to be affecting the outbound 76.
They called the 99. Is there with injuries? And Lisa and Agnes. And Lisa and Agnes.
Anybody else?
EZ 3301. Station safety. The suspect is armed with a screwdriver and is wearing a bicycle down Agnes. Fourth officer fire dead. And station safety.
Can you make your way around the accidental?
Robert Thompson, 60 and no.
013?
F1, go ahead.
Anybody else coming to the airport?
Okay.
Yeah, I do it. I just did it with mouth. I just swallowed them now.
24 hours. Engine 3, call for Engine 3 to service with injuries. And Lisa and Agnes. And Lisa and Agnes. ESE 3301. Safety. Suspect is armed with a screwdriver. And is on a bicycle down Agnes. Safety. EMS1 with 99 at 1617. EAV 4124 control. Unit 5.
Unit 5.
Rose requesting BP3 open.
10-4.
I was monitoring.
$4165.
Yeah, 151.
Yeah, 12. I'll put it. Am I going to be released at 6 a.m.? No way. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, 1201. Did they not tell you that before? Participating individual?
I'm going to 15.
$60 through 2801B 10-7.
Officer, we're trying to cut his wrist with a seashell. First, I'll get your switching safety.
Dispatch 15.
24 base.
We're arriving at mileage 18.9.
Bank, OpenAI, Oracle, and MGX together, we announced $500 billion investment. This is the largest investment for infrastructure in the United States, investment. And I think this is more than the scale. The importance is this is the largest infrastructure for the AI, which is the future of mankind. It's going to change every industry, every way of how our mankind's lifestyle of the future. I am committed. U.S. is the center of innovation. U.S. must continue the leadership of AI. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Master.
been a friend of mine for a long time.
Sure.
These guys are
Thank you,
moving.
sir.
We got to say, you are really something. It's great. We appreciate it too. It's great spirit, great genius. Tim Cook from Apple is pledging, not only pledging, is committed 25-pound Roadrunner drone. Where is that little sucker? Where is it? Plants all over the country, 7 or 8 different states. They've already started. And so I want to thank Tim. That's such a big investment for somebody that, you know, had them pretty much in one location, as you know. Now they're coming into the United States, I believe, because of the spirit and the tariffs and the incentives. So that's Apple for $500 billion. And one of the most brilliant men that you'll ever meet, the man that's done in a short period of time something that is incredible. He's the founder, CEO, and president of NVIDIA. Jensen Huang, he's producing up to $500 billion over the next 4 years to manufacture the most powerful AI chips entirely in the USA for the first time ever. Jensen, would you come up and say a few words? This is a smart cookie.
Thank you, Mr. President. Computing for the first time after 60 years. In fact, Evan at IBM knows quite well that the computer has largely been the same since the 60s. The IBM System 360 described really quite perfectly the computer that we use today. Central processing units, operating systems, separation of hardware and software, I/O subsystems, multitasking. All of the words that we use to describe computers today were really invented in 1964, the year after my birth. Well, after all this time, we've reinvented computers again. This is what a processor looks like. It's on the right there. People say it's a GPU. That's one GPU unit. And it's 70 pounds, 60,000 parts, 10,000 watts. Probably a couple of hundred companies in the supply chain. It is so heavy that it requires robotics to do it. It's so precise. And just to test a supercomputer requires a supercomputer. And we're going to build NVIDIA's technology, the next generation of that, all here in the United States. Without the president's leadership, his policies, his support, and very importantly, his strong encouragement. And I mean his strong encouragement. Frankly, manufacturing in the United States wouldn't have accelerated to this pace. Manufacturing isn't about low-cost labor anymore. Manufacturing is about technology. And most of the factories that build these systems today are the most advanced factories in the future. And we're going to use artificial intelligence and robotics and omniverse digital twin technology to make it possible for us to create the factories of the future. And we ought to build it right here. The really amazing thing is that this computer is the engine of a whole new industry. And this new industry is called artificial intelligence. And this new industry is a manufacturing industry in itself. That's a factory machine. Just as several hundred years ago, the dynamo was invented, water would come in and electricity would come out. Now electricity goes into this machine and incredible tokens come out, artificial intelligence. In order for this industry to thrive, we need to build these systems, of course, but we also need a progressive growth and industry-oriented energy policy, which this president has really put his weight behind. I really appreciate that. Without energy, we can't possibly have new growth industries. And we now have the backing of the administration, the backing of President Trump to support the creation of whole new industries. Enable a whole bunch of other industries. What we now call the AI infrastructure is going to revolutionize every industry that we know. All of the many CEOs in the room today are great partners of ours for that reason. We're working on artificial intelligence for many industries, from healthcare to drug discovery to life sciences, financial services, education, so many different industries. And that's going to be possible because we have the fundamental infrastructure here in the United States. And so I want to thank you.
There's a call bill that they have.
And
They just got this question.
And the great policies that make it possible for us. Thank you, sir.
They are a 286 in the radio area.
Another brilliant man. You know, we have brilliant people here, and we like brilliant people. But we have a lot of brilliant people in this group, and it's an honor to be with you. Past 100 days have been fighting to reclaim our jobs and bring our country back to a level that it's never seen before, and again renew the American dream, which is what we're doing. We have tremendous spirit. I don't know if you've heard, but it's become really quite a story. I see Pete's right over here, Secretary of Defense. We have the largest number of new enlistees or people enlisting in the military forces that we've ever had. And if you remember, 6 months ago, we couldn't get anybody to sign up. That's a big turn in a very short period of time. And November 5th had a lot to do with that, and our Secretary of Defense and a lot of the people that you see sitting here really had a lot to do with that. There's great spirit. I can say that also with the police forces throughout the country. We're having a hard time filling them up. It's a dangerous job, but now we have waiting lists at almost every place. And that's an amazing accomplishment when you think. It's amazing. And when I first came here, you remember just 3 months ago, I came in and they started screaming. The fake news was screaming. They were going crazy about eggs. I don't know about eggs. What's with eggs? Tell me. They said, their cost is up 50%, and you won't have them for Easter. I said, well, I'll have to get onto it, but this isn't my problem. This is Biden's problem. I've only been here for 4 days. They're screaming at me about eggs like it was my fault. I just got here. Didn't know anything about it. We got it taken care of. And eggs dropped 87% in the last short period of time, and everybody had eggs for Easter. In fact, we had a big Easter egg hunt on the lawns. We had 48,000 people actually came. And we had a lot of eggs. I don't know how many, but there were a lot. We didn't use plastic. They said, could you use plastic eggs? This is in early January. And I see our Secretary of Agriculture is here. Would you stand up? You did a great job. You got me out of a lot of trouble. Brooke Rollins. She got me out of a lot because they were trying to blame me for eggs, and I didn't know anything about it yet. Explain it to me. But we had plenty of eggs, Brooke, right, for Easter. There was no dearth. And we have another man in the audience who's maybe the most important man in the room because he's the head of the Environmental Protection Agency, meaning he's the one that approves all your plants. And when Jensen and some of the others came in about numerous of the others, especially having to do with AI, they came in. I learned a lot. Number one, I learned we need double the electricity that we have right now for the whole country, and really more than that. Maybe 2 times would be even better. It was like unlimited thirst for electricity. And at first I said, you know, how's that possible? But that's, whatever it is, it's possible. That machine that you say you can barely lift is, I guess, sucks up a lot of energy. But we need more than double what we have right now. So you take all of the energy, even the energy in this beautiful, incredible, is this the greatest? No matter, I don't care where you come from with your $50 billion plant, the White House is the White House, right? You got to see the Oval Office. If you want to take a trip down to the Oval Office, any of you come down with me, I'll show you a beautiful office. It'll blow your beautiful offices away. They'll stop and they'll say, for a lot of other reasons, but it's a beautiful place. And if you want to, I'm serious, you can do that. But I told Jensen, I told Tim, I told everybody that's building these very big, incredible plants, really plants of the future. They were talking about hooking into the grid. I said, well, you know, the grid is old, and it's subject to mishap. Things can happen, including storms and much worse than storms. And if you want, I'll let you build your own utility plant, your own electric plant along with your building. You can build it inside of the plant, or you can build it outside of the plant. And I went to Lee Zeldin right here, and I said, Lee, we got to get fast approvals for these people. You know, they're going to do the best job. They're going to have the best the best engineers, the best everything. We'd like to have them build their electric for them. They don't have to go outside. You become a utility. You become a great producer of electric. And if you have any extra, you put it back into the grid if you want, or you sell it back in. But you're going to be able to build, so this way we don't have to worry about do we have enough. Because if you look at California, they have brownouts, blackouts, and everything else. They don't know what the hell they're doing. Governor doesn't have a clue. But the last thing you want to do is be hooking up to the California grid so that we can go in and you'll say, gee, we have to close down the factory for a couple of days. We have a little brownout going on. So you're going to be able to build your own plant and produce as much electric as your beautiful hearts desire. And that'll be something that nobody's done before. And we're going to ask Lee to get those approved very quickly. And he'll get it approved before you can even imagine. He's great. He's great. He knows the difference. You know, you can take years to get those approved. I would say previous to us, it would be years and years. Or you could take weeks to get them approved, and it'll be just as good. But they don't play games, and they're going to get it done, and they get it done very quickly. So that's going to be a big help because you're going to have unlimited energy, unlimited electricity, and I think it's going to really. We want to stay number one. We're number one right now by a lot. I will say this: if I didn't get elected, I would say get out of the AI business fast. Get out of all business fast, probably. Maybe get out of the country fast, because this country was heading in the wrong direction, but now it's heading in the right direction. I think it's the most consequential 100 days in the history of our country in certain ways. We had an editorial from a group that normally wouldn't give good editorials to people like me. And they said he's the most consequential president because of what he's doing with all of these policies that you're reading about, long beyond the electricity and the plants, having to do with many other things like secure borders and all of the many, many things I could go down and name them. We're going to be getting tremendous amounts of drug and pharmaceutical companies going to be pouring into the country. They're going to have to. They're going to have to. And we're going to give them a lot of time to do it, but after that, there's going to be a tariff wall put up. And they won't be happy about it, but they'll be happy if they start building right now. Right now, it's going to be build, and after a certain period of time, it's going to get tougher, and then it's going to be real hard to do business in this country. So for the pharmaceutical companies, chip companies, a lot of different companies, we're all set to really grow. Groceries are down. The grocery prices are down. Gasoline prices are down. We had some gasoline selling for $1.98 a gallon just recently in 3 different states over the last 2 days. It was at $4 and it was higher than that in some places. It was over $5. We have it way down. Energy prices are down all over the country. Mortgage rates are actually down slightly, even though I have a guy in the Fed that I'm not a huge fan of, but that's all right. These are minor details. Don't tell him I said that, please. As the cameras rock and roll back there. No, he should reduce interest rates. I think I understand interest a lot better than him because I've had to really use interest rates. But we should have interest rates go down. It would be positive, but it's not going to matter that much because ultimately what we're creating has much more to do with other things than it does just pure interest rates. But it would be nice for people wanting to buy homes and things. The prescription drug prices just saw the largest monthly decline ever recorded. So, David, I'm having a little bit of an impact, at least on you, as I just browbeat. I browbeat this guy, and he's got he looks like he's 25 years old. He has this massive company, Eli Lilly, and it has no impact on him whatsoever. But I just see this number just came out. It's the largest monthly decline ever recorded. Yeah, but it's probably about 2%. You know, they did that to make me feel a little bit better. But I appreciate it. We have achieved the lowest number of illegal border crossings in U.S. history, and we're at a level that nobody thought we could get to in 2 years, let alone a couple of months. And I think Christi Nome is here someplace. Where is Christi? She's here. Stand up, Christi. And Tom Homan. And I see
Linda, stand up, Linda. You're doing so good. Education. We're bringing education back to the States, where it belongs. And she's been incredible. She's very upset with Harvard. They have $53 billion in a fund, and yet they want more grants. And it looks like we're not going to be giving them any more grants, right, Linda? And, you know, a grant is at our discretion, and they're really not behaving well, so it's too bad. But our country is roaring like never before. Nobody's ever really seen anything like this. And again, the big thing is whether it's $8 trillion or even more than that. By the end of the year, it could be a number that would be, I think it's already, there's never been anything like it, but this is in a period of a couple of months. I think by the end of the year, the numbers will be just staggering. It's really going to be something very special, and I'm very honored to be with you. And I'd ask if anybody has any questions, please. This is your time. This is your time. You'll be live on television, all the fake news back there. Now that'll keep them down. Right? That's the way to keep them down. Unless they're bad people, in which case, unless they want to make some news. Would anybody have any questions? Anybody? Business leaders? You want to know anything about depreciation? No? I love it. We've done such a good job, we don't have to take. Howard, would you like to say a couple of words, please?
50 MS in the left hand.
The president talks about $8 trillion coming into America. And there's only one reason it's coming in. It's because he's finally set an industrial policy for the United States of America. We are the greatest economy in the world. We finally have a president who understands that we need to reindustrialize. We need to be made in America, made in the USA. And you feel it. You feel it with these leaders. You feel it across all your peers. Everyone feels it. It's coming back to America, and we are going to be rocking. So thank you, sir.
Great job. Great job. So thank you very much, everybody. And for the business leaders, if any of you would like to come down to the Oval and say hello, if you've never seen it, if you have seen it, just go home and enjoy your lives, count your money. But if you'd like to come down, I'm heading down there now. And again, thank you very much, everybody. Pam, you're doing a fantastic job. You're doing a fantastic job. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
What are the patient's deficit?
194. Show me out of service, please.
Forward 3TA.
7-3. Yes, sir. Did 1201 check in with you? Is he on duty or? Yeah, as soon as we get go with the thing.
18 on the X10 floor.
Forward 3TA.
Okay, I'll go ahead and break away so we won't have to have two 1050s at STS. Yeah, they're heading your way.
Less than 5.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
605, 10-4.
Go ahead and then.
Yeah, well, thank you.
There's some table boy.
Yeah, 15 right here, sir. Yeah, well, thank you. Go ahead. Mel saying he's at the lobby of the main party.
Yeah.
Delta 210, Delta 265 is in the area. They can handle that for MH40 if you want to send anyone else to 270.
Yeah, boy.
Oh, 119.
The security officer couldn't advise those details.
6504, one from East Jocelyn to Warburger.
I have one walking right now towards the RTA. I'll make contact.
Yeah, boy.
Delta 210, Delta 265 is in the area. They can handle that for MH40 if you want to send anyone else to 270.
Delta 265, 10-4, will be around. $132, show me 23, any mileage on rate?
Okay.
6504 to dispatch, did you copy?
It's going to be 87571, 87571.
Alright, if you guys just give me some thumbs up, this is first.
Dispatch for Medic 10.
Yeah, boy.
Call Victor 2, show me eye test station. Any miles 1105
Oh, yeah.
Arriving at Shoreline, any mileage 1.8.
I don't know, 10-4, the front step. Over, MH80.
It's going to be 87571, 87571.
24143.
1523, clear, and show me out of service.
23 ACL.
Location. Police 40, case number 108-0108.
132 and route back to the city. I can go clear out the hazard if you need me to. 612 myself.
Quick look. Number.
132 tank.
Yeah, boy.
1523, clear, and show me out of service.
Quick look.
MH40, go ahead and put a case number on the call. 180. 1042. 132 and route back to the city.
Police 40, case number 108-0108.
135, right around.
151, show me out of service at King High.
4175, River Rise.
Good work.
Can you copy me, please?
Cross number 25092509 and on 10-4.
Do you want me to put the block ranges of Salahar on 286?
Please.
Templar. 4165?
So you have to me.
Show me the service, please. Registration expires in May of 2025 and the insurance is confirmed.
5565.
Case number for
Case number is 0110-0110.
Will you please page for a silver GMC Terrain?
Go for it. Go for it.
Need to change for the 6504, picking up one at Walter and Compton, going to White Cat.
Alpha 301, just coming over here to the RTA.
Timber.
Hello.
Right there, get the RTA.
Clear.
Wheeling, Charles.
Charles 16, 48.
Engine 3 call for engine 3 witnesses at 1603 17th Street, ESV 3307, cross street of Isabel McKenzie, for call for 30 special at 1649.
One 56.
Sorry, I'm in contact with the victim manager. That's the one.
10-4.
Can you show me any mileage in unit 995, any mileage 80350? Show me clear and I'll be done for the day.
Timber.
14496. I'm 21004.
Seattle, David Edward Adams, Nora Adams, 742 of 1960.
I think that one.
Yeah, 19-244.
I'm 21004. 04,
Sorry. 15 station. So call from Water 796, 796 for testing. The Intel Suites 5142 Oakers. 124. EOZ is 6006. The question is Tiger. So,
I'll be out to County Jail 1 Adult Mill. The unit mileage 41.6.
Right.
And females being released.
Station 2, Allegiance EMS. Station 2, Allegiance EMS. 244 is in a 45.
15
station.
I'll be out to County Jail 1 Adult Mill. The unit mileage 41.6. And females being released.
1651.
141.
Stand by for fire and EMS stage, only.
132, I'm in the area.
Station 2, Allegiance EMS. Station 2, Allegiance EMS. Yeah. Station 2, Allegiance EMS. Station 2, Allegiance EMS. Agency South Commons Way, 63 South Commons Way. Route to the for 35-year-old male that was in an altercation with a family member has a South Commons Way, 63 South Commons Way. Route to the for 35-year-old male that was in an altercation with a family member has a mother that came out for route to location this time. Mother that came out for route to location this time.
194.
132, I'm in the area.
6210, good service route. Do we have law enforcement?
Law enforcement unit en route 53 Commons Way. We were just notified by ACO there is a dog in the house that if she feels threatened or a family member threatened, will possibly fight. Stand by, I'll find out.
Show me the location and
142, 134, 132, they're physically fighting at this time.
51, we're in.
18 Road. I'm attempting to locate that address.
142, are you ready? Yeah, boy.
Ops 21, clear curbside.
Clear curbside 1654.
Law enforcement units en route 53 Commons Way. We were just notified by ACO there is a dog in the house that if she feels threatened or a family member is threatened, will possibly fight. Use caution.
Please validate away corpus.
1006
1044.
Sorry, this is engine 3.
It's going to be Mary William Charles 1521. Mary William Charles 1521.
Hey, can you show me clear? Let me test it.
Okay, was the RP unable to come to the door, or is she home alone? Because we're not getting any answer at this location.
My input in transit got one from A&M to Walmart.
I can't hear you.
Never put on the page, but I was like, put it in SUV. That's 414.
414.
5525.
Hey, can you show me clear? Let me test it.
It's going to be Mary William Charles 1521. Mary William Charles 1521. Over. Bravo 230.
Alright.
And this is 1005 individual license.
49, 11, 2. Bay 1, Bay 2. Go ahead and park it.
Yes, we can
159, so show me to me.
10-4.
Delta 270. Negative number in full, please. You run info? Can I get the event number in full?
1101 2396. 1101 2396. Ready, park it. Bay 2 is ready.
1005 individual license.
49, 11, 2.
RP 17-year-old male, he's saying that there's another male at the location that's intoxicated and acting violent, refusing to leave, put hands on the reporting party, Juan Canelo, Hispanic male with no shirt, blue jeans, saying that he did grab a knife, but he put it away. It was a small kitchen knife. Yes, continue. 315 Delta. Correction, 315 Paul. Can you log me out so I can log back in? It's not letting me log in.
And it's 247.
Delta 270. 132 more. Clear. Eligible. Attached.
146.
Negative number in full, please. 10-4, Adam 240, I appreciate you clear.
49, 10, clear.
10-4. You run info? Can I get the event number in full? 104.
Show us arriving 2022 Trayway, apartment 157. I'm going to attempt to make contact. Adam,
250-404-8564. Repeating 250-404-8564.
4925, clear.
2410, clear.
951, Troy.
4910, clear.
Off duty. 104.
Item 235, we're clear. Special assignment. You can throw us on that domestic.
Hey, Charlie.
Somewhere.
Hey, Charlie. Year 27 comes out of Michigan. She's negative 29. Her DL is expired.
Adam, 240, I'll be taking on the special assignment until 1837 northbound.
131, 46. Yeah,
4110, clear. Anybody on this channel?
Oh, I'm sorry.
All doors are locked and secure.
Yeah. Super. Not 45.
645, 1040.
45. 44.
I'm out of transportation, Indian 108899. Airborne traffic. 126 4. 55,000 Western Avenue, B-Boy. Attention all. 6415.
146. 155. Tom Henry John 6415 Western and Avenue B Boy somewhere.
Hey, okay, I got no answer at the door, and tried calling the parent on the cell phone, got no answer.
2310-4. One, two, 6, 4.
146.
Hey, okay, I got no answer at the door, and tried calling the parent on the cell phone, got no answer.
Route 2810-4.
Prior copy accident, exchange info, we're clear.
Super, sir.
I'm in service.
032-6612-40-32-6612. Last name Kennedy Wilson. First name Kellen. 10-4.
Thirty-four, 35 is 10-8 from 10-7.
George David Henry 2094. George David Henry 2094. Let me know when you're ready for the second 28. One 1355-211-1355-21-1.
615, 1042.
664.
5% making.
51 for those 228. Can you open up a separate call for an accident?
Loud and clear, be safe. 107 shows security check at the Dollar General. Thank you.
10-4, there. 10-4.
Nine 20 10-4. Thank you, 921. Charlie 260, should be clear. Spoke to the female, she's advised, she's fine. Alright, dispatch, make it. 107 shows security check at the Dollar General. Thank you.
Anyone else there? 10-4. 801.
Nine 20 10-4. Thank you, 921.
Either one. She'll be back at the shelter. Sure.
Residents refusing to move from the area that they know are happening, right, because they're not obstructing traffic.
Come back.
See a red GMC Terrain and an Amazon truck. Residents refusing to move from the area that they know are happening, right, because they're not obstructing traffic.
Clean.
You're here because you're traffic?
Negative next call.
Cover. Cover. That was good, baby.
Go ahead for my tape.
Yeah, 4.
Engine 8 on Amos 1, I can put you clear.
$260 4.
Cover clear.
Alright, then.
Your family right on scene were met by the resident. Everything's okay, shows an overturn.
Fire dispatch, Medic 71. Unit 5.
Oh, Johnson, what was the name for the call?
Yeah, 5.
Read control me, clear. Stop report. BMD 3. Vacant. No dot damages.
Cover clear.
315, can I get a case number?
Go ahead and cancel 260. I'll back up 220.
10 for 2260 copy. 658 0668.
I'm 10 4.
Cover.
You can give me that welfare on Ocean. 65 welfare. $41.65 already. $41.65. Copy Paul, Mary, Victor, 9661. Okay, definitely. Thank you.
Cover.
4911. We called 158 a long time ago.
10-4, and you've been on the call for almost 3 hours. I can pay there.
The road's still nominated.
Cover. Unit 6.
Lincoln Road.
10-4.
Bay 1 ready. Bay 1 is ready. We're done. $41.65. Will you copy Victor, Mary, Zebra, 8976?
Cover.
Case number is 19777, 19777.
That's the volume call.
Handler. Alright, Dwayne. Show you back there at 1309 Kansas. Follow on a follow. Dispatch medic 6. 4910, walk me off. Sweet David 4726922. David 3726922. Jason Nichols. Just already. Accidental.
Accidental receive.
139.
Go ahead.
Put me out on phone as well. Accidental. Ready to cancel that.
Receive YG is clear.
Receive, show letter 2/4. Bravo, I'll be clear.
Bravo 2-4. I just wanted to advise you there's no Charlie Lieutenant regular pending 343s, 14 and 15, and on patrol 4 we have 143.
Yeah. $120. $6503 is down 20.
2400.
120. 120. Correction, 5402 is down 20. 194, go ahead.
20. 28, 10-7. I'm sorry, what location? 120.
Route 30 to base. Unit 5. $320, how do you call colors?
10-4. Oh. 742, push me 1042. You can also show 743, 1042.
Cover.
626, 1042.
46, 10-4.
Route 30 to base. 10-9.
646, 10-4.
665 dispatch 27, we're arriving shoreline ending 2.8. 665 dispatch 27, we're arriving shoreline ending 2.8. 665 dispatch 27, we're arriving shoreline ending 2.8. 665 dispatch 27.
Roger, he's coming into the zero.
Stand by. Is there just letting you know my ramp has stopped working? I can put it out with a switch, but I can't pick it back up. Is there just letting you know my ramp has stopped working? I can put it out.
1005. Individual arrival, please.
323.
Route 30 to base. Bravo 2. I can back up 220 on that. It's citizen assist on hold.
Roger, he's coming into the zero.
Residential alarm intrusion for G-Tech at 140 West Avenue 8 Adam, 140 West Avenue 8 Adam. It's going to be point of motion, front door, unable to contact key holder, 140 West 8 Adam.
10-4, it's easy, clear those shit.
Yeah, flush on in the area.
Total 1 to dispatch.
142, what time did we hear about the first officer?
Should come back to last name Smith, first name Trevor.
Pull over to your next bus stop and get 1004 your passengers and get back on time.
Go ahead.
281-999-83. 281-999-83.
Transport.
Should come back to last name Smith, first name Trevor.
Transport. He's -29. We'll be attached.
Yeah, boy, thank you. 1201 to dispatch.
1201, stand by 1 moment.
6504, short 10-7.
46, show me dropping off 32 at Ray.
Transport.
Hello. How can I assist you today?
We're going code 1 shoreline starting.
Go ahead, 1201, I'm sorry, I was on individual with another unit.
It sounds like you're referencing a song or phrase. Can you provide more context or information about what you're referring to? Is it a specific artist, song title, or lyrics? If I'm correct that you're... I recognize the reference.
704, Charlie.
That's a lyric from the song Antoine by Kanye West, featuring Lil Wayne, and I'm not sure what you're referring to. This is the start of our conversation, and I don't have any context about the head or what you mean by it. Can you please clarify? I'm here. I recognize those lyrics. The song you're quoting appears to be 800 by the Stranglers, but I think the correct lyric you're looking for might actually be from another song. It seems like you were about to say something, but it got cut off.
Arriving 326.
Would you like to? It seems like you're saying it is, or maybe even a casual way of saying all good. Either way, how's your day going so far?
It sounds like you're referencing the phrase, good. I don't have any context about. I can't provide information or guidance on harmful behavior. Welcome to Yu-Gi-Oh! It sounds like something amusing is happening. What's making you giggle? Want to share? It seems like you're referencing a popular song by. It sounds like you're feeling quite enthusiastic. What's putting a smile on your face today?
Robert Young, Robert 0061.
It seems like you're using some colloquial or informal language. It seems like you started to ask. World is not what makes you different. It's your perspective, your experiences. It seems like you're referencing a song lyric. Can you? It sounds like you're referencing the iconic song "And by Cake," but also throwing in some local flavor with Cleveland. The line from the song is "Indeedy, and I don't know why. And I don't know what I want. But I know who I am. And that's just fine."
Medic 71.
Hola, en que puedo ayudarte hoy?
Would be code 1 at Doctors Green Line 0.1.
Right, 19044.
Yeah, sorry, check vehicle. Friendly reminder for all B-line units, when you return back to the yard, take it to the shop. Dispatch from Mitchell. Just want to call at 901 North.
It seems like you're playing a game of word association or trying to complete a phrase. The phrase "we don't do that sort of lot" is often used in British English, particularly in the context of the BBC's Radio 4 show The Archers. In this show, characters will sometimes say "we don't do that sort of thing" when referring to something unacceptable or not allowed.
Can you put yourself back on time?
If I had to fill in the blank for you, I'd say ranking below the water can be interpreted in a few ways. Here, it looks like you might be referencing the song "In Order" by Lorde. Is that correct, or is there something else? A reference to the hit song "Love" by Nat King Cole. Love is often missing. It seems like we've started a. Thank you for the sentiment. I'm here to help and provide information. How can I assist you today?
Okay, what's your 1020 right now so I can do a service adjustment?
I'm going to do something.
Delta 265, we'll be clear our part. Okay, can you also see if you can get them to pull into the parking lot?
6504, 10-8 from 10-7.
Hello, it's nice to meet you. Is there something I can help you with, or would you like to chat?
Go ahead tonight. When you come into this complex, come into the left side, and park in front of the pool, in front of H9 on the left.
151. Show me trans 21, Gmail 95 and 19. Copy starting.
It seems like you're asking what's going on, which is a common phrase used to ask about someone's or something's current situation. However, I'm a large language model. I don't have any specific information about your personal life or experiences. If you'd like to talk about what's on your mind or share what's been going on in your life, I'm here to listen and provide support if needed.
Give me a call for a call.
To make a deal.
What would you say your status?
Code 4.
I'm sorry, you can too clear.
It seems like you're referencing Chet Huntley, a Canadian television presenter. He's known for co-anchoring the CBC News program Chinook Scope with Lloyd Robertson in the 1950s and 1960s. The phrase you mentioned sounds familiar. Lucky I have a 19 is indeed one of Chet Huntley's famous phrases, often used to introduce news segments or wrap up his reports. However, I couldn't find any specific information about what that particular phrase specifically means. It might be related to a memorable event or quote from an interview or broadcast. Chet Huntley was known for his folksy and down-to-earth style of reporting, which endeared him to many Canadians during the early days of Canadian television news.
Communications, Ops 21 driver, return to vehicle.
Driver, return in 1736.
I cannot provide information or guidance on illegal or harmful activities, including drug use.
House 21, the maintenance unit.
Is there anything else I can help you with?
Go ahead.
Maintenance.
Stand for.
It sounds like you're referring to the concept of unthinking or the process of letting go of preconceived notions and biases. Retaining unthinking can be a challenging and complex issue. It's as if we've developed mental habits that make it difficult for us to consider alternative perspectives or question our own assumptions. Unthinking can manifest in various ways, such as 1.
Brennan with United.
Confirmation bias. We tend to seek out information that confirms our existing beliefs and ignore contradictory evidence. 2. Cognitive dissonance. We may avoid confronting uncomfortable truths or acknowledging our own flaws to maintain a sense of self-image. 3. Groupthink. We conform to the norms of a particular group, even if it means suppressing dissenting opinions. Breaking free from unthinking requires effort, self-awareness, and a willingness to challenge ourselves. Here are some strategies that might help. 1. Practice mindfulness. Cultivate awareness of your thoughts, emotions, and assumptions. Observe them without judgment, allowing yourself to explore different perspectives. 2. Seek diverse perspectives. Engage with people from different backgrounds, cultures, and viewpoints to broaden your understanding and challenge your own biases. 3. Ask open-ended questions. Encourage critical thinking by asking questions that prompt exploration and inquiry. 4. Embrace uncertainty. Recognize that it's okay not to have all the answers, and be willing to adapt and learn as you navigate complex issues. 5. Foster a growth mindset. View challenges as opportunities for growth rather than threats to your ego or identity. Remember that unthinking is a process, and it takes time and effort to develop new habits of thought. Be patient with yourself, and don't be afraid to ask for help along the way. How do you think you can start working on letting go of unthinking in your life?
Here's an answer. Let me clear from the hospital.
I can't fulfill that request. Is there anything else I can help you with?
It's 13, 10-4.
It seems like you've given me a couple of words to work with. A little bit and hurdle are both phrases that could be used in different contexts. Here are a few possible interpretations. 1. Overcoming obstacles. A hurdle is an obstacle or a challenge that needs to be overcome. If someone has to clear the hurdle, it means they have to get past the obstacle. 2. Small amount. A little bit can also mean a small or insignificant amount of something. With those definitions in mind, I'll try to come up with some creative ideas. The character in a story might have to clear a physical hurdle like a fence or a wall to reach their goal. In a business setting, someone might need to clear the hurdle of a difficult project by working around its challenges. In a personal growth context, someone might struggle with feeling like they're not making progress on a goal. I've only made a little bit of progress so far. But then they clear the hurdle and make significant strides forward. What was your intention with these 2 words? Do you have a specific story or idea in mind?
No, we can make contact. No, it wasn't 7-3.
It seems like you're asking for clarification on something, but I'm not sure what but and read what refer to. Could you please provide more context or information about what you're trying to ask? I'd be happy to try and help.
Yeah, probably. I'm Chris on ATM and MH 30 call, please.
So for the radiation for the cardiac call, 4433 Townsend, 4433 Townsend. We in contact with Melissa.
It sounds like you're describing a beautiful landscape with fields of wheat and cotton stretching out. It sounds like you're feeling a surge of energy and motivation, and a whole lot of heat is a great way to describe that feeling. Are you tackling a new project, crushing it at the gym, or just feeling energized about something? Whatever it is, I'm here to help you harness that momentum. What's on your mind?
It's going to be with Michael in the lobby. He's wanting to speak with a super in regards to a complaint on an officer.
Neighbor 2155-28, June 2025, 2019, Chevy Camaro black in color, Gerardo Carrion out of Laredo, negative 29, verify insurance manually.
A classic example, right or galante, is a famous catchphrase from the classic TV show The Avengers. I believe you meant to say I love you, too. I think I can respond.
Proceed, level 4.
It seems like we've been interrupted or disconnected from some kind of system. Can you please provide more context or information about what happened and how I can assist you?
Chicago.
Silver.
650-42.
Hey, 2 arriving Northwest Radio, any mile, 1.8.
Dispatch grade 1. Somebody level 4 patient. Do we have PD or not?
This is Grace. Private.
125 I'm showing. Laredo, Texas.
Vehicle was released to start towing here in Jim Wells County, the 24th inning. Three Charles, 1202 corpus. Vehicle was released to start towing here in Jim Wells County, the 24th inning.
Fire dispatch medicated. Arriving shoreline 2.5. One clear in Edgewood.
Clear, enter George 1750.
I think Clever backup first says injuries 4618 Cheryl, 4618 Cheryl.
912. Down 12 minutes. Traffic.
Yes, sir. I just had a force on jetway 3. It doesn't appear that I have a swipe. Communications to airport 41.
Good.
Nine 12. Down 12 minutes. Traffic.
Yes, sir. I just had a force on jetway 3. It doesn't appear that I have a swipe.
Everyone, let me know when you're back on the time, sir.
Medic 71.
That's okay, I'm right here for you.
Chief. Sorry.
664, 1023.
Okay, route to 155, you're 28 June 2025.
6503, 107, Southside Station.
Brown in color. Bernadette Turner out of Cypress. Negative 29. Insurance is confirmed. So far.
Yes, ma'am, we're clear from shoreline. We can take that call with engine 8.
So far. So far.
333, out of service.
So far. Super.
Compromise explanation on the patient at 2929 Sunrise, apartment C12.
21, third boy.
Boy 1754.
Hi, Gregory.
Third boy.
Boy 1754.
Three 14 under.
17, 10, 41.
4155. 10235, clear traffic.
4155.
10-4, I'm in the area.
7
from engine 8, level 3.
Charlie 20, go ahead.
Next, I receive level 3.
10-4, Charlie 210, oh, straight, clear and zero with Charlie 234.
Looks like the doors are closed.
4618 Cheryl, level 2 10, shaker. Traffic control.
Charlie 330, I'm in.
Go ahead.
301, permit the city.
Last unit calling, could you repeat? So,
Right, 13 to see. I received.
Yeah, do you want to switch that call with to Highway 3rd?
That's 10-4.
13, Medic 13, you'll be going to back up engine 5 at the Metro Street on Mother.
If you want to switch that call with to Highway 3rd now, maybe.
Clear, Gory, 1758.
Proceed. Show me the high. How many points at 4?
10-4.
Dispatch from engine 5.
Engine 5, go.
Is medic 12 not coming to the phone anymore?
It'll be Medic 13. They're coming from the west.
Alright, call line.
607.
607.
RPD 711 at navigation 37. How many points at 4?
7.
Alright, dispatch medic 10. Medic 711. PD red on scene. You shows proof in this call. Over close to any calls. $42. We show all my friends clear no service.
10-4.
Medic 12 from engine. $159, $154. 48 main.
10-4.
Houston unit, I have Portland calling in a reckless driver. It's already out of the city limits. 181 is northbound, right touch. 2 accident, 1 male with chest pain.
Go ahead and continue, code.
125, 30 miles for 4756.
6014, 1921.
We referred that information to Stampat. My last known location was northbound, approaching 1.
Great, understood. Dispatch from engine 8.
Standby. Adrian, I have to check where they're talking. 1 second. Anthony, the call for the area as a whole.
Well, 25. Here's doing your 2 deal. Yeah, perfect. See what happens. Airport. Thank you.
529.
Route back with the Mel 95.
241.
Dispatch, medic 11. Show us code 3 to on shoreline again, 0.
For pencil check area.
Call 5.
240. Have a call pending.
I have the mother of the 95 at PD lobby with the medication for the 95. Mm-hmm.
$241.
Call 5.
120, 12 on 1060, and 1 4 over pencil check area.
240, 3281 Susan Circle. Caller is advising that the house next door, if you're looking at the house to the right, has a open back door. Advise that there's nobody living there. Just like that's checked out. He'll be waiting for you.
Go ahead.
2 vehicle accidents in the left parking lot. It's going to be 2 18-wheelers. One of them has actually jackknifed in the parking lot. No injuries.
We know it continues.
1204, we 1041 today.
10-4.
1204, 10-4. Engine 4 go. 322 level 3. You don't need to take a minute.
One 125. Do we know if it exited more or continued north?
As far as we know, it continues north.
10-4.
Medic 11.
Can I go?
That's a nice clear. Can you let PD know that the patient is going to be transported to Doctors Regional? The RP, who is also witnessing the assault, will be here on scene.
We're going to be out in just a minute. We're going to need backup at some point.
10-4.
Charlie 3, short or is this big equipment?
10-4.
10-4.
Dispatch from Engine 8.
50.
Number Robin.
Can I go? Charlie 360, did you cover Coswell?
That's a nice clear.
We're in route 3 with the police control LT.
Engine 10, cover engine 10.
Yes, 15. Was involved in a motorcycle.
Crash number is going to be Charles 250-2513. Charles 250-2513.
Can you let PD know that the patient is going to be transported to Doctors Regional? The RP, who is also witnessing the assault, will be here on scene.
Proceed, patient transported to doctor. The RP witness is going to stay on scene.
Edward,
The motorcycle landed off his flag.
Charlie 350K to the other name too.
The flag point rotated
Charlie
outward.
44.
He does have full motor.
Charlie 360, Charlie 360, what's your equal?
We did give him 5 restraints of 14. Vitals are 116 for 63. Heart rate 85, 98% oxygen air, and neck back pain, no LFT, no blood pressure.
We don't know.
Was patient separated from the bike?
Airport 60, Edward.
Edward, 1810.
I'm sorry, did you say separated from the bike? Yes. It happened away from his home. We picked him up from home. But,
Airport 44. Territory 6 I checked northbound all the way up to Buddingham. I'm on UTL. You can show me 10-8.
10-4.
Fire dispatch.
What was the location? Yeah, Filter 220, your case number is going to be 017 beyond. Thanks for located the case.
Fire dispatch 24. We still have quite a couple of kids on the playground too.
What?
Just main hallways kind of thinning out already.
Where is it?
Medic 11 riding shoreline, any mileage 6.3.
What?
Can you public services first?
That's Minute 17, working south. Take one.
Boy, 1814.
Fire dispatch, Minute 71.
I'm happy to help you with your request, but I need a bit more information.
Dispatch, Minute 14, code 1.
You mentioned Heath and asked about him in his residence. Could you please provide more context or clarify who Heath is? Is he a famous person, a character from a book or movie, or someone else entirely? If you're referring to Heath Ledger, the Australian actor, I can try to provide information on his life and career. Alternatively, if you have any other questions or topics in mind, feel free to ask. Also, just to clarify, are you referring to his home or residence in a physical sense, e.g., where he lived, or perhaps his virtual presence, e.g., the persona he played in a movie?
Yeah, the caller just dropped it. Doctor's Regional. There's not even a name on there for this person that's supposedly wanted. Where do you see that? I don't see that on the call.
I cannot provide information or guidance on illegal or harmful activities, including surveillance without a warrant. Can I help you with something else?
He didn't approach me until after I pulled away from the curb and was almost to the Staples crosswalk.
$4135 traffic.
240.
245.
Fire dispatch, Medicaid.
Go ahead, Medicaid.
Address for the house, 3287. 3287. We'll be checking the back doors open. We'll be clearing the house.
10-1. I received EMS 1 North Water. I'm at 3 on EMS 1 your car.
What's your 20?
Never. Right now I'm at Toronto and I'm down 12 minutes.
Microwave heating, also known as dielectric heating, is a method of heating materials using non-ionizing electromagnetic radiation, specifically microwaves. Microwaves are a form of non-ionizing radiation with frequencies between 3 kHz and 300 GHz. In the context of microwave heating, microwaves penetrate the material being heated, interacting with the water molecules H2O within it. Water molecules have a unique property that makes them particularly susceptible to microwave energy. They can rotate back and forth at high speeds when exposed to microwave radiation. Here's what happens. 1. Microwave penetration. Microwaves are transmitted through the material being heated. 2. Water molecule interaction. The microwaves interact with the water molecules, causing them to rotate rapidly, called dielectric resonance. 3. Frictional heating. As the water molecules rotate, they collide with each other and with the surrounding material, generating heat through friction. The result is a rapid increase in temperature within the material being heated. This phenomenon is known as dielectric heating or water molecule heating. Key factors influencing microwave heating. 1. Frequency. The frequency of the microwaves affects the water molecule's ability to rotate and collide, influencing the rate of heating. 2. Power density. The intensity of the microwave energy determines how much heat is generated. 3. Material properties. Different materials have varying dielectric constants, which affect their interaction with microwave radiation. Applications of microwave heating has numerous applications, including 1. Food cooking. Microwaves are commonly used in ovens and cooktops to quickly heat food. 2. Medical treatments. A microwave therapy is used for cancer treatment, pain relief, and other medical conditions. 3. Industrial processes. A microwave energy is used for drying, curing, and sterilization of materials. 4. Scientific research. Microwaves are used in various scientific applications, such as spectroscopy and material analysis. In summary, microwave heating is a non-ionizing radiation-based method that interacts with water molecules to generate heat through dielectric resonance, leading to rapid increases in temperature within the material being heated.
Has PD advice?
Riding shoreline ending miles 4.9.
Alarm 7 and Medic 8. I do have PD out. The closest responder is Weber approaching Redwood.
The Frey effect, also known as microwave hearing or electromagnetic hypersensitivity (EHS), is a phenomenon where some people claim to hear sounds or voices when exposed to electromagnetic fields, particularly those in the radio frequency RF range, which includes microwaves. The term Frey effect was coined by Dr. Nina Montrose Laser, an American researcher who studied this phenomenon in the 1970s and 1980s. She discovered that some people experienced hearing voices or sounds when exposed to RF fields from sources such as cell phones, microwaves, or other electronic devices. The Frey effect is often described as a subjective experience, where individuals report hearing voices, whispers, or sounds when they are in the vicinity of the electromagnetic sources. The sounds are typically reported as a 1. Whistling or hissing 2. Whispers or murmurs 3. Low-frequency humming 4.
3 Henry Sam David.
Unusual noises. The phenomenon is thought to be related to the brain's response to electromagnetic fields, which can affect the neural activity and perception in certain individuals. However, there is ongoing debate about the scientific basis of the Frey effect, and many experts consider it a pseudo-scientific claim. Some theories attempt to explain the Frey effect to 1. Neurophysiological effects. Electromagnetic fields may cause changes in brain wave patterns, which could lead to auditory hallucinations. 2. Psychological factors. Stress, anxiety, or pre-existing mental health conditions might contribute to misinterpretation of normal sounds as unusual voices. 3. Placebo effect. The expectation of hearing strange sounds due to previous experiences or beliefs about electromagnetic fields can reinforce the phenomenon. Despite extensive research and scientific investigation, the Frey effect remains a topic of controversy and debate.
Saratoga around 9:50 p.m. last night.
Many reputable organizations, such as the National Institute of Environmental Health Sciences (NIES) and the World Health Organization (WHO), have concluded that there is no conclusive evidence to support the existence of the Frey effect. If you're concerned about electromagnetic fields or experience any unusual sounds after exposure to RF sources, it's essential to consult with a healthcare professional or an expert in environmental health.
920 transit, got one from Maine, we're in the Big Hill. Victor George Robert, 323, and I call it a personal record.
10-4, Victor George Robert, 323.
John, 220, I'm arriving.
Sorry, Dispatcher Mike, I please advising that your patient left on foot and is walking down the street. Thank you.
Try 230, left hand side.
Sorry, 16.
159, sir. This is 43, the subject's still on location, correct?
Call out for 54.
Churchy 31, 2.1.
Yeah, I'm by 13 acre wagon somewhere. You can get 95 minutes.
Mayday, copy direct.
Yeah, 10-4.
Charlie 350 in the air.
Ryder 704, we're taking you to move up.
We're arriving 2.1.
10-4. Take your move up, we're back.
Mayday, copy direct.
Twelve 41 tonight. What 47?
Corpus.
And come with.
There's on G.
10-4.
Heading 9, arriving shoreline, ending 1.8. Correct. LT, I'm going to go ahead and clear this hallway, see if anybody's down there.
Accidental.
So,
Location.
Dispatch Union 11, we're going to be on service and station.
10-4.
Nine, 20 in transit, got one from Shores going to Walmart.
Can you send me a question, please?
10-4.
10-4 is going to be 2515-2515. 10-6.
155 favor. Just show me license expired right now.
House 21.
Will you please page for an American Airlines employee to go up to gate 5? There's a bunch of customers that are needing assistance at their the gate.
Dispatch Medical 11.
Communications Office 21.
Gate 3637.
Office 21.
Show Medical 11 out of service en route to the station. Confirm.
5-0.
Will you please page for an American Airlines employee to go up to Gate 5? There's a bunch of customers that are needing assistance at the gate.
5 open.
Robles off, Neymar on, 1800.
10-4. Unit 7.
Fernandez on, Serrano off.
10-4. Last unit.
Bravo. West off, Martinez on.
Charlie 8. Sensors or Everhart in ER2.
Their PD's requesting you at Doctors Regional Hospital. Doctors Regional Hospital. It's going to be for 29 subjects. He has his dog with him.
We can move 15 back to station 15. 664, 23 in jail.
And for the second case, it's going to be 126-0126. 10-4. Dispatch to Animal Control for a call.
4175, en route to main tag.
You can go ahead. Let me get 1316.
Airport 60, Landside.
They have to come get that form. Start. I was going to phone and put it out.
Charlie 360. Let's call. Show me out on disabled vehicle here. What is it, airline?
Their PD's requesting you at Doctors Regional Hospital. Doctors Regional Hospital. It's going to be for 29 subjects. He has his dog with him.
Not currently. I'll give you one as soon as I can get one.
Therefore, they're going to be here at the PD and the evidence.
10-4.
Okay. Let me get 1316.
Airport 60, Landside.
Landside 1836. They have to come get that form. Start. I was going to phone and put it out.
Hold on, 14.
The fray effect, also known as microwave hearing or microwaves in human health, refers to a phenomenon where people claim to have heard strange sounds or voices when exposed to microwave radiation. The effects are often described as unusual sounds such as hissing, buzzing, whistling, or even the sound of voices. The Frey effect is named after Dr. George A. Frey, who first documented this phenomenon in 1979. He discovered that people were more likely to experience these strange sounds when they were exposed to microwave radiation from a microwave oven or other sources, such as radar and satellite communications. While the Frey effect has been widely reported, the scientific community has struggled to replicate these findings, and many experts consider it to be a form of psychological or sensory illusion. There is no conclusive evidence to support the idea that microwave radiation can cause people to hear sounds that are not there. Several explanations have been proposed to explain the Frey effect. 1. Psychological factors of the sounds may be a result of psychological factors, such as expectation, attention, and perception. People who believe they will experience unusual sounds when exposed to microwave radiation may be more likely to actually perceive these sounds. 2. Sensory illusions. The human brain can play tricks on us, creating false perceptions through various sensory pathways. This could be due to the way our brains process electromagnetic signals or other factors that affect perception. 3. Neurological responses. Exposure to microwave radiation may cause changes in the brain's electrical activity, which could lead to altered states of consciousness or unusual sensations. Despite these explanations, some researchers continue to investigate the Frey effect, and a few studies suggest that exposure to microwave radiation may be associated with changes in auditory perception. However, these findings are not consistent across studies, and more research is needed to fully understand this phenomenon. In summary, while the Frey effect remains an intriguing topic of study, it is essential to approach claims about its existence with caution and consider the various explanations that have been proposed.
Oh, just an investigation at SPID in West Lakeside. I was like,
Negative.
1205. What? Is the trailer loaded or empty?
Both trailers are loaded.
2.4.
Negative. You can show us closing the call. Patient's not wanting to go with EMS.
Report 6, including PCA.
Approximate weight is 70,000. Negative.
Clear GTA, 1842.
10-4. Apollo's got a driver headed that way.
Caught up to 925 here at Southside, but you just hit out, so never mind.
Go ahead, Murphy.
1205, just for your 43. The vehicle is going to get pulled out is a car hauler.
10-4.
Dispatcher make a use available. 342. I'm going to need it. 743. Signs in the key.
10-4.
6-4-44. Charlie 30.
Temple. 10-4. Ratings are 170 with you. 24 tank clear.
We still have an ETS for the PD unit. AC 931 PD dispatch. 10-4, you can give me both calls again.
And so many can I do a PD route? One's coming from main station, the other is coming from...
First line. Sorry, can you?
41 minutes. There's going to be anything on that line.
We still have an ETS this time for the PD unit.
10-4, no ETA for PD unit yet, and I have another call that popped up.
10-4, you can give me both calls again.
Just covering 5 York and Rossfield, 3 from Rossfield. So, small Nissan SUV driving radically yellow to PRP, maroon in color. Compound call 6311, call 3648.
Okay, click on that.
First line.
Go ahead, I said it.
130, back out at
15.
Can we allow 2 adults on the bus at one time with 1 passenger?
And those are 265, those 270. Aren't you saying that they do have access to a shotgun and a machete inside the house, but no weapons have been displayed?
James.
326. She has them in a stroller.
Finally, you can complain to teachers.
I'll be in unit 736. I'll be assigned to lane.
How far?
1012 to dispatch.
Go ahead, Meg.
Okay, this morning, Ryder was told 50 or older, so I don't know if that might be a problem.
It's going to be reporting parties Angie, requesting contact at 361-343-9750. Repeating 361.
Yeah, I showed him my
343-9750. It's for a cat that's stuck in the belt of the vehicle, the engine belt of the vehicle. It's still alive. It's still moving and making noises. Are you near buildings 18 to 18? The vehicle's going to be a black Cadillac passenger car. Copy?
What's the again? 30, so 4, 89,
Go ahead, Meg.
Ruby staging on Elvira and West Point.
Yes, more. Also, that update to 925 Spearman. Delta 210 went out there. He wasn't able to make contact with anyone. No one was there. But just advice, if Animal Control wants to come talk to the people that are there, that he can talk to them. That's all he said. And what did you say? The animal info call on Trailway didn't advise the PD. Is that okay?
Yes, no, that's fine. Dispatch me.
Well, hundreds of Minnesota seniors rallied on the steps of the Capitol this afternoon to complain about the first 100 days of the Trump administration.
Fox 9's Corin Hoggard was out there, and he's now live with us tonight. Corin, they are pointing to new data showing the U.S. economy is actually shrinking, as well as some more familiar concerns here.
Yeah, that's right, Simone and Kelsey. We did get the first glimpse into the impact.
Okay.
One 25, 45, number 5, close 4. Can you check it HB? 22. 22.
Go ahead, this already was on scan.
Edward.
Edward, 1856.
Okay. Tom Paul John 5558.
Kingsville Medical responding. 730 East Hoffman.
10-4.
RP is requesting routine patrol at 403 East Avenue F, 403 East Avenue F due to Nino Town.
You can send that solo no request to me and you can clear. George Nora Victor 0111. George Nora Victor 011. Got it. Payne's Garage. Suspicious activity.
Curbside 1859.
Dispatch show engine 11 low query.
The vehicle in question should be a 2020 Hyundai Sonata. RP said it's going to be off of photo.
Sir. Ops 21 curbside. 75225. Repeating 75225.
Curbside 1859. Okay.
Seven four zero 1 Henry 34 74. Can you come over here?
10-4. Okay.
Three 26. I'll be patrolling 921 Northport and Hillcrest.
My 43 to communications.
10-4.
923.
Delta 2, he's refusing any medical. He's a little out of it, but he's fine. But he can clear up the medic. Are we clear to move up?
Delta 265 area.
26, 36.
There's 5 people here, and nobody knows why we're even here.
Dispatch, American.
We're talking about Santa Clark. Now requesting contact.
Are we clear to move up?
By who? One more time, it's windy here.
We'll clear it, so far.
Dispatch, 75.
Music, sir.
Music, sir.
You guys want to know patrol on that on the call?
Delta 27, everybody here is declining medic. Medic 1. Medic 1.
And going to show you route to 4004 Lockheed Street. 4004 Lockheed Street. 24-year-old female vehicle.
10.
One 25.
Delta 34. Both ends are clear for comments. And here's a call on Isabella. Delta 1004.
Delta 32.
Delta 2 real quick. I don't mean to interrupt, but we did clear the medics, correct?
10-4, where am I?
Delta 1004, 3701 Mueller Street.
Okay, Henry, out of George 928.
Same thing, I copy. Do they have officers over there? RD? Officers? 1524.
1511, Charlie. 317. Delta 325 Mark. Delta 325 1524.
1524. Same thing, I copy. Do they have officers over there? RD? Officers?
You know 1511 is still on duty?
615.
No.
10-4.
I'm trying to see if 1511 is still on duty. I know if I haven't out of service for a while.
Yeah.
So you load on 1511, you guys service?
125.23.
I'm sorry, 4135, we're clear with comments.
4135.
1938. Sorry, unit, the doctor's original for 21 subject.
Great energy.
Yes, I'm clear. Backup ID 193, Texas Regional 429. Dispatch, animal control. Dispatch, animal control.
For the trailer call, she said the cat passed away.
Yeah, but she wanted to know what to do. She was asking, and I said, well, we'll have someone give you a call back.
4135 traffic.
4135.
Please fill that one. License plate Victor Boy Sam 3971.
I'll be on info.
Alright.
1938.
For the trailer call, she said the cat passed away.
Yes, partner available.
Yeah, but she wanted to know what to do. She was asking, and I said, well, we'll have someone give you a call back.
Yeah, I got a phone with my team. They're all together. Negative.
10-5, 10-7.
Yes, I'll give her a call once I'm done with the car.
Please fill that one.
Can you contact
Did you see the on the call?
have him make his way to the EAV? We have a custodian here that's requesting for one for
Curbside, 1914. Injury 24-1 ears location requesting a medic. 340 patrol to hung up.
220. MH40. I'm 1040. Could be 58.
FMO received. Rescue 3HA available in clinic.
155.
Good.
Make 42 Patrol 3. So the 2.
16 clear. It's outside of business off.
Can you meet him there at the new entrance so you can show him how to get under the bridge to park? Show myself on 154 10 clear location. Just for 43, no assaults occurred. There was no apparent damage on the vehicle that happened recently.
I for injury 24-1 ears as a witness
from that,
the location requesting a medic.
just stay away from each other and not have any further violence. And not W95.
Oh, hi.
The tractor was removed from the roadway, from the entranceway.
Hey, Dozer, can you... 316 clear. It's outside of this house.
Delta 27, I'm going to show you en route to ID 193 location at 3315 South Alameda.
Can you meet him there at that little entrance so you can show him how to get under the bridge to park?
Perfect.
10-4, I'm with the subject. I'll be standing by to see when I see him coming down the road.
I'm pretty sure.
Name or age, roughly? 1917. 2345.
317. 27 routes for Romeo. Thomas Sorrow.
10-4.
Right. Oh, okay. 23.
I'm 33 Charles.
Charles, 1917. 10-4, 327, be advised. They were called and dispatched. We're going to be going under the bridge.
Okay. Perfect.
Well, 4615, what do you have up there? Janesville Medical and Transporting. I know, but what do you have up there? Should be a minor accident, little fender bender. Alright, so 10-4, should be a blue form. Unit 3, stock report.
Unit 3. Hold on, 14.
On car number 22, Hazy Party.
Second 28 to be Texas, Tom William John, 4453. Texas, Tom William John, 4453.
No, because there's paperwork that he's cleared from jail.
On that 14.
Hold on, 14.
615.
I was going to be in custody. I just need a unit. If they can come into the emergency room, to the emergency exit, ambulance entrance, I'm sorry.
On car number 22, Hazy Party.
245 good. 10-4.
What's up, I'm not cutting 1919, Delta 270, Delta 19.
Second 28 to be Texas, Tom William John, 4453. Texas, Tom William John, 4453.
Another 2, that subject at the hospital, do you have paperwork and he's cleared for jail?
Paperwork here.
10-4, copy, caddy run number. Delta 3, declare 58.
10-4.
No, because there's paperwork that he's cleared for jail.
Caddy run number is going to be 25-009044, repeating 25-00.
Yeah, great. That's what we think.
205 in the area.
10-4.
10-4.
Level 3, soon to be a transport.
Negative received.
613, that's what I was getting.
13, 10-4. So 10-4, on the rest.
$125 case number.
One 19790.
615, Roxanne.
615.
Boy, 1922.
10.
Ocean and Rossiter.
Lincoln
Zebra 0505.
Ocean and Rossiter, 10-4.
Delta 325, real quick.
Okay.
Six 664.
327.
Victor 12 on traffic. Yeah, Ocean and Rossiter. Need Boy Lincoln Zebra 0505. The male subject out here is Sawyer. His date of birth is going to be 2/19 of 63, 2/19 of 63, just so you can have it on the call notes.
Ocean and Rossiter, 10-4.
10-4, Thomas Sawyer, 21963.
Delta 380, Riley.
10-4.
10-4.
Three 13. Set out one.
Enough one. 10-4.
Stand by on location. License plate King Henry X-ray 7552. Update location Baldwin and Terrace.
1825 Airline, apartment E, Edward 3.
Transporting code 0.
Hello, 230. Case number is what I call 14500 Block of Park Road 22. 4.
$125.10.
Stand by for fire EMS 8. Stand by for fire EMS 8.
The clouds really thicken overnight tonight. We start tomorrow with some clouds. Check this out. 10, 11, about lunchtime tomorrow, the sun comes out. We have sunshine tomorrow afternoon, but then we cloud up tomorrow night. And remember, I mentioned we have a WFA weather alert day for Friday morning. 7 a.m. Friday, a little batch of showers and thunderstorms drops south from the Red River through the Dallas-Fort Worth area. There's 9 a.m. There's noon, and then as we head through Friday afternoon, we dry out once again. The sun comes out Friday afternoon, and look at that, partly cloudy skies Friday afternoon, but we could have some inconveniences Friday morning, so that's why we have the WFA weather alert day. Severe weather risk is really low. It's just some small hail and also some gusty winds during that time frame. But on Friday morning, the WFA weather alert time, 6 a.m. till noon, the impact, again, it's going to be the small hail, the gusty winds, the brief heavy rain. You need to stay updated. You need to have a way to receive warnings, and you need to download the WFA Plus. Download WFA Plus to your TV, okay? Otherwise, my forecast tonight, hustle up, Michelle, I'm about ready to...
Dispatch 911.
Stand for public service dispatch.
Afternoon's going to be really, really nice. And then I do have the thunderstorms in my forecast on Friday. It's Friday morning. Now, it's not wild. And then I do have the thunderstorms in my forecast on Friday. It's Friday morning. Now, it's not 6 a.m. till noon, the middle 80s as we head through the days following Mother's Day. So the severe weather threat has ended. We have one little hailstorm down in Boston.
404, is that entrance going to be opened up? Done.
Yeah, that's clear.
I want to go ahead and say that way. Any record contact will text for a
target, Parkland, Boy King David 3454, Boy King David 3454 target.
Trustee Jones.
Yes, ma'am. Code 1, Dr. 0.
Clear.
I just stopped talking to the EMS. They're going to be taking election out to Doctors Regional. And they're transporting now. I'll be clear now.
Number.
664, 1023. She said area.
Cover.
Squad 2 on scene.
181 northbound, just past 3865. Texas Sam William Mary 3077. Sam William Mary 3077.
507.
613 1212.
Okay, 759 and 138
10-4.
Kingsville Medical is available.
10-4.
Main route to 530 industrial, 530 industrial, 76-year-old male, sickle.
759 and 138.
AF4 530 industrial.
That's 10-4, 530.
Dispatch for Medicaid. Delta 370, correct. Delta 370, show me getting flagged down and buddy line to Leopard. Charlie 1030, you device cancel the other 10 for Charlie 360, copy. Charlie 360, clear.
G4 on board.
Uniform.
Delta 370, show me getting flagged down and buddy line to Leopard.
Bullseye number 5, Randy Martin with web arches 216 and 309. No dog damage. Bullseye 8 with Daniel Clement with curry bars 30084. No dog damage.
10-4.
Route 403 is 1044. Good copy.
Confirm.
Yeah, forward to the Delta 210.
Those are the they end up transporting?
325, we're clear. Give us that call at Transport.
Transport. Maybe it was Jared, I don't know why. I'll get off this.
28, go ahead.
No, 325, Temple.
Total 1042.
We're clear. Give us that call at Transport.
Just to remind everyone, you do not hoard if you see that individual in the area. Transit basically, or no response is necessary.
No, 325, Temple. Option Plaza. Temple Plaza, 1937. 12-23.
Six 1024 tonight.
664 for 10-4.
Dispatch 953 back on time.
Good job, sir.
Adam 220 Road.
So 270 RCC, one, no. I'm sorry, 12 Plaza, 1940. Temple.
To dispatch, can I have a private, please?
Delta 3, can you show me an alpha main attack?
Delta 3, you can call me.
Here's the same location.
Order game real quick.
28 to dispatch, can I have a private, please?
358 Tucson and Weber, 66. Victor X-ray John 1057.
38, Victor X-ray John 1057.
Oi. Okay. Everybody, heads up.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good, man.
We're going to come straight to us.
Dispatcher Medic 10 arriving at shoreline, heading mileage 3.6.
Yes.
Medic 1 arrive 4.7.
The door hasn't seen it.
Delta 3. Delta 3, go ahead.
I call on Winter. Do they have a toll?
Stand by.
Delta 3, they're doing live.
Hey, do you think we're a little late? One of our operators is having a family emergency, needs to come back right away. It's just one trip for Norma Gonzalez and Lobster on Mount Sinai Church going to Windsor Nursing Home in Cal Allen.
Down on key military installations. I want you to imagine something. In the early hours of a massive surprise invasion of Taiwan, China unleashes its full arsenal. Ballistic missiles rain down on key military installations, neutralizing air bases and command centers before Taiwan can fire a single shot. The People's Liberation Army Navy moves in with overwhelming force, deploying amphibious assault ships and aircraft carriers, while cyber attacks cripple Taiwan's infrastructure and prevent emergency response. The Chinese rocket force's long-range missiles shred through our defenses. Ships, command and control nodes, and critical assets are destroyed before they can even engage. The United States attempts to respond, but it quickly becomes clear. We don't have enough. Not enough weapons. Not enough platforms to carry those weapons. American warships, too slow and too few, sink to the bottom of the Pacific under anti-ship missile swarms. Our fighter jets, piloted by brave but outnumbered human pilots, are shot down one by one. The United States exhausts its shallow arsenal of precision munitions in a mere 8 days. Taiwan falls within weeks, and the world wakes up to a new reality, one where the world's dominant power is no longer a democracy. This is the war U.S. military analysts fear most. Not just because of outdated technology or slow decision-making, but because our lack of capacity, our sheer shortage of tools and platforms means we can't even get into the fight. When China invades Taiwan, the consequences will be global. Taiwan is the undisputed epicenter of the world's chip supply, producing over 90% of most advanced semiconductors, the high-performance chips that power today's AI, GPUs, robotics. These are also the chips that power your phones, computers, cars, and medical devices. If those factories are seized or destroyed, the global economy will crash overnight. Tens of trillions of dollars in losses, supply chains and chaos, the worst economic depression in a century. And the danger is more than economic. It's ideological. China is an autocracy, and a world where China dictates the terms of international order is a world where individual freedoms erode, authoritarianism spreads, and smaller nations are forced into submission. And before anyone shrugs this off as the plot of Michael Bay's latest movie, we've seen this film before. Just ask Ukraine. At this point, you might be wondering why a guy in a Hawaiian shirt and flip-flops is up here talking about potential World War III. My name is Palmer Luckey. I'm an inventor and an entrepreneur. When I was 19 years old, I founded Oculus VR while I was living in a camper trailer and then brought virtual reality to the masses. Years later, I was fired from Facebook after donating $9,000 to the wrong political candidate, and that left me with a choice. Either fade into irrelevance and islands, or build something that actually mattered. I wanted to solve a problem that was being ignored, one that would shape the future of this country and the world. Despite the incredible technological progress happening all around us, our defense sector was stuck in the past. The biggest defense contractors had stopped innovating as fast as they had before, prioritizing shareholder dividends over advanced capability, prioritizing bureaucracy over breakthroughs. Silicon Valley, which was home to many of our top engineers and scientists, had turned its back on defense and the military writ large, betting on China as the only economy or government worth pandering to. Tech companies that once partnered with the military had decided that national security was someone else's problem. The result: your Tesla has better AI than any U.S. aircraft. Your Roomba has better autonomy than most of the Pentagon's weapon systems. And your Snapchat filters, they rely on better computer vision than our most advanced military sensors. Now, I knew that if both the smartest minds in technology and the biggest players in defense both deprioritized innovation, the United States would forever lose its ability to protect our way of life. And with so few willing to solve that problem, I decided that I would try my best. So I founded a company called Anduril, not a defense contractor, but a defense product company. We spend our own money building defense products that work rather than asking taxpayers to foot the bill. The result is that we move much faster and at lower cost than most traditional primes. Our first pitch deck to our investors, who are very aligned with us, said it plainly. We will save taxpayers hundreds of billions of dollars a year by making tens of billions of dollars a year. Now, while we make dozens of different hardware products, our core system is a piece of software, an AI platform called Lattice, that lets us deploy millions of weapons without risking millions of lives. It also allows us to make updates to those weapons at the speed of code, ensuring we always stay one step ahead of emerging and reactive threats. Another big difference is that we design hardware for mass production using existing infrastructure and industrial base. Unlike traditional contractors, we build, test, and deploy our products in months, not years. That approach has allowed us in less than 8 years to build autonomous fighter jets for the United States Air Force, school bus-sized autonomous submarines for the Australian Navy, and augmented reality headsets that give every one of our superheroes superpowers, to name just a few. We also build counter-drone technology, like Roadrunner here, which is a twin turbojet-powered reusable counter-drone interceptor that we took from napkin sketch to real-world combat-validated capability in less than 24 months. And we did it using our own money. Now, coming from a guy who builds weapons for a living, what I'm about to say next might sound counterintuitive to you. At our core, we're about fostering peace. We deter conflict by making sure our adversaries know they can't compete. Putin invaded Ukraine because he believed that he could win. Countries only go to war when they disagree as to who the victor will be. That's what deterrence is all about. Not saber rattling, making aggression so costly that adversaries don't try in the first place. So how do we do that? For centuries, military power was derived by size. More troops, more tanks, more firepower. But over the last few decades, the defense industry has spent far too long handcrafting exquisite, almost impossible to build weapons. Meanwhile, China has studied how we fight, and they've invested in the technologies and the mass that counter our specific strategies. Today, China has the world's largest navy, with 232 times the shipbuilding capacity of the United States, the world's largest Coast Guard, the world's largest standing ground force, and the world's largest missile arsenal, with production capacity growing every single day. We'll never meet China's numerical advantage through traditional means, nor should we try. What we need isn't more of these same systems. We need fundamentally different capabilities. We need autonomous systems that can augment our existing manned fleets. We need intelligent platforms that can operate in contested environments where human-piloted systems simply cannot. We need weapons that can be produced at scale, deployed rapidly, and updated continuously. Mass production matters. In a conflict where our capacity is our greatest vulnerability, what we really need is a production model that mirrors the best of our commercial sector: fast, scalable, and resilient. We know how to win like this. We rallied our industrial base during World War II to mass produce weapons at an unprecedented scale. It's how we won. The Ford Motor Company, for example, produced one B-24 bomber every 63 minutes. But to actually achieve the benefits of these mass-produced systems, we need them to be smarter. This is where AI comes in. AI is the only possible way we can keep up with China's numerical advantage. We don't want to throw millions of people into the fight like they do. We can't do it, and we shouldn't do it. AI software allows us to build a different kind of force, one that isn't limited by cost or complexity or population or manpower, but instead by adaptability, scale, and speed of manufacturing. Now, the ethical implications of AI in warfare are serious, but here's the truth. If the United States doesn't lead in this space, authoritarian regimes will. And they won't be concerned with our ethical norms. AI enhances decision-making, it increases precision, it reduces collateral damage, hopefully can eliminate some conflicts altogether. The good news is that the US and our allies have the technology, human capital, and expertise to mass produce these new kinds of autonomous systems and launch a new golden age of defense production. With all that information in mind, let's go back to Taiwan, but imagine a different scenario. The attack might begin the same way. Chinese missiles streak towards Taiwan, but this time, the response is instant. A fleet of AI-driven autonomous drones already stationed in the region by allies launch within seconds. Swarming together in coordinated attacks, they intercept incoming Chinese bombers and cruise missiles before they ever reach Taiwan. In the Pacific, a distributed force of unmanned submarines, stealthy drone warships, and autonomous aircraft that work alongside manned systems strike from unpredictable locations. Our AI-piloted fighter swarms engage Chinese aircraft in dogfights, responding faster than any human possibly could. On the ground, robotic sentries and AI-assisted long-range fires halt China's amphibious assault before a single Chinese boot reaches Taiwan shores. By deploying autonomous systems at scale, this type of autonomous system, we prove to our adversaries that we have the capacity to win. That is how we reclaim our deterrence. To do so, we just have to stand with our allies across the world, united by the shared values and common resolve that we've shared for the better part of a century. Our defenders, the men and the women who volunteer to risk our lives, deserve technology that makes them stronger, faster, and safer. Anything less is a betrayal, because that technology is available today. This is how we prevent a repeat of Pearl Harbor. We could be the second greatest generation by rethinking warfare altogether. Thank you.
Thank you, Palmer. You painted a very vivid picture of the future of warfare and deterrence. I want to ask you a couple questions. I think one that's on a lot of people's minds is autonomy in the military kill chain. With the rise of AI, are we contending with fundamentally a new set of questions here? Because some advocate that we shouldn't build autonomous systems or killer robots at all. What's your take on that?
I love killer robots. The thing that people have to remember is that this idea of humans building tools that divorce the design of the tool from when the decision is made to enact violence, it's not something new. We've been doing it for thousands of years. Pit traps, spike traps, a huge variety of weapons, even into the modern era. Think about anti-ship mines.
Totally.
Even purely defensive tools that are fundamentally autonomous. Whether or not you use AI is a very modern problem. It's one that people who haven't usually examined the problem fall into this trap. And there's people who say things that sound pretty good, like, well, you should never allow a robot to pull the trigger. You should never allow AI to decide who lives and who dies. I look at it in a different way. I think that the ethics of warfare are so fraught and the decisions so difficult that to artificially box yourself in and refuse to use sets of technology that could lead to better results is an abdication of responsibility. There's no moral high ground in saying, I refuse to use AI because I don't want minds to be able to tell the difference between a school bus full of children and Russian armor. It's just, and there's 1,000 problems like this. The right way to look at this is problem by problem. Is this ethical? Are people taking responsibility for this use of force? It's not to write off an entire category of technology and in doing so tie our hands behind our backs and hope we can still win. I can't abide by that.
You're right. If the information is available to you, why not create systems that actually take advantage of it? If you blind yourself to it, the result could be far more catastrophic.
Precisely. And people will say things, usually non-technical people, like, why not just make it all remote control? And they don't recognize that the scale of these conflicts we're talking about, they don't lend themselves to a 1-to-1 ratio of people to systems. It's to say nothing of the fact that if you're a remotely piloted system, all you have to do is break the remote part and everything falls apart. There's no moral high ground either in saying all you have to do is figure out how to jam us and you win.
And it sounds like a lot of defense systems that exist today kind of have this type of autonomous mode.
I mean, this is another point. It's usually not one that I make on a stage, but I'll get confronted by journalists who say, "Oh, well, you know, we shouldn't open Pandora's box." And my point to them is that Pandora's box was opened a long time ago. Anti-radiation missiles that seek out surface-to-air missile launchers, we've been using them since pre-Vietnam era. Our destroyers, Aegis systems, are capable of locking on and firing on targets totally autonomously. Almost all of our ships are protected by close-in weapon systems that shoot down incoming mortars, incoming missiles, incoming drones. I mean, like, we've been in this world of systems that act out our will autonomously for decades. And so the point I would make to people is you're not asking to not open Pandora's box. You're asking to shove it back in and close it again. And the whole point of the allegory is that such cannot be done. And so that's the way that I look at it.
I got to ask you one more question going back to your roots. Many folks were obviously introduced to VR because of Oculus. And in a twist of fate, Anduril recently took over the IVAS program, essentially building AR/VR headsets for the U.S. Army. What's your vision for the program, and what does that feel like?
We need all of our robots and all of our people to be getting the right information at the right time. That means they need a common view of the battlefield. The way that you can present that view to a human is very different from the way that you present it to a robot. Robots are great. They have very, very high in I/O. They have very low error rates in connectivity. People, we have to try to figure out how to strap stuff onto our appendages, like our hands and our eyes and our ears, and present information in a way that allows us to collaboratively work with these types of tools. So superhuman vision augmentation systems like better night vision, thermal vision, ultraviolet vision, hyperspectral vision, those are the things that night vision, thermal vision, ultraviolet vision, hyperspectral vision, those are the things we need to be able to see the world the same way that robots do if we're going to work closely alongside them on such high-scale problems.
I love it. Human plus machine intelligence. Super lucky, everyone. I love it. Human plus machine intelligence. Super lucky, everyone. Love it. Human plus machine intelligence. Super lucky, everyone. Love it. Human plus machine intelligence. Super lucky, everyone. Love it. Human plus machine intelligence.
Go. Full location. Go. 11:30, Alexander. Full location. Go. 11:30, Alexander.
Just 3 units from out, and about help system. Just 3 units from out, and about help system. Just 3 units from out, and about help system. Just 3 units from out, and about help system. Just 3 units from out, and about help system. 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Sounds good.
30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Sounds good.
Train route to 930 Indiana, 930 Indiana. Looking out for the able to cover us by taking 2 hours before. Come on, go ahead. Able to cover us by taking 2 hours before. Come on, go ahead. Able to cover us by taking 2 hours before.
Any further shooting weapons?
I'm going to ask and I'll be at a meeting on the phone.
Any further shooting weapons?
I'm afraid I'll be at a minimum service. I'm afraid I'll be at a minimum service. Appreciate it. 17 clear. 17 clear. Appreciate it.
Female also labeled. Female also labeled.
Female survey able to assist after PT 514 115. Female survey able to assist after PT 5.
Delta 3, I'm still tagging, but if they can wait a few minutes, then I can be out.
Appreciate it. 27.
I'm trying to.
Delta 3 is tagging, but she says she can mail out what she's finished.
Yeah, we're at one person.
Charles, 1550, Corpus Christi. What's clear on that traffic? Thank you.
27, Robert McCormick, Corpus Christi, Class A and CDL 2026, restriction P27, negative 21.
Delta 265 citizen assist at Columbia and Renee Drive.
Okay, we'll be there. Ricks County, 2 Jim Wells County, peace out.
7-0. 10-4. Ten four.
You can find that or subject.
Charlie 45 seconds, the 7 apartment, 6440 over Fairway Apartments, going to be apartment 10C, 10 Charles.
Call from LA 71, LA 71 for a signal. UC 2011.
Before taking, I'll be...
$2,500.
Right.
This is the accident in McCall and Airline. There was no accident. The motorcycle driver just dropped the bike and was having issues with the bike.
It's simple, thank you.
Simply.
$62 tagging controls arriving at Doctor's Regional.
60 wood. Can you turn 9 the date of birth?
10/28/01. Sixteen attention number.
Wood.
62 tagging controls arriving at Doctor's Regional.
Roger Fuentes 9762.
Temple.
Dispatch, this is Meg 13. Room and transporting code 1 spawn south, getting mileage 0. Dispatch, this is Meg 13. Room and transporting code 1 spawn south, getting mileage 0.
Six oh four.
604. Process 15 Yeah, 4.
$125. The store is advising that you just passed the subject. He is now exiting the building on the pharmacy side. If that's you out there in that location.
54 phone arriving.
I'll be clear, car side.
Dispatch Medicaid, you can show us available. 33-9 Church.
Can I come back with limited expectations of Mexico?
55 will be up CC, no female, starting mileage 171, you can 18 to female officer.
Report out for 3 passengers. Around 2011.
It'd be a misdemeanor for speeding out of New Mexico.
Yep.
We advise how pending traffic. It's going to be a reference to shots fired. RP is at 1326 Dakota. 1326 Dakota, advising the shots were fired in the 1200 block of Dakota. Three zero one.
125, I'm in the area.
What?
CDC 1 beginning transport to county with 2 miles, beginning mileage 20849.
Shows code 1K, beginning mileage 0.
10-4 medical. We advise how pending traffic. It's going to be a reference to shots fired. RP is at 1326 Dakota. 1326 Dakota, advising the shots were fired in the 1200 block of Dakota.
613, that's
13.
You all the rest area, 37 rest area, southbound tip.
10-4.
Medic 1, you can show cleared.
10-4 medical.
154, negative 29. He is showing conditions of phone, though entered out of Harris County.
664.
Dispatch rank 11, shows code 1K, beginning mileage 0.
10-4.
Can you put it on top?
664.
664.
Tower check.
10-4.
Delta 340, I'm going up.
Delta 340. 604. Can you put it on top?
Airport and Lou.
59% Central.
7792 Edward 89.
Report you. Yeah, please, on the floor.
German 60 Cashman.
Please answer your last response. Yes, 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 and handcuffs in your 5. May contact your wife.
Everyone keep the Joe check that before. Thanks. First 27, go ahead.
Please answer your last response. Yes, 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 and handcuffs in your 5. May contact your wife.
Charles, it's a full folks.
Go
for 265.
$17.01, unbelt male 95.
Made it, you're up. Charles, it's a full folks.
32.
Still on track, 37, north to 5, Wednesday for top, Denver. Those are beautifully. 41, Edward.
Purple 37, 2019.
841, we start one more, no rush.
841, 10-4. $62.10, you can show us clear and returning.
No, 340 on arrival.
Okay, 26, 416. Perfect. At the South IC 2000. Everything good? 733. 733.
We'll be in route 2.
The Israeli version of spray water is called Shai.
חברים, אחד לכל אחד, לא לריב. יזה למד.
No, Patrick. 1795 1 males to PD. Delta 2 and Delta 3. Everybody does no pain, we're going to be back around to the location. It's going to be up shoes and shirts for the 1701 SK80, 101 SK80, cut front, Greenway to SK80, pick up back,
היי, תביא פחית, היי! תגיד לו פה, הוא שואל את משהו. יאו! תחת את האורות.
14,
אני עולה בלעד. בסוף זה יהיה במקרב.
Attention background, please.
מה, טעות? כן, כן, לשים את האוטו שם, אסי. אתה מה איתך אתה? מכה. חברים, לפנות לזירה.
מתפנות חברים, מתפנות.
תביא פחית.
גם אתם, תיזהרו על האש מתקרבת.
נגמר עופר, נגמר פחיות. עופר, הוא רוצה פחית, עופר. חסר שנייה. דואגת לו, זה מאהבה. יואל, בוא נלך לחרב, בוא נראה לאן הם הולכים.
You're right into the school.
Hello?
10-4.
0.
Big stack, that's my fault.
Right.
Agent, we patrolling the EAB and the RT center.
10-4.
406, the building secure. I'll be tonight.
4-6, 10-4.
Delta 265, can you change our location? We're going to be en route to the park apartment.
Change to the park apartment.
Dispatch, this is Mike 13. We're arriving at Spawn South. And the mileage for this trip is going to be 49.4.
So, tell you 40, what was the crash rate?
75.
Okay.
Here.
12-4, 10-4.
Zero traffic.
Alright.
Victor North right, 4242. Victor North right, 4242. 359 and 798.
Total 4-10-4. Twelve, 10-4.
I 1089 and 1048 with Franklin Control 7524.
I don't know why you're here, but I'm detained. You have to suspect me. Do you know what reasonable articulable suspicion is, boy? You know, I try not to file lawsuits. You understand, young man? But you're a dumb mother effer. No, you can back up. No, you can back up.
Chill out.
Shh.
If you would like to.
You're dismissed. Walk away.
All right, I need your help. On February 27th, I posted this video right here entitled
damn, 4 cops could not handle him. Now, every American, pretty much everybody in the world needs to see this video. YouTube decided to demonetize it and then remove it after it had 450,000 views, a 98.4% like to dislike ratio, over 15,278 likes. They took it down. Why did they take it down? Because of this guy right here, who is now going to be blurred out at the beginning of the video because he submitted a privacy violation and YouTube complied. So anywhere you see this person or the other office workers, I've blurred their faces, YouTube. So stop with the censorship, will ya? But the reason every American needs to see this is because this is a master class on how to handle badge-wearing, thin blue line tyrants who think they have more rights than you do. And obviously, with numbers like this in such a short period of time, this content was resonating with a whole lot of people. Like this video, share this video everywhere, and let's get started.
Okay.
Delta 380, Delta 220, this jump at 1129 Barney, 1129 Barney, make contact with Sylvia.
Yeah, can you already run that?
Also, 340, I'm clear. Give me that call, my V.
Airport 60, what?
48333. Delta 340, 24. I'll back up for you right now.
Where's your jumper?
10-4, show you where the back now. Okay, it's June 666 Airport. We reference to the incident that occurred on Cheryl that a male hit his father.
Our dispatch, Med 71. Cheryl was transported northwest, code 1, starting mile 0.
3 Charles, station 11 Charlie.
Correct.
Did you get somebody at the loves already?
Medic 1, thank you.
10-4.
10-4 then. Status 10-4.
412 status.
This is 604.
604.
125, 10-8. 10-4.
Що вони хотіли, але тим не менш ми все це відстояли.
77 southbound, County Road 1472. Stand by for the 28. Still 340,
6210, we're back in Portland and available.
Oh, thank you.
613 June 2023, expired June 2023, 134, pick up green to Stadium Auto out of Totem, unconfirmed, -29.
Also, 340. Was there a case number for this call previously?
That's of course 1280128.
No, thank you.
Take 12038. Perfectly.
Victor 12. I'm in right through a mission across the street. I don't know. It's 1242 by section again.
Okay.
E49475335 49475335.
Oh, 340. I'm right.
10-4.
Sam Young North 2055. Traffic.
Location.
Going to be 1889 County Road 48.
Chelsea 10 over.
Delta 665.
Going to be with Sam Young North 2055.
Perfect.
Six 4 Yeah, right. Yeah, you don't stop. P4 ticket.
604 February 2026, 2001 Mazda convertible red, EC, Wooden, B-bill, insurance confirmed negative 29.
Twenty-seven 29. Delta 310 is RPO, we step out. 06324182. Repeating 06324182, last name Pennell.
Six 13 Donald coming back clear out of Odom. Flash track expires in 2028. Restriction Adam.
Perfectly penalty step out. Frank, 2043. Six oh four 27. No, it's 228.
Elmo Rid, out of San Antonio Classy, 2027. Restriction A. Adams clear negative 21.
Our dispatch medic 71 shows arriving miles 5.6.
Here's no lieutenant. They have an alarm that's pinning 3138 South Caldera and traffic at AT&T. MH advisor, it's going to be a frequent one. We're about to see if we can make it a bolo or have an officer response.
227, show me, sir.
Delta 3.
One 31. Can you just advise if that female 95 is going to go to juvie or snap hat?
227, nothing. Show me, please.
Tony.
Okay.
Thank you.
Control 300, Lieutenant. They have an alarm that's pitting 3138 South Plaza on traffic at AT&T. MH40 advised it's going to be a frequent one. We're going to see if we can make it a hold of or have an officer response.
So we haven't gone there today, then yes, officer needs to respond, and then we can try to go hold us.
Yeah, we're clear returning.
Vacuum. I guess she said she has a bunch of parts she's trying to clean out.
Yeah, but I mean, they've been there since 9:45. It's 3 hours ago, so I just want them gone.
Yeah, I explained to her. Alright, so you want her to leave from here?
Yeah, I just need them leaving because they've been there 3 hours. They're not dominating their time at my car wash, so I just need them to go.
Alright, I'll see if I can explain to her. Alright.
Okay, I mean, if you need to trespass them, go ahead and trespass them because I have a form with you guys if you need to trespass them.
Alright, I'll explain to her.
Trespass for what?
All right.
Car wash.
Alright, thank you.
Alright, ma'am. Ma'am.
Yes.
Alright, I just spoke to the owner on the phone and he said he wants you to leave because you've been here for 3 hours.
I just bought this car and you want to see how many pieces I'm trying to figure out where they go?
I know. Unfortunately, he's asking me to have you
what's
leave.
the owner's name?
Tom Burners, man.
What is it?
Mr. Burner. He wants you to leave.
I'm at a car wash trying to put pieces together
He said if you refuse to leave, I should trespass you. Alright.
I'm calling the person that knows the owner.
I got you. Can you pack up and go across the street and call him, please? Because he's watching you.
I have stuff right here.
Alright, no problem. He's watching you via the.
Well, there's no need to stand behind me because it makes it look like I'm doing something wrong. I'm not doing anything wrong.
I'm going to move so you can pack up and leave.
Not even doing anything wrong at a 24-hour car wash, trying to clean this truck that I just got, and I'm being asked to fucking leave, and if I don't leave, then it's trespassing. Like, what kind of fucking wonky fucking shit is that? Can you write down on a piece of paper what you're saying, what the owner's name is? For me, please. Since I'm being told to leave, and if I don't leave, it's trespassing. I want proof.
Are you refusing?
What you said the owner's name is.
Are you refusing to leave?
I'm not refusing. I just want something to be said.
I don't have to provide you the owner's name. You have a phone. You can go to Google and figure out who owns it, ma'am.
That's exactly what I was going to ask. I want your badge number and your name, please.
My badge number is 294, Officer Hamilton. I'm asking 294, and I'm asking you to leave again, ma'am.
His badge is 294. Can you write that down for me? You got it? 294? What else do I need? The name? What is your name?
I just told you. I can give you a business card if that helps. Alright, ma'am, you have to leave.
No, I know, but what is your name?
It's on the business card.
Hamilton. A business card doesn't tell me anything, and you could just be with
anybody. It has your information on it, ma'am. If you look at it, you'll see.
Okay, what does it say? It says Hamilton. Stanford Police. Anybody can do that. You could be in a uniform too, like a, you know, it doesn't mean it could be anybody. Anybody can make a fucking police car. What? What I say, what? I don't know. I don't know. Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's like a, it's not
I got a question. It's not a police car, but you're not in a police uniform.
This is a police uniform, ma'am.
I've never seen an officer wear that uniform. That's like a security.
It's a bike uniform, ma'am. And you have...
It's a black bike uniform. It's not the regular police uniform. You know what I'm talking about? I am? Okay. I think this is a bit odd, if you ask me.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
So let me...
What owner is going to call and that is watching cameras and say, because I'm here for excessive hours?
I know, but...
I just bought this car and it's fucking disgusting.
Right.
There's tons of pieces
Right. Can you
I don't know where they belong.
Can you dial it down for me?
I'm pissed.
Alright. Alright, Miss Yates.
Yes.
Dial it down for me for a little bit. Hear me out. The owner is watching the cameras. He can,
Who cares?
It's his business.
I'm not doing anything wrong.
Let me explain to you. Unfortunately, he said you were here since 9:45 and you...
9:45? No, I was not.
Let me finish.
Get up, baby. Yeah, well, this makes it look like I'm doing something wrong, and I'm not doing anything wrong.
I never said you were, but
you're not, but you're coming up to me while I'm fucking trying to clean these loose pieces of my truck. But you refuse to let me show you that I just got this truck.
That's fine.
So if you just get a vehicle, would you want to clean it?
That's irrelevant, man.
You see all these pieces? I don't even know where they fucking go.
All right. That's
Come on, Toby. Up so I can put your bed in there. This is ridiculous. You can go now. I don't need you to stay in here.
I have to watch you leave, because if you don't...
Okay, well, you don't need to stand on top of me, because I got a dog right here. So can you back up, please?
Go ahead, man.
Because I'm not doing anything wrong. I don't need you standing there. Want to call back up? Call back up.
You're making this way more difficult than it is.
I'm not making anything difficult. You see me packing and leaving. I'll go to another fucking car wash.
Okay.
And I will be fucking talking to my buddy about this shit. And I will find out whether you're lying or not.
That's fine, ma'am.
And I will make sure and find out if you are an officer or not a security person.
That is fine, ma'am.
I will be investigating that. Best believe that.
That is fine, ma'am.
Go, pause up. Pause up. Let me help you. Pause up. That's fucking nuts. You make me look like I'm fucking doing something wrong.
Alright, ma'am. Have a good night.
Stanford.
161.
I have adult male. I'm sorry, adult female 1015, city 1 to the 41, 8016 4, 4013, copy starting.
10 for now.
Alright, ma'am. I'll pull it down for you, but right now you're refusing to leave.
No, I'm not. You know what? Let me explain something.
You're refusing to
See,
leave,
now
ma'am.
he's getting an attitude because I'm looking at his plate.
Alright.
So that makes me think that he's lying.
You can clearly see Sanford Police Department right here, ma'am. You have to leave, ma'am. I just explained it to you.
And I'm just explaining I filed a complaint on you. I'm going to turn it upstairs because I'm not doing shit wrong.
Ma'am, you have to. I just explained to you, ma'am.
I'm not just sitting here hanging out at the car wash. I'm taking care of my truck.
And I told you to.
I just bought this vehicle. I know what you told. You said what you had to say.
Ma'am, you're pushing me real hard to take you to jail tonight, ma'am. And I'm trying to go around it.
For nothing.
I asked you to leave multiple times, ma'am.
I'm packing while I communicate with my friend.
All right, you have to leave, ma'am. Ma'am.
Can I see the ID badge, please? That is my right.
You have to.
I will once you show me ID.
Ma'am,
Your ID badge. I want your ID badge.
Are you refusing to leave?
I want to see your ID badge.
Are you refusing to
Rob,
leave?
do you hear this?
Ma'am, you're going to force me to arrest you. You understand that? I explained multiple times to leave, ma'am.
Do you hear him?
Ma'am, I just explained it to you. You can see Sanford Police Department on the car, and
I don't care. Just because it's a car doesn't mean anything.
Are you refusing to leave, ma'am?
I want to see ID badge.
Ma'am, step out of the car.
Oh, whoa, no! Hey, don't grab me! I want to see ID badge! He's gonna hit. See, I'm doing what my friend told me. Stop! Rob, do you hear this?
You're
Can
under
you please?
arrest for
No, I'm not. How am I trespassing?
I just explained it to you.
Let me go. I want back. I want it. No, I'm not. I will leave.
Stop resisting.
I will leave.
It's already too late.
It's
already too late.
This person told me to say that.
It's too late.
Please. Please, Rob. He's trying to arrest me because I'm doing what you told me to do.
Ma'am.
Can you tell me what to do?
I explained that to you.
I know he did. I'm talking to him, please.
Ma'am.
I will, please. I want to talk to another officer, please. I want to talk to another officer, please. Please.
You're coming.
I want to know. I want to talk to another officer, please.
Ma'am, stop.
Please. I don't know. You won't show me an ID badge. You won't show me an ID badge. And now I want another officer. Please. That's not okay. You refuse to show me ID badge. I wanted your ID. That is not okay. Can I sit down, please? Please let me sit. Please. Why won't you show me your ID? Please. Why won't you show me your ID? I want to see ID. You can see anybody putting cuffs on me.
Ma'am, you just saw the back.
I don't care. That's just a car.
All right.
No, that's just a car. I want another officer.
Another officer's coming. Let me double lock.
Please. No, I'm calling 911 on my own. Let go of me.
Ma'am.
Let me call 911 on my own. Please let go.
Ma'am, you need to stop.
Get back up, please. I don't like how you're standing there on top of me like that.
202, can you be in the road?
Rob, I need help, please. I don't know. He's trying to handcuff me. You won't show me an ID badge. Here, you're on speakerphone. Take it. Please, I'm doing what my friend told me to do.
Yeah, I'm 10-4. She's just extremely loud.
He's talking to you.
It's too late, Rob. You just got her into trouble. Well,
no, I want another officer, please. Please, may I speak to an officer? Maybe I have my phone so I can call 911. That is my right. That is my right. I will. I'm sitting down. Please let me on my phone. I want to call. Please let me on my phone. Please. Thank you. No, I will not going anywhere. I don't know who you are. I don't know who you are, Rob. I'm at Express Car Wash. Call the cops for me. He refuses to let me call the cops. I need you to call him for me, please. Yeah, he's trying to talk to you. I'm doing what I was told.
I explained.
Rob, please help me. I don't. He could be anybody. Please, Rob. Yes, because I'm doing what you told me to do. Please, I have to show. I asked for ID badge and he refuses my check, so delete. Toby.
I told her, grab it off.
Shut up.
Come on, puppies. Go inside.
Hey, my friend is on the phone and wants to speak. Please.
I told her multiple times. It's okay.
But I was packing my truck the same time I was talking.
Can you tell your dog to go inside the car?
Yes, can you undo this, please? I can't. I have to lift him up there. He doesn't jump up there.
Listen, you doesn't jump up there? Can you calm down a little bit?
I can't because you guys have me freaked out.
Sit down.
You guys have me scared. What are you doing?
Brother,
I was leaving. What?
You got her ID?
Yeah, I already have her ID.
I'm so freaking. They won't show me an ID badge, and I made that. You guys could be anybody.
Listen, I'm Officer.
I'm scared.
What is your name?
Angela.
Angela, listen, I'm Officer Mateo. Okay.
Help me.
Ma'am, listen, I'm Officer Mateo.
My dog.
He's right here.
Help me.
Is he aggressive?
No.
All right, you calm down.
Okay, but I don't know who you guys are.
Officer.
Okay, now there's
police officer.
You guys could be anybody. I wanted to see ID.
ID, so it's right here. It's a bag.
ID badge with your picture and your name. Picture in your name. Picture in your name.
It doesn't work that way.
Excuse me?
It does not work that way.
He says it doesn't work that way, that they don't have to show me ID badge.
It's right here in the uniform. Look,
that's not your
badge
picture.
and ID.
That's not your picture, Rob. Rob, what? So, here, can somebody take this and talk to him?
Who are you on the phone with?
Her friend that told me to tell him what my rights were.
I really. Oh, it's that dog.
I know, my dog. I need to get up, please.
Angela, have a seat. Somebody's gonna find your dog. Have a seat.
Hello. Yes.
Let me talk to who's on the phone. Can I talk to on the phone now?
I tried to give it to you.
All right, can I talk to them now?
Yes. Are you gonna talk? Or are you gonna hang it up?
No, I'm gonna sing to them, Angela.
Okay, here.
Hello, how you doing? How you doing? I'm Officer Hamilton with the Sanford Police Department. You heard me talking to Angela before, correct?
That car he gave me.
She is a little bit stubborn.
No, I told her to leave.
And I was packing my truck the same time.
I am talking on the phone. I am a veteran. And all, okay.
Yes.
I can tell her it is her right, first and fourth amendment right to ask for, name.
I gave her my name. I gave her my business card. And I told her.
She did go about it the wrong way. So you can tell her to calm down. As I told her
Listen to me. I gave her my business card. I told her I'm a police officer. She read it. She read the side of the car. It says Sanford Police.
Tell her, excuse me, sir. Can you tell her that I said for her to shut up? Real quick.
Unfortunately, I'm not going to tell her to shut up.
That's mine.
Right. Tell her that her best friend told her to shut up.
I'm not going to tell her that. I explained to you. I explained to her multiple times. The business owner called in and said that she has to leave.
And my friend knows the owner. He said I was
that she
okay.
has to leave, or else she's going to be trespassed.
Okay.
Multiple times. She refused to leave. She got out, parked the car up, put the car up here, got out of the car, take her phone out, record the car, go
because
back
he
in the car,
told me to.
and sit right back in the car.
He told me that's my right.
You have to leave.
Oh, okay.
Is that your dog?
Yes.
So you told her not to leave?
Yes. No, he told me to get video. Can I get my water, please?
That's fine. Where are you at? Can you come and pick up her car and pick up her dog?
No. What? No. I don't know if you guys are the dog. I want to see ID. I want to see ID.
I don't know who she's on the phone with, but it's that.
Please, no. I want my phone. I'm calling 911. Let me call 911 because I want to know if you guys are officers. Okay, but let me, please.
Mr. Clean Car Wash.
I will, but I want my phone so I can call 911. I don't know who you are. You guys refuse to show me fucking ID. I don't trust this at all.
You get up, listen, you get up one more time, you're going to the backseat of a police car.
Okay. Can I have my water out of my truck, please?
No, right now.
I need my water, please.
You took something.
What?
Did you took something?
Take something of what?
I'm asking you a question.
No.
Why are you so agitated?
Because I'm not doing anything wrong. I packed my truck to leave. My brother don't even get the license plate down. That is my amendment right to make sure you guys are cops.
I have a headache.
God.
She said
should have never listened to him, please.
You got charges?
Yeah.
What charges?
Trespassing.
Okay. What's the?
May I have my phone so I can? May I have my phone, please?
Your phone is right here.
No, I want it. I don't know if you guys are cops.
It's been a while.
Please.
Yeah, I was here. I told you see how long I was here? I told her, ma'am, you
I was pissed.
She packed up everything, got out of the car. I don't believe you're a cop.
I need my water, please. I've been out here cleaning this fucking truck. I just bought it. I didn't show you papers.
She got back out, start recording everything.
It's gonna take a while.
Angela.
I called back the business owner is like, hey, if you don't want to trespass her. And I explained it to her. And she's like, I don't believe you're a cop.
I did refuse, Hamilton.
Yes.
Hamilton, I did refuse. I packed my truck like you told me to.
Do not argue.
Please. I packed my truck like you asked me to.
What you need 202 for?
I guess she wants to.
I want to call 911 on my own to make sure you guys see who you guys are. Please. That is my right. That is my right. Please. Please. That is my right. I don't know who you guys are. Please. You guys, anybody can be dressed like that.
102 does it. Is you just
please.
Call him at the jail.
Please. No. I don't know who you guys are. No. I'm not refusing to leave. I'm not refusing to leave. Please. Please.
Angela, can you call somebody to pick up the dog? Can we call somebody to pick up the dog for you?
Please!
Angela, if you...
I don't want you all swarming around me. You guys are making me nervous. You're scaring me.
I'm not going to go to the pound.
I want my phone, please.
You and him can leave, so she doesn't.
No, I have the right to call. I have the right to call somebody.
Our sergeant's on here.
No, I don't know who you. Let me see him, please.
No.
Okay, you guys.
told you get up one more time.
Ow! I need ow! No, I don't know who you guys are! I want to go 911 on my own!
Oh, so she's trespassed after warrant. I told her she has to leave. She's like, okay. She pack up everything. She doing the means of packing up everything. Say she don't believe I'm a cop. I'm like, ma'am, this is the car. She's like, all right, start packing up everything. Come back outside. Can I name your badge and ID number? So I gave her a business card. I'm officer such and such. She's like, well, I don't believe you're a cop. You look like a security guard.
Carl?
Yeah. So I'm like, ma'am, you have to leave. I called the business owner. The business owner said if she doesn't want to leave, trespass her from there because we have a trespass authorization. Gotcha. Right, ma'am, you're trespassing right now. She came out, start recording the car. I'm like, okay. So I'm there sitting in my trailer for a good minute. She went back in her car, just park it right there, not leaving. I'm like, ma'am, you have to leave.
Okay, what she say?
She doesn't believe we're a cop. She want her phone to call 911. So I don't know if she took something or what's going on. She said she wanted to speak to a sergeant.
She has a dog in her car.
She has a dog in her car, and
is she under arrest?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. She can go to jail.
Okay.
When she comes out, she can talk to me.
Okay.
Were you talking to somebody about the dog?
She had
what are her charges right now?
Trespassing and resisting.
Trespassing.
Let me see that phone. Belly give the dog.
Yeah, I try to get someone for the dog.
Okay.
I can't.
Ma'am, I'm Sergeant Pop with the Sanford Police Department. I know you're upset. Hear me out. What's your first name?
Angela.
Angela.
All I did was ask for an ID badge with a picture and a name. Anybody can be dressed in a uniform, please. I tried to explain that. I'm not refusing.
I know, but listen, I know you're upset.
I need my water, please.
We'll get you some, but just try to take a couple of deep breaths.
Scared. How do I know it's I was just doing what my friend told me to do to make sure he was an officer, please.
Okay.
I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm at a 24-hour car wash.
He provided you with a
That's not a picture with the name. Anybody can have business cards. Please, can I have my water?
Does she have water somewhere?
Yes, I asked like 20 times. He refused. I'm upset. I'm scared. Because I don't know anybody could be doing that. Please. I was back in my truck and I was moving.
All right, this is.
And I told him my truck is packed. Everything was on the ground.
Okay, hear me out.
May I have my water, please?
You'll get some at the jail.
No, please. I asked to call 911 on my own because they refused to show me ID.
Hear me out.
I was not refusing to leave.
Stop
Look at my
talking for
car.
a minute, ma'am. Right
I need water because I can't have that.
Right now, I'm willing to explain to you what's going to happen if you're going to listen.
Can I get out for a second? I'll sit on the ground, please. I need to breathe. I have anxiety and everything, please.
We've got the
so
window.
I can talk to you. I need, please.
Right now, the way you're acting, I don't feel comfortable with you coming out.
Okay, but you guys have me scared.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, you asked for a sergeant. I'm here to explain to you what's going to happen.
No, I didn't ask for a sergeant. I asked to call 911 on my own. Can I get my water, please?
You won't get any right now.
I can't even talk. My mouth is so dry. I've been fucking cleaning this truck. I'm hot and sweaty.
Let's just 86.
Please.
Alright. Angela, one last time. Take for your phone.
She's already in a car, so I'd rather not.
I need you to do these so I can get in my phone.
Alright, what do you want to do with your dog, man?
I'm trying to call somebody.
I
need somebody to
Angela,
so I can do it.
Angela, I can assist you.
No, you're not.
Angela.
I'm in a cop car.
Alright, never mind.
Listen, let me explain something to you. You got two options. Calm down, help us get somebody to get your dog, and your car.
Why are you arresting me? For what reason?
Arrested for trespass after warning.
This is not trespassing. It's a 24-hour car wash.
Okay. The business owner wanted you trespass.
And
He
I
called police. And then he's asked you several times to leave,
and I was packing as I was talking, was I not?
And then what did you do afterwards? And
my buddy told me it's my amendment right to look at the license plate so he can look you up. That is my amendment right. I am not doing anything wrong. I packed my truck up.
Miss, you can make your argument in court.
Please.
We're done. We're not going to spend that.
Please. I need to call somebody.
Okay, then you need to calm down.
I will, please.
Other than looking for a number, you need to stop talking.
Okay.
Calm down. They'll help you get somebody so you can get this dog there. Otherwise, we have to take it to the pound.
110, 41.
Close your windows.
Your dog's on the other pound.
Something, please.
But we need to make room for him, though.
He got room. He got room.
Does he?
He got room.
1015, 5141, copy for the mileage.
Hamburger.
6846.
Close your windows.
What's up, reason, right?
You want to call him?
Show me 10-12 with a 10 on. I'm going to be 51 to the animal show.
Well, there goes that.
Come on, puppy.
Oops, sorry. Come on. Here you go.
A1204.
1204. I don't have one checked on, but I do have some that should be on duty.
Correction, Western.
Yeah.
A1204.
1204.
Yeah, if you can call a game warden or anybody that likes rattlesnakes, there's a rattlesnake in there.